Assalamu alaikum. Hi everyone. I hope you all are doing great. Welcome to my channel Best Math. I am Justin D'Souza, your math teacher. This set of introduction is for the grade 11 advanced term 1 for this academic year 2023-2024. I'll be explaining all the exam topics, the topics which are mentioned in the haiku in the coming videos. And we will quickly go through the exam scheme. That's the haiku. You know there are 15 questions which will be in MCQ. That means you will have 4 options and you just need to select the correct option. It doesn't matter if you write in detail or no, it just the correct answer matters. So here you can use shortcut methods or simple methods or anything which will directly give you the answer. Whereas there are 7 free response questions, that is FRQ. Here you need to write everything in detail, mention each step, do the substitution. Make sure you write everything in detail. Don't just write the answer, you won't get entire marks. So that's the thing. It is a paper-based exam, so even these MCQs you will have in paper most probably, but they'll be A, B, C, D. You need to select the correct one. Now these first 15 are MCQs, these ones. So I will be going through the calculator or shortcut methods, direct methods for these. And then the 16 to 22, these 7 questions will be explained in detail. Now, how exactly you can access the videos, access the material, this presentation and everything, I'll tell you now. That is, you can go to the channel, that is Best Math UAE. If you access the channel, you might have seen this definitely by now. If this is not yet subscribed, please do consider subscribing. It is free to subscribe, but that would mean so much to me. And I greatly appreciate all the students, all the persons who support my channel. I'm really humbled and I thank you so much for this. And so now how exactly you can access all the videos is the best and the easy way is through the playlist. If you click on the playlist here, you can see now, say for example, this is the recent one which I published. This is grade 11 EOT term 1. Now this is grade 12 and there are different playlists. If you want the entire lessons, there's over here. You can access all the entire lessons of grade 11. But this one would be the best one to go for the exam topics. Just click on the view playlist. And you can see all that has been already published over here. So as I finish the questions, as I record them, I'll be posting it over here. You can just click on any one of it. And you can see over here, this open up. Now, if you just scroll a little down over here for the description, you can see there's EOT presentation link. If you click on this link, it leads you to a Telegram group. In this group, you can find the presentation with, only with questions, with the solutions, each in detail and everything. So try going over here and downloading the required material. And that's it. And over here, there are some details like, which example, which question it is and what topic and everything. Each of the video over here, you can see will be marked with the name like G12, G11, it'll be mentioned which grade it is. So that is there, but the best and easy way would be the playlist. So that is about it. So please do benefit from this. I hope you learn well and I hope you get great marks. And if you have any doubts, please do post it in the comments for each videos and I'll try to get back to you very soon. And all the best and happy learning. Hello everyone, welcome to the part 1, the MCQ part of the grade 11 end of term explanations videos. In this part, you will be given 4 options. You need to just choose the correct one. So there is no emphasis on writing. You can use shortcut methods, calculator methods, anything. As long as you get the correct answer, that's more than enough. The first question in this is graph exponential growth function. The first 15 are the MCQ and this is the first one. And let's look at this over here. Determine whether each function represents exponential growth or decay. How would you know what is a growth and what is a decay? But before that, what is the exponential function's equation generally given as? It's generally given as y equals ab to the power x. Remember, this is a constant term. It's a number. It can be any number. Okay, less than 0, greater than 0. It depends on whatever is given. It cannot be x to the power some number. This is not exponential. This is a power, polynomial, a quadratic function. Whereas if you have a number to the power x, then that is exponential. Now here, what you have to basically do is simple. See, now here we just focus on this part. See what is the b value. If it is greater than 1, doesn't matter what, it will be keeping on, it will keep on increasing. That's a growth. It always grows. Whereas if this value is less than 1, then it decreases. Doesn't matter what, it will always decrease. Okay? Sorry, it decreases like this. So you can try this. Just put some random values in the X calculator over here, 0.99. You will see it always reduces. It keeps on reducing. Whereas if it's a bigger value, more than 1, it always grows, increases. So from this, you can easily tell whatever, only the X part, okay? If it's more than 1, say 7 is more than 1, it's growth. This is a growth function. Whereas this is a decay function because it's less than 1. 2 by thirds. If you use your calculator, 2 by thirds is 0.666. That is also a decay function because it's less than 1. One more thing, it should be more than 0, less than 1. Okay? Because when you graph the negative values as power x, it'll completely change. Okay, so you can't leave that value less than negative because it's entirely a different function altogether. So it's always greater than 0, less than 1, and then greater than 1. Okay, it also can't be equal to 1 because that wouldn't make sense. The graph of 1 would be a flat line. 5 by 4 to the power x, this is 1.25. This is a growth function. It's very simple, easy to understand. Now, we are just saying growth or decay. Let's see over here, it's a decay function. This is a growth function, exponential growth. Now, what did they ask over here? That's over. Graph each function, find the domain, range, y-intercept, asymptote, and end behavior. Basically, you have to graph. Now, you know the graphing is basically by x and y table. Let me just skip through this. Say this is the table you do. Take the function, put any random value of x, and then substitute over here and then plot the points. But now I'm going to tell you an easy shortcut method because this will work to any graph. Since this is an MCQ, you can use the shortcut method. You need to have your calculator with you. Let's take our calculators and then look at the function. You will have 4 graphs, isn't it? If it's for graphing, you will have 4 graphs. You need to choose the correct graph. Put this equation 0.25, but instead of x, you can choose any value over here. So let me choose 0, x as 0. Substitute, and what is the answer? It's 1. Is it 1? Yes. But there will be so many other functions with the same answer, right? Because literally every function, if you graph, unless and until there is a extra plus or minus, if it's not translated, anytime x0 with x to the power 0, anything to the power 0 is 1. Okay. Now let's go to other values. Let's take, for example, 2 or 1. Let's start with 1 over here. 1 is 0.25. Is it true? Yes, it's almost 0.25. Quarter, correct. Then we go with 2. And if I go with 2, it is 0.0625. Yes, it might be correct because it's very, very small. How about we go to the left side, the negative side, negative x values. Let me try x as -1. Here we got 4. Let me check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Now, if you check at least 2 to 3 points, there will be only one graph remaining. All the other graphs will be eliminated. So this is the easiest and the best way to check the correct graph. Now, from this graph, you know what is the domain. Domain for exponential function, it's all real numbers. And range is all positive real numbers because you can see this is an asymptote at 0. So values above this is possible. What is range exactly? Possible y values. Y values. Look at the y-axis. It's only, the graph is only above 0, right? So it's all positive real numbers. Whereas domain is all real numbers. Why? Because this goes on, continues forever till positive infinity, and this one till the negative infinity. Therefore, we call it all real numbers. The end behaviors are where these ends keep on going. The right side, When, see, the right side over here is when x is infinity, right? This is infinity, this is minus infinity. Same thing here, positive infinity up, minus infinity down. As x tends to positive infinity, let me write, as x approaches or tends to positive infinity, what is happening? What is happening to the y value? Y is also given as f of x. It is going towards what? Zero. Can you see, as it is going, it's going towards the y value of zero. This is one end behavior for the right side. What about the left side? As x approaches minus infinity, left side, that is, it's going left. What is happening with the y? F of x is also going towards positive upside forever, right? It's positive infinity. So these are the end behaviors. You can see the second part is written first year and the first part is written second year. So that is the answers. What is the asymptote? Asymptote is where this, see, the right side of the part, it goes towards zero but it never touches it, because you can put any value. Let me try this. You can put any positive value for 0.25. It can be anything, okay? 25. You will have some 0. See, there are 16 zeros, 8. That means there is some part of it above the x-axis because it cannot touch the x-axis. Okay, that's what it is. Same thing with the other problems. I highly encourage you to solve them by yourself, go through them by yourself. I'll just quickly go through over here. It's 0.8x, it's a decay function over here. When you graph it, you get this decay. Look at the previous one. This also was a decay because it's less than 1. Decay is like this. Even this. But look, there is variation. It was 0.25. The previous problem here, 0.8. You can see the graph is not the same. But how to check the graph? Just write the given equation, 0.8 to the power, let me choose this point, minus 2. And put in the calculator, you're getting 1.56. Yes, at minus 2, it's about 1.56. That is correct. So same way you can check where it is approaching and it should match few other points and that will be the correct answer. Here, domain always is all real numbers, whereas the range is all positive real numbers. Intercept over here means where the graph touches the y-axis. Y-intercept. This is at 0, 1. Okay, and the asymptote is at 0. And the end behavior, same like the previous one. As x is approaching left side, negative infinity, f of x, the function, is going towards infinity. Whereas as x tends to right side, the positive infinity, then this particular line approaches 0. The function approaches 0. Please do the remaining by yourselves. Everything is explained and you can find the presentation in the description. You can just click on the link and then download the presentation and go through by yourself. Same thing, it's another growth function. Just check the values, choose some x values, put it in the calculator, you will get the answer. Very simple. Now here another decay function. We have just dealt with decay function. Same thing, you can pause the video, try it by yourselves. Try to solve them by yourself. Now we have translation, changes in the parent function. But still, the method which I told remains the same. Just take out your calculator and put this entirely. Let me just take it out. Minus 4 bracket. Let me use the multiplication sign. Bracket 3 by 5. Close the bracket to the power x is alpha x. Now you can keep it alpha x and press calc, but the thing is, I will choose a value of 0 over here, okay? So x has 0 plus 4 plus 3. What is the answer? It is 2.48. This is x2. This is 4. Wait, 2.5 somewhere in the 3 is over here. Middle of that is 2.48. Yes, this is almost correct. Let me change this x value to say 5 or 4. Let me just change it to 4. It is 2.9. Let me check. Yes, it is almost in the middle of this line. Middle of 2 and 4 is 3, almost 2.93. Yes. And now let me go to some negative values. Let me choose this as negative over here. Negative 4, it's minus 1. Let's check. Negative 4, yes, it's in the middle over here of 0 and 2. It will be minus 1. So this is how, because it's below the y-axis, it's negative sign below the x-axis. Sorry, it's negative. This is how you can easily solve it. This is how you can sort of easily graph it. This is what they have asked, graphing. And now you can see over here, translation. What happens? This plus 3 means it goes up and down. So this plus 3 would be translating the graph 3 units up. Now you can see there's a negative sign. Negative sign means it's a reflection. It won't be up like this. So let me just do it. Instead of something like this, it has fallen down. Why? Because it's reflected because of the negative sign. And minus 4, remember this over here, this x over here, x minus 4, right? So x plus 4 equals 0, x equals minus 4. So that means it has been translated to the it has moved down by 3 units and translated left. Because see, when you solve this, you will get x equals negative 4. You can see instead of somewhere over here, the point, it should have been like this. It translated down and then it moved left side. Okay, somewhere at this point, it's translated 4 units left. So always remember, whatever is given over here, you need to equate it to 0. You get a negative means left side, positive is right side. So if you see x plus 4, that means it's left. Whereas this plus or minus is as it is, translating up or down. Same thing over here, you can quickly do this, but the calculator method is one of the best and the easy method, because it doesn't matter which value you put, you will get the correct answer. So I would highly suggest just choose a point, find the value and compare the 4 different options of graph and choose the correct one. That's how it is. Same way over here, it may huge look, but it's just the same thing. You can see this the same thing. You can pause the video, try to do by yourselves these problems. They are very, very simple and straightforward. Just make sure when you're putting in calculator, put everything accurately. Brackets, division symbol, everything. Please do it accurately. So these are the answers over here. Very, very same again. And now we have a piecewise equation over here. They have told, consider the function f of x, 3 by 4 to the power x for x is less than 0 and 3x plus 1 for x is greater than or equal to 0. Shown in the graph. Graph this particular function. Look, there are various ways to graph it. One is checking by calculator method. But when you're checking this, make sure whenever you're taking any value of left of 0, left side, because x is less than 0, minus 1, minus 2, you need to put it in this equation. Whereas if you're choosing this point to check, you should put in the second equation. That's the only thing. Let me just do this. So instead of the table method, I will use my calculator over here. Now let me check this particular point, minus 2. So if it's minus 2, then I have to choose this first equation. It is 3/4 to the power x is minus 2. This would be the answer. Let's see over here, minus 2, it's 1.7. Yes, almost 1.7. Yes, because this is not so very accurate, but you can see minus 2, it's 1.7 itself. Now, what if I'm checking for, say, 1? Then I have to choose the second equation where it says it's greater than or equal to 0. So 3 into 1 plus 1. The answer is 4. Let's check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, that's the correct answer. This is how you graph it. Now, how do you compare? You can compare the end behaviors. You can see, the intercepts and all these many things, simple things can be seen. Here, they are just comparing over here. Anyways, this generally may not be asked. You will be definitely asked to find graphs generally. There are different types of questions here, checking whether it's growth function, decay function, finding the, what was that? Just graphing basic ones, now graphing piecewise equation. So there are so many things. So if they're asking, they might ask graph, but all the graphs can be easily solved in calculator method. So just remember that. So that's the thing. Here you can see there are various things. You can pause the video and just make sure you read this. They have just compared various things. Say, for example, the maximum value, minimum value, many things like that. Okay, that's just comparison. Same thing over here. You need to graph this. You can just graph this. Check there will be 4 graphs. Just check it. If it's less than minus 1, choose the first equation. Otherwise, use the second equation. Then check it out. and then compare these two, and you can see there are different things. The intercepts is different, the behaviors are different, and so on. So this is how you solve the first topic. I hope it is clear. I would highly encourage you to solve more and more problems by yourselves. Be thorough with it. It is very, very important. We move on to the question number 2. This is to solve exponential equations in one variable. Now you have been given problems where you need to write exponential function with a graph that passes through the given points. Now look carefully to the points. What's given exactly? It's 0, 3, 375, 3 and 375. Same thing over here. There is 0 point. And then there are other 3 points. Okay, I mean other 3 values. There are 2 points. And if I go to the next problems and the next, you will always see there is 0, x as 0, and then some value of y. Now, do you recall what exactly is the exponential equation? If you remember, it is y equals ab to the power x, right? Here, a is a constant. Now you need to have all these, only then, not all this. You need to have the value of a and b, and then you can write an equation. Say it will be y is equal to 2 times 3 power x. Now here this is more than 1, so it's a growth function. This would be 3 power x. This will be considered, this is a growth function. This is an exponential function. Now here, say I'm just writing random equations. Say over here 4 into 0.5 to the power x. Now this is a decay function. One of the main reasons for writing this is, in the last problem, the first question, we were finding out growth and decay. Now, if you have an example like this, look where is the power x. It's only to 0.5. So you see that 0.5 is less than 1. So this is a decay. If it was more than 1, only then. Don't think 4 multiplied by 0.5 is 2. No, it won't work like that. It's only this part you have to see, whichever is power to x. Now coming back to this type of problem, how can we find a and b? How do we do that? So we need to use both these points. We have this equation y equals a to the power bx. So in the step 1, you must always, first time, you must always use the point which is having 0. If this was given first and then 0, 3, then use the point which is having 0. That is most important. Sorry. Okay, and then now we can see this as x and y. The step 1, substitute the y value. It's 3, that is equal to, what is a value? A value, unknown. What is b value? Unknown again, sorry. This value, 0, is x. So type over here 0. Now, what is anything raised to the power 0? Think for a while. Think, understand, and then try to say the answer in your mind or aloud. If you have guessed the answer is 1, this is correct. It's not 0, it's not infinity, it's not anything else. It's always 1. Anything to the power 0 is 1. So over here it will be 3 equals a multiplied by b to the power 0 is 1, because any number, you can just do it in the calculator. I'll just do it right now. Just take any number and raise it to the power 0. It's going to be 1. Say any number, okay? Any, or even if you take a negative number, say I will just use the bracket, minus 156 to the power 0, it will just be 1. It will be positive itself, will be 1. So this is very important to understand. Now then, what happens is, I have found the a value, 3 equals a. Now in this equation, a is found out, but what about this b value? So I know a is found out over here is 3. What about the b? So to find b, you need to use this equation again. In the second point, don't use the first point again, because what happens, b will become 1. You can't solve it further. Now once you have done the a value, use the second equation, second point xy, and use the same equation again. But this time, when you substitute y, it's 375, not the first point, this one. And then x is 3. But what is a value? You just now found out, substitute it. Multiplied by b to the power x is 3. So if you had substitute 3 in the first place here, there are two unknowns. You cannot solve them. But it is 0, right? So you can solve this. You'll find A. And then second time, again, this is the second step. Okay. Again, you're doing with the second point. The first point, second point. Now, since this is the topic number 2, use your calculator. You can take this to the other side, take cube root, yes, but directly I would suggest just use the calculator directly. It'd be 375 equals 3 multiplied by b to the power 3, shift and solve. What would be the answer? It is 5. Sometimes it takes a while, but you will get the answer. Okay, if you're not getting the answer, clear your calculator pressing shift 9 equal AC. Sorry, shift 9 3 equal and AC. You can clear your calculator, but then do directly, saves a lot of time. Now let me write what is B. I'll directly write B equals 5. Now I found the A value, B value, substitute in this equation. The answer would be y equals, what is A? 3 multiplied with b is 5 to the power x. This is a growth function. The x is only to 5. Don't think you can multiply 3 and 5. No, 15 to the power x is wrong. Why? Because only 5 is raised to the power x. And this is a variable, so you cannot simplify this. That would be the answer. It's very straightforward. I would highly encourage you to do this by yourself. But anyways, I'll do it now here. And then you can check it out. So let me quickly do it. The first part over here. For the step 1, x, y. Use the equation y equals abx. Now y is -1. That is equal to, what is a? Unknown. B is basically raised to the power 0. And a value equals -1. Since this is a MCQ, you have to just take the answer. What I would personally suggest is, looking at the first point, directly take a equals the y value of opposite to 0, next to 0. That is the a value, no matter what. So it doesn't matter what. B is nullified. So basically you will have a equals to this value. So you do not even need to do that step. Directly I can take a equals over here -1. Then just do it once, y equals ab to the power x, because you do not need to write the steps for the first point. If it was writing, yes, that's required, but here not required. Just use this second part. -64 equals, what is a value? It's -1 multiplied with b to the power 6. Now put this directly in the calculator. Use the bracket. I mean, you can avoid brackets, but I just like to use it. Sorry, I don't use it when there's no negative sign. When there's negative sign, it's better to use the brackets, because sometimes that might cause an error and you may not get the answer. So you can't use b, so you should use alpha x to the power 6, shift and solve. This is not the answer. Press equal to. It'll take some time, and now you got the answer. It's 2. So here the equation would be y equals a is -1 into 2 to the power x. Okay, that's the equation. You can just see now -1 is just minus. You can keep it as just a minus sign because it's 1, right? You can remove that 1, just keep the minus sign. See, let's see over here what's written. No, 1 is mentioned. Better keep it, See over here, it's written as -1 into 2 to the power x. Because, you can write even minus. That's fine, no need of writing 1, but it's better to write it. The first one, look here, 3 is the a value, and the next point is required to find the b value and solve it. Same thing, please do this by yourselves. I will just do this one more quickly, then the remaining are just for you. I'll just run through them. Now here, what do you do first? Look at this. 0, next to it is 7, so that is my a value. The equation is given by y equals ab to the power x. So what do you do? It's y is 28, a is what? 7, b to the power -2. And now just put it in the calculator over here. It's 28 equals 7 multiplied with alpha x to the power -2. Shift and solve. The answer is, take some time. 0.5 or half. So that is the answer. So 7 is over here, B is half. So write the equation, that is 7, this A value multiplied by whatever answer you get, 0.5 or half to the power x. That's it. So remember, half is 0.5. So that's it, guys. Please make sure you look into the other problems as well. A value is given over here. Use this to find the B value. Write it. So you do not need to do this because this is in detail. I have tried my best to show all the solutions for each and every questions in the Heikel. But the shortcut method doesn't require the first part because it's an MCQ. Just use this directly and then find the B value and solve it out. I think so all are straightforward. I'll just skim through all these problems. It's half, and over here you need to find it using the same formula. It's 9 to the power x. Remember, when you're writing the equation, you don't write x and y. X and y. See, y as it is, just like alphabets. X as it is. Only a and b must be written. Okay? See over here, a value is 15, b is found from here. Same thing goes over here. You should have 0, another point. Otherwise, you cannot find a value. Now, if you're thinking, if you're thinking that what I was trying to say is, what if you don't get the 0, then you cannot solve this because you cannot solve for a value, right? You need to have this 0 and a value over here, okay? So that's the thing. And you also cannot have 0 and 0. Don't think, okay, what if I get 0 and 0? It's not possible. If you have 0 over here, this wouldn't make sense, right? It would be a 0. That's it. Y is 0. So all the problems you will, look at this, -6 and this. Here, A value is 1 by 3. And for the B value, you need to use these 2 points and easily solve it directly in calculator, which will save time. So these are the answers. You can see all the problems have 0 and a point. And the last problem is over here. This is the last problem. They are very straightforward, nothing else. You can see through this. Please try them by yourselves, and the presentation is available in the description below. And if you want only the questions, say for example you want to print out the presentation only for the questions and try to solve it by yourself, that is also available in the link below in that group. It's already posted, so please try to go through that as well. So that's it. Do practice more problems, understand the concept thoroughly, and the first 15 questions are an MCQ, so directly solve them without any methods. It's fine. If you use shortcuts, it's fine. So, but remember the exact method. Heading on to the question number 3, it is to write logarithmic expressions in exponential form and to write exponential expressions in logarithmic form. You need to know to convert both of them to different forms. Let's look into the problems. First, we can see the questions are having log, so that means it's logarithmic function. It's very straightforward over there. Now, what do we have to convert to? Logarithmic form. What is the rule? How do we do it? It is a simple thing. Now, because log and exponential are inverse of each other, what happens is this log can be removed if the base of the log goes to the other side and becomes the base of the exponential function, because they're inverse. So what happens is this log is dissolved when this particular base, this number moves over here, and this whatever it was, the 2 becomes the power and the base becomes the base of exponential. Now imagine b to the power x. What is the base here? This is the base, right? This number. X is the power. So this becomes x and this becomes b base. Let me show you what happens. This is gone. This goes here. This goes here. So it looks, this remains, this number remains. 225 doesn't change. Equals 2 is gone to the power. What is replaced by 15? This is the exponential form. Now let's look over here. Just draw these lines for your understanding. It becomes, this is gone, so it'll be 243 equals 3 to the power 5. You can check this as well. See, now once you do this, right, now there is no calculator method in this. You can't do calculator. You should know how to convert this, but you can definitely check in calculator by putting this for 15 to the power 2. I know 15 squared is 225. But what about 3? 3 multiplied by 3, it's going to take long, just use the calculator. But I know if you keep on powering up 3, 243 is one of the term. Let me use the calculator. Here, all I just do is 3 to the power 5, and that's the answer. There must be this answer. It must be equal. Now, over here, same thing. 4 goes to the other side, and it'll become 64. This log cancels, equals 4 to the power 3. It's not 3 to the power 4, okay? This base, log base becomes base of exponential. Now, you can see 4 fours are 16, 16 fours are 64. Yes, this is correct. Same thing over here. Now, what happens is 1 by 27 will be equal to, this will be equal to 3 power negative 3. Power 3. So, basically, this is equal to 1 by 3 power 3, and 3 power 3 is 27. Yes, this is correct. But don't write the last what I wrote. See, this is the answer. Okay. Same thing over here. 5 goes to the other side, becomes 5 to the power 2. And here we have 1 by 2, 5. Now, how is this? Okay, there is some error. Let me just check it. Here, okay, the question is wrong. I apologize for that. See, this would be wrong, right? 5 to the power of 2 is 25. So the question is wrong. I apologize for that. And you can see over here it has been written correctly. It is log base 5 1 by 25 equals negative 2. This must be minus 2. Even you can check that. Look, press this log base 5 of 1 by 25. It will be negative 2. It is. So this is minus 2. I'm sorry for that. And the same thing over here, you can do this directly. Now, if you put the left side, log 3, log base 3, 243. The answer is 5. But this doesn't help us at all. You need to know the form. So what you need to do is take this to the other side. Say, for example, over here, 32 remains. This side, 4 to the power 5 by 2, 4 to the power 2.5. So you will get, if you raise 4 to the power 2.5, 5 by 2 is 2.5. That's why I did it. It's equal to 32. That's how you easily get the answer. It's very straightforward. Once you understand, see where 32 equals 4 power 5 by 2. This is the rule of conversion from log form to exponential form. Log form was given. Now let's do the other way around. Here you have been given exponential form. Can you see any logs? No. You can see something to the power. That is exponential. This is exponential. We need to write it in log. Now if you check one of the questions, any of the questions, 2 to the power 7, it is 128. 1 by 7 to the power 3, 7 cube is 343. So it's 1 divided by 343. It'll be 1 cube divided by 7 cube. 1 cube is 1, 343 cube, 7 cube is 343. But now, how do you write it in exponential form? Over there, when we had log base a equals, say I will write x. Okay. What we did, the b went to the other side, log cancelled, and it became a equals b to the power x, isn't it? Now we go the other way around. This base, right? This b goes back. So the base of the exponential will become the log base a, that is equal to, and this comes down, that is x. So we are getting the same question. You get it? So now over here, what happens? This base moves to the other side. 7 comes down, base moves to the other side, becomes the base of log. So 7 equals log base to 128. Now we can check this. If you just put log base to 128, it is equal to 7. What does it say is, what is the base? 2. How many times you should power this base to get this answer? That's what it means, basically. So it's 2 to the power 7. You should power 2 7 times to get 2 to the power 7 would be 128. That's what it means. Let's do one more over here. This base of exponential moves to the other side, and what happens? 3 comes down. This goes to the other side. It will be 3 equals log 1 by 7, base 1 by 7. bracket 1 by 343. So this is 1 by 343. Okay, same thing. 9 equals log base 2. Then whatever this is there, you should write it as it is. What is this? 512. That's the answers. Okay. You can double check your answer by putting this right side over here. Say 1 divided by 7, and over here what do we have? 1 by 343. 343. What is the answer? It is 3. Yes. This is how we can check. So please remember to convert into different forms, either exponential or in logarithmic. So these are the answers. Very, very straightforward. That's it. That's the answers. You can see this. Okay, what happened is they are writing the other way around. I was telling you other way around. It's fine. The easy way would be this. This 2 goes to the other side, right? So what I do is log 2 512, and left side this comes down 9, but they're just writing it as log 2 512 equals 9. It's the same thing, just that 9 is written on the other side. So this is written on the other side. That's absolutely fine. And now we will go to the third example problem. Before I come to this, I just want to remind this is question number 3, and this is given in this is in MCQs. So you can directly do it, no need of method. Now this would be so easy. To evaluate this, all you do is use your calculator. You have this symbol over here. Log base is 2, and over here it is 64. The answer is 6, and that's it. See over here, you can see that log base 2 64 equals y. So you can change it to exponential form. We take it to the other side, it becomes 2 to the power y equals 64. What is 2 raised to get 64? It is 2 to the power 6. So 6 is the answer. But you can just do this directly in calculator. You will get the same marks because it's just a MCQ. You can do this as well. You can do any problem and you will get the answer easily. 100 over here, and over here it's 100,000. It is 2.5. Very straightforward, isn't it? Same thing, you can keep on doing other problem. Just put it in the calculator and you will get it. This is very straightforward as well. Everything is straightforward. 27, and over here we have 81, and over here the answer is 4 by 3, and that's it. So this is how we basically solve these problems. All the problems, this is in calculator. You put even you put this as it is. The answer might be negative or positive. It will directly come. So 32, it shows over here. It's negative 5 by 2 is 2.5. It doesn't matter how big it is. You can just put in the calculator. You will get the answer for everything. So this is how you basically solve them. These are very straightforward. You can try them by yourselves just by putting in the calculator. Now this is very important. See, what exactly this means is, how much times do you have to raise this base to get this number? When can any answer be 1? When you raise to what power? In the last question, we saw that we had to raise anything to the power 0 to get 1. So without even calculating, you can tell that. But anyways, if you use the calculator as well, you can see this is the thing. Now, if you use the exponential form, this goes to the other side. 9 to the power 0 is 1. So this is the thing. This log base 1 means how many times you have to raise this 9 to the power to get 1. So that's it. If you're getting confused, very easy. Use calculator and you will get the answer. We move on to the question number 4, that is to simplify expressions with natural logarithms. Here, what we are basically doing is we will have to convert logarithm to exponential or exponential to logarithm. But here there is E, that is natural logarithm. Now the conversion we have already seen in the previous topic, the same thing is carried out. Now there are other calculator methods, say finding x value, finding all the option x value. This is complicated because it may not work all the time. For this type of problem, it's very important to remember the conversion of forms. We have done this before, so let's do it quickly now. Here, whenever there is e, the power comes down and this base of the exponential function goes to the other side and becomes log base. That's it. Now 15 remains over here, comes down, equals, this is log base e and x. But we know log base of e is natural logarithm ln. So we write it as 15 ln x. That is the answer here. That's it. Just the simplification. Ln equals, it's written as ln equals 15 or 15 equals ln. It's the same. Now here the same things. We will quickly do this. You can try it by pausing the video now. It's the same thing. Take it to the other side. Now I'll directly write 3x equals ln 45. This is the answer. Here 8.2 equals ln 10x. And over here what happens? It's minus 5x equals ln 0.2. So these are the answers. We can quickly verify them. See over here, the ln 45 is first, equals cx. That's not a big deal because you can easily check which is the correct answer as long as these both are equated. So here it is ln. Let me just 1 second. Let me see this one. Ln 10x equals 1. What about this one here? Sorry, this is wrong in this print over here. The answer is what I've written over here. It's not x, it is 0.2. They have missed out 0.2 over here. I apologize for that. I just realized this answer is wrong now. It is ln 0.2x. Whatever the answer I'd written is correct. This one, just follow that. You know the conversion, right? It's very straightforward. Just use the conversion. Okay, sometimes there'll be errors in the solutions, so please make sure. This is wrong. It is ln 0.2. See, 0.2, they are taking it to the, wait, what has happened here? Yeah, just take it to the other side, ln 0.2 minus 5x. Now then, here again, it's the same thing. Please do solve them by yourself. What happens? When it goes to the other side, it'll be x equals natural logarithm 3 or natural logarithm 3 equals x. It's one and the same. Same thing here, 4 equals ln 8x. And lastly, we have over here ln x minus 3 equals 4. We directly get the answer. And this is question number 4. You don't need the method. And even if they ask that method, what we just did, changing the base, that's more than enough. That's the correct method itself. What next? Over here, we have to write x, but again, it's the same thing. It'll be ln 8 equals x, and it's 5 equals ln 10x. That's it. Now we have to change the natural logarithm to exponential form. How do we do that? We have done this as well before, so all you need to do is whatever ln is there goes to the other side. The base of this, what is the natural logarithm base? It's log e, right? So basically e is there, so that goes to the other side and this gets pulled up. So 50 equals e to the power x. That's it. So the answer is 50 equals e to the power x. Over here it will be 36 equals e to the power 2x. That's it. Very simple, very straightforward. The previous topic also we did this. Only the thing is over here it's Euler's number e and it is natural logarithm ln. Now over here we have few more problems. It's the same thing. We can directly do these. Take it to the other side. It becomes 20 equals e to the power x. X equals e to the power 8. Here it is 0.0002 equals e to the power x. And lastly, we have got 4x equals e to the power 9.6. So this is how we solve them. 20 e power x, x equals e power 8. 4x equals this plus 1. We have few more problems. Now what they're asking is write each logarithm. It's the same thing again, you know. But what you need to do, take this ln to the other side. E comes over here. It's e to the power 0.3345. You can use the calculator over here to check the answer. Now I'll just tell you what I mean by calculator. If you use to solve this, say for example, natural logarithm is over here, alpha x equated to 0.3345. Shift and solve will give you the x value. It will take time. It will give you, it's 1.39. And then you will have 4 options. Solve the x value. See now, you have to write this value down somewhere over here, 1.39724. right? At least 4 decimal points. And now over here, I'll just put this x. I need to solve for x here. Just this in the calculator. Shift and e to the power 0.3345. What is the answer? It's the same. Okay, it works. I have tried few in this, in this presentation. It worked, but there are cases where you may not get the answer unless you simplify further. So that's why I don't use this often, because there are cases where this may not work, because you might get, your calculator, because if the values are too big, your calculator won't be able to solve. Say ln x, some numbers, x value will take long time, or you just won't get it. That's the reason. Now, one more thing, you will get this x value. You need to solve x equals in all these cases. Like, you need to solve in all the four options, and whichever correct answer you get is the correct answer. Okay. Say now here also. Instead of all that calculator method, just take the ln to the other side. It becomes e, and this base goes to the power exponent. E power x, 15 is remaining here. Same thing here, 5.34 equals e to the power 2x. So let's just try here. Sometimes when you have powers, it won't work. Let's try this. ln 5.34 equals 2 alpha x. Okay, equals, this is the calculator method, equals 2 alpha x. Shift and solve. And the answer is 0.837. I'll just write it down here, 0.8376. And now you will have four options. Solve them all, and you will get one matching option. Only one will be correct. Okay. So now I'll type this 1.34. This is the correct answer, but you will have other three options as well. You need to do it one by one. Shift and this symbol 2 to the power x. Shift and solve. Here it is 8.376. This one is the correct. But in the exam, you will have three more options which will be wrong. Only one will match. If you know the conversion, it's very, very straightforward. Now, how do we solve this? For these, you require a calculator. I would highly encourage you to do it, because there's no x, it's solving, right? It's very, very easy to use, solve them in calculator. Let's look into the steps first. Here, all you're doing is using the properties of logarithm. They want a single log. Whenever you have, say, just write it out over here. When you have the number and then log n, there is a rule that says a ln b is equal to ln b to the power a. In the sense, whatever is the coefficient of a logarithm, log or ln, it's the same rule. Whenever there's a coefficient, you can simplify this by taking this to the power. Okay, this goes to the power. Or if you have, say, ln x to the power 3, you can write this as 3 ln x. This can come down. The power comes down as the coefficient. This is a rule. Minus ln 9 as it is, and then 3 to the power 7 is 27. Now, when you subtract, when you have subtraction in ln, it's division. When it's plus, it's multiplication. So ln and ln, write it out and just divide these both. 27 by 9, that would be the answer. ln 3. Now, this is a huge one, so the shortcut method is very simple. Just take your calculators out, put this as it is, 3 ln 3 minus ln 9. And now, shift and, you don't put shift and solve, there's no variable x, just press equal to, this is the answer, 1.0986. Now type ln 3, it'll be the same answer, that's it. So you will have four options here. Now here the calculator doesn't fail because you have values. There is no x variable, so it's not using shift and solve. It's by directly pressing equal to. So it's 100% sure that you can solve this. Only in the previous part, since we had variables, see, we will put it as ln x. We use alpha x. That's why it will not work all the time. But here, no problem at all. It will work all the time. It's just that you will have four options. Put all the four options. It might be ln 1, 2, 3, 4. Just check all the four options. Only one which matches will be correct. And there will be only one correct answer. Same thing here. You can just do 4 ln 16 minus Natural logarithm of 256, close the bracket and solve it. 5.545. The answer is 2 ln 16, and that's the answer, same answer. So this is how you can solve easily. All these problems can be done in calculator and just to verify your answer. Okay, now here there is x. Take your calculator out. It will, just try it first. It will work most probably because it's just natural logarithm only. So there is no exponent to the power x. Whenever you have e raised to x or something like a huge number, it always fails. So we'll just try this. It's ln, then type this as well, ln 4. Now I just remembered the method for this. Sorry, I was just zoned out for a minute, for a second. Here you don't have x value, right? You cannot solve it without x because there's no equal to. You can't press shift and solve. It'll be an error because, I mean, this is wrong. Don't consider that to be the answer because you need equal to, only then the variable will be solved. Otherwise, it'll input the previous stored value. Now, how do you do this? Here, assume a x value. I will just assume x value to be, see, avoid 0, avoid 1, and don't take huge numbers as well. Take 1.5. Generally, I take this number and usually you'll get always the correct answer. Even for others, you will get, doesn't matter. Try to take 1.5 or something like that. Instead of x, I put 1.7, 1.5. What is the answer? The answer is 3.5835. Now, since this is an MCQ, I'm teaching all the shortcuts. Otherwise, you can just follow the method. It's mentioned over here. It's very straightforward. But now, then what do you do is use the same thing and solve all the 4 options. One will be correct, right? Now we have the correct answer directly. Into, see, remember this, everything is inside the bracket. So over here it is 1.5 squared. Close the bracket and see what's the answer. It should and will match. So this is the easy method, because you can use the property as well, but since you can use your calculators, let's look at the next one. This is a direct one, but I will show you with other things as well. Say, for example, use 2.5. Now, what's the answer? 4.605, right? 4.605. Now, you know that this is equal to this. So, whatever x value you assume must be the same even over here. Because you simplify them. These both are equivalent to each other, isn't it? So, now all I do is put 2 ln, instead of x, 2.5, close the bracket, plus 2 ln 4. The answer should be the same. So this is a very easy method. So you don't have to struggle anything. And over here, it's very straightforward. There's no x value. In such cases, just type it out. Plus 3 ln 3. Close the bracket. See what is the answer. It's 7.45. Now here, even 3 ln 12 must be the same thing. 7.45. That's how we can check. Now you can try these by yourselves. They are all straightforward problems. You can also use this method, the detailed method, but you can directly use calculator, which is much easier. So everything is same. Do try them by yourselves everywhere. Over here, just remember to use the fraction symbol. In the calculator, the fraction symbol is given like this. After ln, press this. Okay, that's how you do it. Now, all are straightforward. This one over here, all you need to do is assume a x value, say ln. I'll take 1.5 minus 4 ln 5. What is the answer? It's negative 3.19. Now, let's look into the 4 options. Over here, I have directly the answers. I'll just write this out over here. I've chosen 1.5 and the answer is minus 3.19400. I take 1.5 usually because avoid taking 1, avoid taking 0. You can take other values like 2.5, 2, no problem. But just stick to a smaller number, you'll get an easy value. Now, same thing over here, ln, use this. Instead of x, I put 1.5 raised to the power 8 divided by, what's this? 625. Now, close the bracket. Sometimes if you don't close the bracket, okay, you're getting the answer here, but you might get an error, when it's a fraction. Sorry, now it's fine, but still it's better to close the bracket and use the brackets appropriately. See, the answer is same, minus 3.914. So that's how we solve this. It's a very easy topic. You can use calculator easily to solve most of the problems. Please do remember the conversion part, okay? That's it for this topic. If you have any doubts or questions, post them in the comments. I will get back to you soon. The question number 5 is to write and solve exponential decay equations. These are real world problems, but I can see a few growth equations as well. Anyways, let's get into the topic. The first question is about the half-life of rubidium 87. The half-life is about 48.8 billion years. That's a huge amount of number of years. Here we have four sub questions. First one is to determine the k value. This is very important value. The k is the constant value, and the specimen currently contains. Okay, these are the type. After finding k, we can solve all the others. First, let's only solve the first part. Okay, you need to remember the equation for the decay function. If you recall, it's something like this: y equals a e to the power minus kt. I was blank for a minute, for a few seconds. Now, this might vary a bit, but still, you can write a. If you understand the terms, it's enough. I'm not sure whether this is the same terms. I think so. These are the same terms. But anyways, let's understand what these terms are. The first value over here is the final amount. Now, imagine you have, say, 100 grams of certain thing, and the half-life is 1 hour, okay? So after 1 hour, it'll be 50 grams. So y is the final amount. Now, if you're using this initial amount, a is the initial amount, is this what you have currently with you. Okay, what reduces and what is finally remaining is y. E is Euler's number, minus k is the rate of constant. It depends, for each question it's different, and t is the time. Now here, what do we know? We know half-life is so much years, so this is time, and half-life means if I have 100 grams after the half-life, after this half-life, it will reduce to half of its amount, isn't it? So imagine this was a, this is half of that, that is half a. Don't you agree? So if 100 grams was initial amount a, the half-life means it will be half a. Y will be half a here, and a e to the power minus k. What is time? Half-life is 48.8 billion years. 48.8 billion. We will write it 48.8. So whatever the answer you get will be in terms of billions, okay? Now we can solve this. This cancels. Now I'll just use the calculator to solve it. Here, all you need to do is substitute, type this equation as it is directly, okay? And you can solve it up. So 0.5 or 1 by 2. That is equal to, E is Euler's number, shift and this symbol, to the power minus, k is unknown, that's why I'll write alpha x, times 48.8, shift and solve. The answer is 0.014. This is a very important value because this will be used everywhere now. So k is equal to 0.0142. I'll write it up over here, 0.0142, because all the problems will require that. So this is how we can solve the first part. I hope this is clear. Just this equation, this is the decay equation, where y is the final amount, a is the initial amount, e is Euler's number, k is constant rate, t is time. And then you just plug in the values in the calculator and you can easily solve it. For half-life, always remember y is half of a, every time. So you can see the answer is over here. The answer, okay, what they have done is they have used 48.8 billion years as 4, billion is 10 to the power plus 9, okay, billion. See, kilo or thousand is 3, grand is power 3. I'll just write it out over here. See, 10 to the power 3 means grand or kilo or thousand. So big G. Okay, that's for thousand. Now this is million. Sorry, you can't write G. G is not the technical term. It is K. Okay, the technical term for power 3. M is million, 10 past 6. So 1 and 6 zeros would mean it's a million. 1 and 3 zeros would mean it's 1,000. Now 10 to the power 9 is billion. That is 1 and 9 zeros. So this is a billion. Now next would be trillion, and then it goes on. So we are dealing with billion, that is 9 zeros. Now I'm sure if you put such a big equation to the power, your calculator won't solve it, or it will take a huge amount of time. So don't go to substitute all that value, just keep this value as it is. I'll tell you how you can easily solve it, because they have not mentioned you to specify the k value in any units, right? I mean, any form, like take this as a billion or something, it's not mentioned. So you can just take it as billion directly. Next we will solve is, now the equation is obtained over here. Just that the k value, now for this is in terms of 1 year, we are taking in terms of billion years. Now here we have a specimen currently contains 50 grams. So let's write down, as we read, let's write down what is known. Currently contains means initial amount is A. And how long will the specimen decay to this much? 18 milligrams. How long? What's the time it takes? So how we solve is very simple. Again, the same formula, y equals a e to the power minus kt. Now we have y as 18, that is equal to a is 50, e to the power minus, what is k? K is what we solved just now, right, earlier, 0.0142, and time is t. So what I would do is, you can simplify. See, you can do this by taking natural logarithm on both the sides and solving it. But I just use the calculator because this is a MCQ problem. There is no need to show the method of writing. So let's use the calculator directly. 18 equals 50 multiplied by e to the power minus. So I know the x value is 0.042, 0.0142, multiply by unknown value x, because that is what we need, x time. Shift and solve. What's the answer? It's 71.94 billion years. You can see here, this over here is the same thing what we got, but we have got directly in terms of billion. Okay, 71.947 billion. That means there are 9 zeros. Now here if you look, if we keep on adding 9, multiply this by 9 zeros, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3, so it would be 71,000. Sorry, after 71 there will be 9 zeros, so you can see 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. There are 9 digits after 71. It's the same thing. So this is 71.947 billion, or what you got also is the same answer. So you don't need to worry about this 0.0142 or taking it as 1.42 into 10 power minus 11. It's the same thing, doesn't matter, as long as you know whatever the answers we get is in terms of billion. Now we will see one more, the part C. Oh, I should not erase everything because I need that k value. K value will remain the same all the time. Now here we have been told how many milligrams of the 50 gram sample will be left after 800 million years. So now the time is given as million. Will that be acceptable? No. See, 800 million means so much. We need to write in terms of billion. That means we need to write want this much. Okay, what is this? 800 million is basically 0.8 billions. Okay, how we can do is just divide this by 1 billion, 10 to the power 9. So all this cancels and you'll have 0.8. Okay, so that is important to take everything in billions. So I'll just tell you the conversion again. What you need to do is whatever the answer you have in terms of million, just divide it by 10 to the power 9. You will get in terms of billions. Okay, that is 0.8 billion. Now, but when you look at it, you can easily understand it's 800 million. There is only 200 more million remaining, so it's 0.8 of a billion. Okay, that's the thing. So this is very important because this is what you need to use now. That's the only thing you must remember. Now, what next? Use the same formula. Y equals a e to the power minus kt. All you need to know is over here how many milligrams. See, y is unknown. How many milligrams of this sample a 50 milligram will be left e to the power minus k 0.0142 after 0.8 billion years. Just put this in calculator. Now don't use the equation like variable. Just put the right side because left side is unknown. 50 into e, that is shift and this symbol, to the power minus 0.0142 into 0.8. Look, there is no x over here. This is the unknown. So directly put the right side and press equal to. The answer is 49.43. Yeah, okay, that is 49.43 grams. Okay, milligrams. So this is the answer over here. Very simple. All you need to do is substitute the value. See, now over here, if you look carefully, however you take, but if you're taking this initial value which we got, you must always use the entire values, which is crazy, like, I mean, not crazy in the sense, it's too huge and it's very hard to compute it as well. I know you will get the answer, but it'll take a long time. So always keep it short and simple. This is easy to understand and solve. Now over here, how long will it take rubidium-87 to decay to 1/16th of original amount? This is important. What they are asking is, how much time is it going to take to decay to 1/16th? In the sense, the initial amount is A, right? The final amount will be 1/16th of A. That's it. Half-life is 1 by 2, half of A, right? Now it's 1/16th of A. How much time will it take? E to the power minus 0.0142 times t. All you do is put in the calculator now as an equation. But remember, here this A and A cancels. So you're remaining with only one unknown, that is time. Let's do it over here. You have 1, I'll just put equal to 1 by 16th of this 15 is not there. I'm just rearranging this old equation itself. E to the power minus 0.04. This is the k value, alpha x. Now shift and solve, you'll get the answer 195.25 billion years. So for this rubidium to decay to 1/16th of its original amount, it takes 195.25 billion years. Now let's write it over here in different forms. See, now it is 195.25 billion. That is 10 to the power 9 years. 10 to the power 9 years. If they did not ask you in terms of billion, you ought to just write 195.25, and then remaining digits you can also use, 2,726,900,123. Yeah, this is the answer. This is billions. Okay, or if you want to write it in terms of 1.95, we know 195, take 2 left over here, it will be 1.9525 into 10 to the power 11. So whichever, sorry, this is 11. Anyways, whichever is asked, let's see what is mentioned over here. Now they have simplified this to 1.53. That's fine. That is the answer. This is 11. 1.95 into 10 by 11. This is wrong. I just realized that now. I'm just looking at this. It's not billion. See, billion, this is wrong. It's 10 to the power 11. It'll be 195.25 billion. Okay, this is wrong. Please don't consider that. Here, this is the correct answer which we got. It's 195.25 billion. This is in terms of billion. It'll be 195, no, this is, it should be 195.25 billion. Okay, this is the thing, if you're writing in terms of billion. I hope that is clear. If you want the steps, it's there. We have already done it. Um, Simple things like simplifying, taking to the other side, but use your calculator and save time. That's the thing. Now, this is again the same concept. Please do it by yourself. I'll just run through it now. Here we have to consider bacteria, certain bacteria which undergoes continuous exponential growth. Now, this is a growth function. I'll tell you what's the difference. Look at the formula. There is no minus sign. Decay will always have a negative sign, which indicates the reduction. Growth function will be positive. That means it indicates the growth. Now here, if there are 80 cells initially and 675 cells after 30 minutes. Now initially how much? 80. A is 80. After that growth, so this will be a bigger number. Y is 3 is 675. How much is the time? T is time. Now don't go to do all this method, directly put in the calculator. Just by using your calculator over here, type it in, this equation 675 equals 80 times e to the power k, that is alpha x, into 30. Shift and solve will give you the answer. It'll take some time. Okay, it's 0.0710. Yeah, that's enough. So that's the K value. Now, when will the bacteria reach 6,000 cells? When will it reach? When Y is equal to 6,000, right? When do you want the final population to be 6,000? That 6,000 equals A is 80, e to the power. We found out this just now. Type it in. T is unknown. So put again this in the calculator. 75 equals E, that is shift and this symbol, 0.071 T, that is alpha x multiplied by alpha x. Now I'm using the multiplying symbol. This is the alpha x, okay? Shift and solve, you'll get the answer. It's 60.8. That's the time. Now that is considered to be years because that's the standard. In general, whatever you get, okay, sorry, in minutes, 1 second, is undergoing exponential growth over here. Okay, it's basically the unit of value. Okay, now when it is with big, see, this is a simple bacteria, right? It will take minutes. So whatever is specified over here, exactly, it's not, oh sorry, it's mentioned over here 30 minutes. Sorry, my bad. Look at the A option question. They have clearly mentioned it's minutes. 30 minutes we use to find K. So whatever the answers we get, time basic unit would be minutes over here. So T is 60.8 minutes. Okay, that's important to know. Whatever value is given, sometimes it'll be given in terms of years, then it'll be in years, billion years, then it'll be billion years, and so on. Now the C question is, if a second type of bacteria is growing exponentially according to the model y equals 35 e to the power 0.0978 t, determine how long before the number of cells of this bacteria exceed the number of cells in the original bacteria. Okay, it is an inequality problem now. See, this equation is there, right? A second type of bacteria is exponentially growing, yes. Now, when will this, how long before the number of cells in this bacteria exceed the original? Original is what we solved a while ago. Remember over here, how much was the initial amount? 80. See, I'll write the equation over here. Original amount, sorry, initial amount is 80 e to the power, what was k? We found out k to be 0.071 time. So this is the equation which we'll be using, inequality. Over here you can see 80 e to the power 0.071 t. Now just solve for t. Here you can see the e value power is greater. The first one is greater, second one is smaller. So wherever the variable is there, now this just put in the calculator and solve. The inequality doesn't change. Now what happens is when you use calculator to solve inequality, the inequality sometimes changes sign. Say for example, you have something like 3 plus 2x greater than 5x minus 6. Okay, this is just a random thing. Now, if I put this in calculator, I'll get the answer. But let's solve this normally because I'm just telling you about the inequality. That's why I want you to know. Now, what we do is we leave the bigger one over here. We take the small one to the other side. So I'll take the numbers over here. 3 plus 6 is greater than 5x minus 2x. And it is 9 equals 3x. 3 equals x. Divide both the sides by 3. Sorry, greater. So we have 3 is greater than x or x is less than 3. This is the answer, right? Now let me use the calculator and solve it. Okay, let me use the calculator. I'm just showing an example. When inequalities are there, you can't directly, find the answer and write the inequality symbol. I'll tell you how to do it exactly. Once you know this trick, then you can use the calculator anytime you want. So over here, if I type this out in calculator, plus 2x equals, because you don't have inequality, you must put equal 5x minus 6, shift and solve. What is the answer? 3. So now most of the students will be tempted to write, okay, x is greater than 3. This is wrong. If you solve it, you can see x is less than 3 because left side, always when you whenever inequality is there, the bigger variable remains, the small variable moves to the other side, right? So x was less than 3, it's not greater than 3. So how to avoid this? So always see left side and right side. If the greater variable is at the left side, say imagine there was 5x over here and 2x over here, then the inequality does not change. Inequality does not change here. Whatever answer is the answer. Now say it was 3 plus 5x and over here there was 2x. Shift and solve. The answer is minus 3, but the answer we would write it directly. See, in the sense, x is, what was the symbol? Greater than minus 3. This would be the answer. But in this problem, you can see minus 2, which is smaller variable, is on the left side, whereas 5 is over here. 5 is on the right side. So what you need to do is, if you use the calculator, flip the inequality sign. What am I saying? Because you can see left side, the variable coefficient was smaller. So here, whatever the answer you get in the calculator, what we got was 3x and 3, right? Equals 3. But this inequality flips. See, this is the correct answer, okay? Now here, this given question, now we know that ln 35 will be a separate term when you, okay, let's just focus over here for once. Whenever you have exponents, what happens? This becomes separate terms. Why? Ln, this is a constant, so that's fine. This is constant. Now only focus on the power e to the power, only this powers. Left side you have 0.0978, right side is 0.07. This is greater, so doesn't matter, just put it in the calculator now. I'll just put this in the calculator. 35 e to the power 0.0978 alpha x equals 80. Shift e to the power 0.071 alpha x. Shift and solve. Okay, it's taking. Okay, so now there is a problem. Sometimes you won't get the answer. Let me just clear the calculator and try. But sometimes we can't help it. There won't be an answer. Let me just try it. 35 e to the power 0.0978 alpha x, that is equal to 80 e to the power, sorry, shift and this symbol, 0.071 alpha x. Shift and solve. Let's see whether we get the answer. See, we are not getting the correct answer. That's wrong. In such cases, what you need to do is, See, because there's exponential on both the sides, take ln on both the sides, natural logarithm, okay? Now let's try if it works. Take natural logarithm on both the sides, ln, because that's the next step. Let's try this now. Shift and solve. Are we getting the correct answer? Yes. Why taking ln gave us the correct answer? Look, I will tell you. What happens is when you put this e to the power so much and e to the power so much, the computations are very high. Okay, and this variable is also there. It blocks the calculator. It won't give you the correct answer. Whereas if you take lan, we know that during lan the properties are used. Both this multiplication becomes plus and this whatever power comes down. So it becomes a simpler calculation. Okay, if you have lan, it's much easier and your calculator gives you the correct answer. Only when this e is there, sometimes it hangs. It won't give you the correct answer. So if it doesn't give you, just take lan on both the sides. Remember this bracket here. See, the brackets are missing. That's very misleading as well. There is brackets over here, okay? This and this and this. Just put that, you will get the answer directly. And this time, don't change the inequality because left side was greater properly. So this inequality does not change. It's the same thing. It will take 30.85 minutes for the number of cells in the second type bacteria to exceed the cells in the original. After 31 minutes, this will exceed. So this is the answer. Now it's been very long because these are a bit crucial because you won't be having the same problems. The values will change, but if you understand the concept, you can definitely solve any of this. Now, what we did a while ago, the same things are repeated over here because it's again half-life, okay? See over here, half-life means half A equals A. This cancels and everything else is given. Look over here. The time is given, T is given. Initial amount cancels. That's it, half-life. You need to find K, sorry. Put it in calculator. Look. 0.5 equals e to the power minus 24,360. Now, why is it minus? Because they're telling the half-life and everything is given. It's produce the heat. Half-life problems are always decay. You don't need to think twice. Half-life means it's reduction, right? So therefore this minus sign is there. It's because it's decay. Okay. Now alpha x, shift and solve. The answer you're getting is 0. There are 4 zeros after that. See, 0.0000. Why? Because from 2 point, this decimal changes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over here. So that's the reason. That's the answer. Now, same thing here. Please look into the problem. Here, it's depreciates, means reduction, reduces. You should use decay formula. You can see there's a decay formula. Use what is the worth, now, the GPS now worth of so much. This is the current rate. So that is why the initial amount, see, firm initially it was 12,500. The K value is given, rate is given, negative 0% means divide by 100. So it will be 0.062 and time is unknown. Put it in the calculator, directly you will get the answer. That's it. You don't need to solve anything, direct answers. So here also it's the same thing, only thing is over here they have given you 80%. Let's just read this problem. Modern whales appeared between 5 and 10 million years ago. Paleontologist claims to have discovered a whale vertebrae which contains 80% less carbon-14 than its original contained. Is it possible that the vertebrae to be from a modern whale? Use the decay constant 0.00012 for carbon 14. Justify your response. Now, what they are telling over here is we need to understand that 80% less carbon. See, this is the most important thing. Now, imagine, let me give an example. I'm sure. Imagine you had 100 grams of sugar with you. You used 80% of it. How much is remaining? 20%. That's 20 grams is remaining, isn't it? So this final y is how much is currently there. That is not 0.8. Don't be confused and don't write this. It's wrong. This is less, 80% less. That means 0.2%. That is 0.2a equals original amount A, e to the power minus kt. So this is the thing. All you need to do is substitute the other values. Only that understanding it 0.2 is very important, and then put the time t and then just solve it. So based on the number of carbon 12 vertebrate is about 13,400 years old, which is really not such a long time ago, So that's the thing. I mean, sorry, it is a very long time ago, but in paleontology, it is where modern whales existed. So that's the thing. Yeah, it's about this time. Let me just get back to it. So now it's basically at this time, right? Modern whales did exist at that time as well. So it's possible that it's from a modern whale as well. So that's basically it. Now, the other problems are simple and straightforward as we did. If you have understood the first few problems, then these are all simple and easy. Please do solve them accordingly. Here you can see it's a population growth problem. So it's very easy and straightforward. Everything is given. You can see the current population is 68,735. So that is the current Y. Initial was last year ago. That is the initial one, 67,387. Then how many years? 1 year. So time is 1 year. Find the K value and then you can get the equation for this. Now here one important thing. When you write the equation, A value is always initial. Over here you use initial as the 67,387, right? Then this itself will be the initial. It won't change. Okay. So then K value is written. Y and T are unknown. So if for any time T, you can find the current rate. So now the next problem over here, they told after 100 years ago. So same equation, just substitute 100 over here. Okay. Now this is important. 100 years ago, not after, before. So now the current population is T time. If it is 10 years from now, it will be plus T. But 100 years ago means before 100 years. So there is minus T here. So you need to understand these important things. 100 years ago is minus 100. And then simplify and solve. Put in the calculator, you'll get the answer. Same thing over here. It's about a half-life problem. So it'll be half A over here, 0.5 or half A. And then simplify and whatever, what's the time? 5.7 years. So substitute, you'll find the K value. And now the K in terms of percent is divide by 100. Sorry, multiply by 100 to write in percent. 12.16. 12.16. Same thing over here. We have got the rate K value. We got the initial population, everything. See, now this is important. They have told to write the rabbit population in thousands. So 8,000 means just write 8. 25,000 means final population must reach. This must be the final value. 25 only. Don't write 1,000, just 25. So in terms of 1,000, so this is the thing. Put it in the calculator. You will get the answer directly over here. Okay. So this is the last problem. So I'll just put this in the calculator quickly. I will just show you this after this substitution. Y equals A e to the power kt. Now since it is a growth problem, it's positive in the power. So all you do is substitute the values. 25 equals 8 into e to the power k is 0.26, or you can write 26% also. 26%, that is shift and this symbol, multiplied by alpha x. Shift and solve. Here the answer is 4.38, which corresponds to 4.4. Now, even if you put this thousands, it won't really change. See, 1, 2, 3. Let me write this also. 1, 2, 3, 1,000. Shift and solve. The answer remains the same because it'll just divide by 1,000 both the sides. It's the same thing. It's balanced. But if it was writing, this is very important to write it only in 8 and 25. Since it's an MCQs, you really don't, it doesn't matter if you keep it thousands or if you write it in terms of 25 and 8. You will get the same answer. Now this is rounded off to 1 decimal point, so it's 4.4. So the rabbit population will reach 25,000 of rabbits after 4.5 years, 4.4 years. So that's the end of this topic. There were many different types of topic. So though it's simple about mainly about decay and growth, there are different situations. So please be thorough with all these situations. So any one of the situation might come. So please take care in each different cases. Be thorough, practice more problems, and if you have any doubts, please do post them in the comments, and I'll get back to you soon. The question 6 is to simplify rational expressions. Here we have got rational expressions. Basically, when you have this variable x squared, say a polynomial equation, up in the numerator and in the denominator, it's a rational expression. Now, how do you simplify this? So you can see it's just the numerator and denominator we should simplify. And if we can simplify further, well and good, like if you can cancel any terms. Now, before we multiply this, see, naturally we might think, okay, how about I just multiply this and solve? That would make it more complicated because you won't be able to simplify anything. The best would be try simplifying, getting everything in terms of factors. In the sense, the denominator, instead of a quadratic equation, get it in terms of a factor. What do I mean by that? Take out your calculators. Now you need to press more phi and 3 because it's quadratic. You can see it's more phi 3, and now substitute the values 1, 1 and minus 12. Now you can get the answers 3 and minus 4. Let me write it out. X is equal to 3, x is equal to minus 4. But we don't want what is the values equal to. We need to get it inside. Oh, by the way, I just saw the second part as well. State when the original expression is undefined. Undefined points are just solving this. See, these are the 2 points which are undefined. In the sense, whenever in this particular equation x value is 3, what happens? The denominator becomes 0. You can try this. This entire thing will be undefined because you're dividing by 0. Or if it is minus 4. So what you basically do is, whatever is the denominator here, you equate it to 0. You can solve it by mod phi 3. You will get the two answers. That is this. These are the two x values which make this expression undefined. Okay, that is fine. That is one part. But what you want is simplifying this expression. How would you do it is, get these two x values in terms of factors now. What you do is take this inside. Instead of plus, it becomes minus x minus 3. And here it becomes x plus 4. So instead of writing this term over here, denominator, up term remains the same. X minus 3, x plus 5, 6. That is the numerator. Down is denominator, up is numerator. Okay, and numerator, and down it is denominator. Okay, just writing it out there. And now instead of this term, I will write x minus 3, x plus 4. That's it. And you can cancel these two terms. What's remaining? You're remaining with x into x plus 6, x plus 4. So this is it. This is the simplification. You can see your option will be this. You can see over here. Now over here they have just used a bit long method, I guess. No, the same thing. Okay. Over here up and down. One second. Up and down it's x minus 3. Just cancel it off. Whatever is remaining, that's your answer. That is x into x minus 6 divided by x plus 4. Now what is the second part? What we had got just a while ago. See these x values, what we got? X equals 3 and x equals minus 4. Those are by the zero product property. In the sense, whatever is the denominator, make it equal to 0 and solve those x values. One was minus 4, one was plus 3. That's it. So this is your answers. Now there is a shortcut method for this, but this is very easy, so don't use the shortcut over here. But anyways, I just for all the other problems also you can do with the calculator method. Now what that means is, see, it works when you have 4 options. Now this is the topic number 6, so you have MCQ 4 options. You need your calculator for this. What you need to do is, you need to assume a x value over here. You can assume anything you want. Now I generally start with 1.5. I just consider x equals 1.5, And now what I do is I just substitute 1.5 instead of x. Since these both are equivalent equation, no matter what, I need to get the same answer. So what you do is it's alpha x multiplied with, you can write it as it is, sorry, no need of alpha x, sorry, 1.5 times 1.5 minus 3, close the bracket. Then we have 1.5 plus 6, close the bracket, divided by, this is 1.5 square uh, plus 1.5 minus 12. This is it. And now when you press equal to, you'll get the answer. We got 45 by 22. Note it down over here. This is very important. So, one second. Okay, here we go. We can write it now. It'll be equal to 45 by 22. So this is the answer. Here, when you put the answer as well, you must get the correct answer. I've noticed that this answer is wrong. Why? Because it's x minus 3, x plus 6. It must be plus 6 here and over here. So, to be very honest, what happened is just a while ago, I did this entire method and it was minus 6. I was just trying to wrap around what's going on and everything. And then I just realized it was wrong after a long time, to be very honest. So I've edited all the parts where I was struggling. Now, all you do is put over here instead of x 1.5. 1.5 times 1.5 plus 6. It's not minus. Divided by 1.5 plus 4. It should match this answer because these both are equivalent equations. Now, how this helps? All the other three options which are wrong will never match. If they match, that means they are the same answer. It cannot be. You will have only one unique answer. So all you need to do is try it on all the four options with x as 1.5, and whichever matches is your correct answer. And what about this? We are just equate the denominator to 0 and solve it. We'll get the x values. So it's very simple once you understand the trick. You can even use it if there are two variables. Instead of x, there is x and y. It's fine. Take x as 1.5, y as 2.5. And you can solve it. We will see one of that. Now this is again a simple and straightforward one. If you're doing it, the right way, put this in calculator, split it out, and then simplify. See over here, the steps are there. This is factored out. After you factor, you can cancel this plus 2's, and then you're trying to simplify how much you can, and this is your final remainder. Equivalent equation. This is the answer. And now, how do you find where is it undefined? This is very important. Now, since the denominator is in factors, it's very easy. One answer is y equals minus 2. One more is y equals plus 4. And look at this 2y. 2y, right, must be equal to 0. This 2 goes to the other side, it's 0 itself. So y is equal to 0. So if y is 0, or if y is minus 2, or if y is 4, this expression is undefined. These are the answers. Y is 0, minus 4, and lastly, minus 2. Sorry, it's not minus 4. It's plus. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Y is 0, y is plus 4, and minus 2. These are the answers we got. Same way you can try other things. Now I will do this because there are two variables. The thing is, you need to remember over here some identities. Do you remember the identities for, say you have a squared minus b squared? What is the identity over here? It is a plus b, a minus b. Now what about this again? A squared minus 3 squared. We can write it as, sorry, it's not a, it's x. Let me just erase this. Instead of a, it is x minus 9. I'm solving that one. It's x squared minus 3 squared, that is 9, right? 3 squared is 9. So we can write it as x minus 3 or x plus 3, x minus 3. You should have plus and minus term. Over here, x squared minus z squared. You will have x plus z, x minus z. And now you simplify it straightforward. Here what happens? It becomes x plus 3, x minus 3. Then what happens over here? X plus z, x minus z or z, it's the same thing. 4 into x plus z and x minus 3. So cancel the common terms. Now you're remaining with x plus 3, x minus z divided by 4. That is the final answer. Simplification. You can say x plus 3, x minus z divided by 4. But what are the undefined values? Undefined values would be whenever the denominator is 0. This is a constant. Ignore that. Doesn't matter. Here x equals minus z, x equals positive 3. These are the undefined answers. You can see over here x equals 3 and x equals minus 7. That's the undefined. Now, if you're doing it in calculator, direct method, like the shortcut one, how would it be? Take out your calculators. Now, here, all you need to do is assume values for x and z. So I will assume x to be 1.5, z to be 2.5. You can change it to 2, 1, anything, it's fine, but I just take these values anyways. Now, over here, use the symbol, not that, sorry, over here, fraction symbol, and now start with x is 1.5 squared minus 9, close the bracket. Now open the bracket again. What is x squared? 1.5 squared it is. What is z squared? Minus 2.5 squared, close the bracket, divided by 4 times x is 1.5 plus 2.5 multiplied with 1.5 minus 3. What's the answer? Okay, let me just double check, because sometimes when you type some errors, then again you need to type this. It'll be a big huge thing to do again. Let me just quickly double check it. 1.5 minus, okay, this is correct. Okay, this is also right. And finally we have, yes, all substitutions are right. It's negative 9 by 8. So the answer is minus 9 by 8. Try the same thing with the same x and z values in all the 4 options. Only the correct answer will give you the same answer as negative 9 by 8. Let's try. It is 1.5 plus 3. Don't interchange the values of x and z. X is always, once you assume 1.5 here, it's the same one. Close the bracket, open it. 1.5 minus 2.5, close it up, divided by 4. The answer is 9 by 8. So this is the only correct answer. All the others will mismatch, will not be the exact value. That's how you can easily solve these simplification of rational expressions. Even over here, see, for this part, you need to use your calculator and solve, factor it out, and then for undefined values, whatever is the denominator, just solve it. Put in the calculator. Here, mod phi 3, x squared coefficient is 1. There is no x term. Let me just do it. For the first part, mod phi 3, you put the coefficient 1. Then there is no x term, 0, and last term is minus 64. Now the answer is 8 and minus 8. So here, undefined value, 8 and minus 8 are there. Okay, 8 and minus 8. But what about the next one? Again, mod phi 3, 1, minus 6, minus 16. The answers are 8 and minus 2. So now here in this particular case, 8 is repeated. Don't write it again and again. Over. Only once. That's it. So we are 8 minus x equals minus 8, x equals minus 8. That means, sorry, x minus 8, x minus 8, 2 terms are there. But you take it to the other side, it's x minus x equals 8. Only mention it once, not twice. But this is not mentioned before, so x is minus 2. So here you can see the undefined values are this, this, and lastly this. X plus 2 equals 0. When you solve it, you'll get minus 2. This is how you solve these problems. Straightforward again. The detailed explanation is over here. You can refer it and just try solving all of these by yourselves. Even over here, it's just one variable. You can check your answers by the calculator method. You will get the correct answer. It must be the matching answers in both the cases to whatever you assume the y value. Again, when you're assuming the y value for the calculator method, it can be anything, but try to take 1.5 or above. And over here, straightforward again. There are various ways. Factor it out, simplify it. That's the main thing. So we have factored out. What is factored? X squared is factored out. So x squared is removed outside. So you're remaining with 9 minus 1x remains because 2 is gone out. That's how even over here, this is calculator, denominator is direct calculator, and you will get the answers. Over here, they have just asked you to simplify, nothing else. So just simplification. So if such cases come, you can directly use the calculator method, check the answers. The calculated direct method, what happens is you need to try it for all the four options. So that's the thing. If your answer is the fourth option, it'll take time. If you get the equal answer, matching answer in the first option, that means that's your answer. Finish. That's it. Now, there are many variables. You know, you can use the calculator method, it doesn't matter, but just that you need to assume values. A is 1.5, B is 2.5, C is 3.5, like that. But I would highly suggest you not to do that. It'll take so long for such problems. Such problems just simplify manually. Look at the numbers, keep it aside. I'll write 3 into 12 divided by 8 into 18. This numbers, leave it. Now here only the variables. First, figure out how many a's are there in the numerator. 1, 2. So it is a power 2. How many in the denominator? A2 and 3. 3 are there. So a power 3. Or a square multiplied by a, add the powers up, it will be 3. Now next go to b. B square only. Denominator 1, 3, it is total 4 b's. Okay. What about c? C, how many are there? 3 and 1, that means c is 4 here in the numerator. What about the denominator? 2 and 1, that is 3. What about f? There is no d, e, f directly. F in the numerator is 3, in the denominator is 5. Okay. Now you simplify. This can be done in calculator directly, or you can just do it over here. Now 4 2 times 4 3 times 3 1 times 3 6 times 3 1 times 3 3 times. So sorry, 3 2 times over here. It'll be 1/4, 1 by 4 the thing, or just put in the calculator, you'll get the answer. Now what about the variables, alphabets? Whenever you have numerator and denominator, this above term minus the below term. That's it. Same thing over here. B2 minus 4. Now C4 minus 3 and F3 minus 5. Now there's nothing in denominator. Why? Because I brought everything up to solve. Now over here you will get 1/4, a to the power minus 1, b to the power minus 2, c to the power positive 1, f to the power minus 2. So all these negatives can be taken down now. Take it to the denominator. This is, sorry. Now everything, the negative powers, if you take it down, it becomes positive. So it's a power 1. We don't write 1. Now b power 2. C is positive, so let it be up itself. Power 1 over here. F power 2. And this is 1. So this would be the final answer. So this is it. Or you can just cancel it. 2 over here, 1 remains. Directly you can do it. See? I'll just change the color over here. See, 2 is gone. Over here, 1 remains. 2 is gone. Here, 2 remains. 3 is gone. 1 remains. 2 remains. So what would be the answer? It's 1/4 here, left side. And we are remaining with C only in the numerator. So don't writing this 1. 1 times C is C. And what remains over here? A1, B square, F square. So it's the same answer. Anyhow you do, but this was just for understanding purpose. Now even you can do the calculator method, ultimately it will be the same answer. You can see it is C divided by 4 times A B square F square. Other problems, please do try it by yourselves. Just the variables are changing, method is the same. It just, over here they have just split out everything and then cancelled. It just takes too long. Instead of that, just use the method which I told you. Just remember how many x's are there, write it up x's divided by x. First is w, then x, y and z. So write them in order. See what we did a while ago, like this. All the a's first, b second, c's, and then simplify it. It'll save you a lot of time and it'll be quicker. Same thing over here, but now you can see there's division. We did multiplication, plenty of them. What about division? The rule is very, very simple. All you need to do is The left side remains the same, 64a squared b power 5 divided by 35 b squared c cube f to the power 4. But here, when you do multiplication, because division will be very, very complicated, the inverse of that is multiplication. If you do the inverse, this must be swapped. Denominator comes up and numerator goes down. So here the denominator 70abcf square comes up, divided by 12a to the power 4 b cube c. Now you can easily simplify all the numbers together. I'll write it over here. 64 times 70, 70 over here, divided by 35 times 12. What about a? It is a cube in the numerator, b to the power 6 c f2. Now denominator a power 4, b is 5 because there is 2 and 3 over here, so it's 5 c to the power 4 and f to the power 4. Now we can simplify 1 2 times, and this is 1 time 6 times. I know 2 tables goes, it's 3 times over here, 32 times, and 32 by 3 will remain, 32 by 3. And over here what happens, it'll be numerator will have b because 6 minus 1 5 is 1, then that's it, only b. In the denominator it will be a1 because it's 4 minus, it will be down, then this will be c to the power 3 and f power 2. So that will be the final answer. So that's it. It's just that you need to swap this and then solve it. You can see it's 32b divided by 3a c to the power cube f square. That's what we got. So this is how we can easily simplify these problems. Please do practice more problems, and I think so those are all the different types of problems. Yes, that's it. This is also again straightforward. No need of finding the denominator, undefined value and all. It's only to simplify here. The last one, whenever division is there, swap them. You can see over here it's been swapped up. In fact, this is the same problem which we did just a while ago, I guess. Oh no, the values are a little different, sorry. Oh, my bad. The answer is written wrongly. I just solved this. I just realized that this answer is the previous problem's answer. I'll just solve this now. Here what happens is you will have 14 c square f to the power 5. You can pause the video, do it by yourselves, but now you must be thorough. But since the answer is wrong, there's no solution. I'll solve this now. It's 18. Let me just change the color after I write this. AB cubed divided by 35 CF to the power 4. Okay, now what we do is we just write the numbers together. It'll be 14 times 18 divided by 9 times 35. Then what do we got over here? What have we got? It's A B cubed C square F5. A square, B is not there, so I'll leave a space, C and F4. Why I leave a space is so I don't get confused over here. So it's easy for me to understand. Okay, B is empty, so over here this remains. Now here 9 one time, 9 two times, and then we have got 735. Yes, 7 one time, 2 times, and 7 5 times is 35. It'll be 4 by 5 here. You can put in the calculator to get it. And here directly 2 minus 1 will be in the denominator, A. C, B is in the numerator, B cube. C is also in the numerator, and F over here. So this is the answer for the last problem. So please make sure, because the answer is not there over here, so please make sure you do it properly. They can check with this answer. That's the answer. This is not the answer, I apologize. This is the wrong answer. This is the answer for the previous question. Here we are. And that's the end. Please practice more problems by yourselves. Do try to solve more and more, and that's how you can easily solve problems in the exam, and it'll be quicker. Moving on to the question 7. This is very similar to the previous one, where we did simplify rational expressions. Now even over here it's the same one, just by multiplying and dividing. We have done the same thing, but the type of questions are a little bit different. Let's look into the problems now. Here we have such a huge one. It's not a difficult one at all. It's just that you need to understand what is what exactly. Here, the numerator is these two, and then the line, this is denominator. It's basically this term, the above term, that is x squared minus 9 divided by 6x minus 12, is being divided by x squared plus 10 x plus 21 divided by x squared minus x minus 2. I hope you remember now. How did we do it in the last question? We just swapped this to make this multiplication sign. You have to swap this out. So it'll become x squared minus 9 divided by 6x minus 12 multiplied with x squared minus x minus 2 divided by x squared plus 10x plus 21. Now, how do you go about with simplification? You can use your calculator for this. It is easily by mod 5 and 3. We have 1 minus 1 and minus 2. We are just factoring out. The answer is 2 and minus 1. I'll directly write the factors over here. X equals 2, that will be minus 2 as a factor, and x equals minus 1, when it comes inside, it will be plus 1 as a factor. Divided by, left side remains, okay, over here. Let me do it in the calculator itself. I had used the formula in the last question, in the previous video. We can use this formula, it's fine. I will do this now. Mod 5, 3 again. Before x squared, it's 1. There is no x term, so it's 0. And lastly, minus 9. It'll be plus or minus 3. 3 minus 3. So all you need to do is, in the left side over here, x plus 3, x minus 3 divided by, now what happens is, here 6x minus 12, I know that 6 is common term out, so I'll remove that 6 outside. So if I remove 6, what remains? Over here only x, and here 6 times 2 is 12, so 6 is gone, 2 remains. Why? Because it can be cancelled in the next step. So this is all multiplication. Now last term is remaining over here. So I'll just press on. This is already in the mod 5 3. 1, 10, and lastly we have 21. The answer is minus 3 and minus 7. That would make it x plus 3, x plus 7. Now cancel all the common terms. Over here, plus 3 cancels, minus 2 cancels. Whatever is remaining is your answer, simplification answer. Sorry. X minus 3, x plus 1 divided by 6 times x plus 7. That would be your final answer after you simplify. We can say x minus 3, x plus 1 divided by 6, x plus 7. Now, you can use just these many steps and do it. Oh, I think so there are a few extra steps over here. But anyways, you will get the answer correct. Or you can just go back to what I had done. That's the same thing. It's the same thing, factoring out. Now there's a calculator method as well. We have done this as well in the last question. We can employ that as well here. I will just show you. It will work. And all you need to do is assume x value. I generally start with 1.5. Let us do the substitution over here. You can do entire substitution over here. See, this is the above term. So now I'll use double. And then over here also down, I will have to use it double, okay? Now the first topmost term, okay, topmost term, it starts with alpha x, sorry, don't use alpha, use 1.5 squared minus 9 divided by 6 times 1.5 minus 12. Then we go down over here in the denominator, the above term is again 1.5 squared plus 10 into 1.5 plus 21, and lastly divided by 1.5 squared minus 1.5 minus 2. As long as you have written it all correct, then you must get the correct answer. If you're getting confused with 1.5, you can take 1, but in some rare cases it won't work. It's when we go with derivatives. So I think so it's fine to take 1, or you can take 2, which is very easy, right? 2 you can take. It's just a habit that I use 1.5 all the time. So just I use that. That's fine. You can use anything. So the answer was minus 5 by 68. Now you will have four options. This is a big one. You need to substitute everything. Now you have four options. One of them is correct, and you must get the correct same value if you put 1.5. Let's try this. 1.5 minus 3, open the bracket again, 1.5 plus 1, close the bracket, divided by 6 times 1.5 plus 7, and it should be the same, and it is the same. Therefore, this is the correct answer. But the simplification, once you know how to do it, is not that difficult, so you can follow the simplification as well. It's up to you. That's it about these problems. This is again same. Now, if you have many variables, it's not a problem. If you're using calculator method, you're just assume x as 1.5, y as 2, z as 2.5, and so on. Just stick to the same values everywhere. Now you can use the direct method and solve this. It's not a big deal. What we just now did, the same thing. This above term divided by the below term. So swap it up. This denominator goes up, numerator comes down, it becomes multiplying. This dot means multiplication. Now here you can multiply, see z squared, and this only z will remain in the denominator. And then what about this? Okay, over here, I will just tell you what has happened. Till over here, I hope it's clear. Now I will rewrite this. When you can do anyway, down or up, it's the same thing. Now what happened is, see, is it the same thing? It's x minus y, over here it's y minus x. You want the same terms, right? Only the negative sign is different. If you had changed the signs here, minus and plus, then yes, I can cancel this off, right? Plus x minus y. So this can be cancelled. So how can you change the signs? There is a rule that says, see, this is the rule. You can take out negative 1 from this and the signs change. So basically, you have 1 minus y minus x, right? So I'll remove 1 minus 1 common out. That means I'm removing the negative sign out. From negative, if you remove negative out, it becomes positive. From positive, if you remove negative out, it becomes negative. This is the same as this. Now, if you multiply this minus inside, by distributive property, it becomes minus x plus y, or you can write it as y minus x. So it's the same thing. It's balanced all the time. So that's why we write minus 1 here and then the sign changes, and this can be cancelled off with this. This squared can be cancelled off with this power. So you remain with minus 6 only over here, numerator, and divided by z. That's the answer. You can write this negative outside. It's the same thing, minus 6 by z. Over here, you have the same thing. You can easily solve it up. This division, so change the sign and try to do it by yourself and try to practice more problems as well. Even over here, it's the same thing. It's just that you should know what formula to use over here. I'll quickly do this. We have done the similar one before. Now, what happens over here is you need to use a squared minus b squared equals a plus b, a minus b identity. So this term remains as it is, x minus y divided by a plus b. Now what happens is the second term, I'll directly write multiplication. It's division, so instead of writing x squared minus y squared divided by b squared minus a squared, I'll swap them and write it will be b squared minus a squared by x squared minus y squared. Now I will use the identity and simplify. It will be x minus y divided by a plus b. There is no simplification over here. This side I can write b minus a, b plus a divided by x minus y, x plus y. I can write this plus and minus anyhow. I can write first plus, next minus, or minus first, plus later. Now I can see x minus y and this cancels. Here, a plus b or b plus a and a plus b is same. So what's remaining? 4 terms cancelled. It's only b minus a divided by x plus y. This is your final answer. That's it. B minus a divided by x plus y. Now if you remove minus outside here, it will be a minus b. You can change the signs by removing this minus outside. That's the only thing. Now, over here, again, similar problems. Please do try it by yourself. Remember how the question is asked. Here, it's multiplication in the first place. So don't go to do division or swap this. Look at the question. When it's multiplication, it's direct. Use mode 5 3, factor them out, and simplify them. Here, it's division, so you need to swap this. C plus D goes up, and C squared minus 8C comes down, and then simplify. Same way you can see over here, the answers are very straightforward. The methods are all there. Here also it's the same thing. Use your calculator, split them up. This also can be done in calculator, or if you remember, just now I'd written, right? This one, this identity, a square minus b square equals a plus b, a minus b identity. So if you remember that, just use that one. Even over here, it's the same thing. Or you can even try the calculator method, it will work. Now, what about this inverse? Now, you have inverse symbol in your calculator as well. Let's see that. Here, I'll just take any number, say 2. If I press inverse, what happens? It becomes 1 by 2. Or what if I take 1 by 2? And then I will press this inverse, minus 1. It swaps. It becomes 2 by 1 or written as 2. Now, it's better to use 3 by 4. Let me use 3 divided by 4, and then I will inverse this entire thing. It becomes 4 by 3. So what does this inverse mean? To remove inverse, you need to swap this. That's it. So inverse of 3 and 4, the 4 goes up, 3 comes down, right? So here, inverse means you need to swap this. It can be anywhere. Look over here, the first term is inversed. Now, you need to swap the second terms. What I'll do is I'll do the second problem here. All you need to do is this term will be swapped. Denominator goes up. X squared plus 4x minus 5 divided by 2x squared plus 2x minus 12 multiplied with 2x squared minus 8x divided by x squared minus 2x minus 35. This is it. Now you know how to do it. We have to simplify. Use your calculator, simplify and get it done. Just remember, the inverse means swapping it out. Okay, swapping the numerator to denominator. Denominator comes to numerator. This part has no inverse, it's multiplication, so leave it as it is. That's it, and you can see over here, you can easily solve it up. So this is how you solve this part. Oh, one thing I just want to highlight over here. Now, there is a very important thing to remember. Whenever you have common terms like this, can you see 2, 2, 6? This 2 is a common term. You need to remove this common out. Even over here, I've written this wrong. It's x cubed. Okay. Now, you must remove common terms out. What does this mean exactly? I will show you. Let me write the terms as it is. X squared plus 4x minus 5 multiplied with, here I can see 2 is a common term, so I will remove 2 outside. Okay, then I can remove 2x outside. It'll be easier for me, but you can leave that as well. Let me just clear it out properly. You can leave x terms. Doesn't matter how many x terms are there, only the common number constants must be removed. So I will just take the 2 outside. X cube is remaining minus 8. Minus 4. Minus 4x. Divided by everything, divided by what? Here again 2 is a common term outside. Remove it out. X squared plus x minus 12. Sorry, minus 6, not 12. So it's minus 6. And lastly, we have x squared minus 2x minus 35. Now let me get few things clear. Here, only because there were 2 is a multiple, right? It's all common. That's why. If over here there was 2 as well, we don't take anything common because 35 is not, divisible by 2. You can't remove 2 outside over here. And there's another thing. Whenever the coefficient is 1, just directly use the term. When the coefficient is 1, just don't bother. Put it directly in the calculator. Now we will simplify this in the calculator and see. And before we simplify, I will just tell you why we have to remove the common terms. Let me put this inside term in the calculator. Mod phi 3. It's 1, 1 and minus 6. What's the answer? It's 2 and minus 3. Now let me put this term. Let me put it in this 2, 2 and minus 12. What happens? 2 and minus 3. The answer is same, but here we have 2 common outside, which makes the entire difference. So what happens is these are equivalent equations. So whenever we use the calculator using mod phi 3, the simplified form of the equation must be put, not other form. Okay? Simplified form. Since we already found it, I'll just write it down over here. So it is divided by. Now here you can see the 2 and 2 cancels off. This term is, instead of writing at in terms of quadratic, we can write factors of x minus 2, x plus 3. Okay. Now what next? Here we have x squared. I'll just put this in the calculator. 1, 4 and minus 5. The answer is 1 and minus 5. So it will be, in terms of factor, the signs changes. So we will have to write x minus 1, x plus 5. That's it. Let me just check this. It's 1 and minus 5. Yes. Now I will go to the denominator because this is cube. I need to change the form. Over here it is 1 minus 2 and minus 35. The answer is 7 and minus 5. That means it will be x minus 7, x plus 5. And lastly, we have a cubic equation. So it's not mod phi 3, it's mod phi 4 for cubic. So what you do is substitute 1 before cubic. There is no x square. Second, constant is for x squared. There is nothing, so it's 0. Then the third one is for x. We have over here minus 4. And last one is for the number, constant number. There's nothing, so it's 0 again. So the answer is 2, minus 2 and 0. This is important. I'll write it out. 2. Over here it is x minus 2, x plus 2. And whenever you have x equals 0, write it as x. Don't write 0 over here. It won't make sense. Now what is over here? X minus x equals 2. We take it inside, it becomes x minus 2. Now we have, then it is x minus 2 equals 0. This is the factor, right? Here we already have x equals 0. So just write x. That's the thing. Okay? Now you simplify what can be simplified. Let me just change the color and cancel terms. So this was cancelled, 2 and 2. Now you can see plus 5 cancels. Then minus 2 cancels. Yeah, that's it. So the answer would be x into x minus 1, x plus 2 divided by x plus 3 and x minus 7. That's the final answer. We will just quickly check the answer. It's x times x plus 2 is written first, then x minus 2. It's fine. And x plus 3 and x minus 7. This is how we solve it. Please remove the common terms out. If we have not removed, in this case, it's evenly spaced. Denominator and numerator, it cancels out. Otherwise, if it was not cancelling, this answer would have been wrong if you have not taken a common term out. So please make sure you remove. Whenever you have common terms like this, remove them out and then solve it. Okay, this is the answer. You can just pause it and check it out. That would be the final answer. So remember, when it's inverse, you just swap the inverse term. Not all the terms, only the inverse terms. Here also, it's very straightforward. Oh, sorry, let me just do this. Not straightforward because it's cube. So individually, each term is cubed here. That's the only thing. Let me do it over here. So each term, it's all multiplication. So 3 will be cubed, x will be cubed, y cubed to the power cube. So you multiply this, it will be 9. Remember, when you x squared the whole, say, power 5, you multiply these powers, it will be x power 10. Whereas x power 2 and x power 5, when you multiply like this, it will just add them up, x power 7. This is the difference. So here now 3 power 3 cubed, it will be multiplied. and z cube. Divided by, even down you need to cube. 2 cube 8, 8, 2 times 3 is 6, b cube c 6. Multiplied with 16 a to the power 4, b cube c power 5, divided by 15 x power 7, y z cube. Now what you do is simplify what you can. Here 2 to the power 3 is 2, 4, 8, and this cancels out with 2. Now 3 times 3 is 9, 27. Let me leave that. 27, right? This is 27, and this can be cancelled, 27, 9 and 5 times, okay? I'll write it in the next step instead of confusing. So this is already cancelled. This is 8. 2 to the power 3 is 8, cancelled with 16. So what I'm remaining with, 3 power 3 is 27 multiplied with 2 divided by 15. And what next over here? Let me first write all the x, y, z, and then let me write ABC. Or you can write ABC, anything, it's fine. So x cubed divided by x power 7, y to the power 9 divided by, what is y over here? Only y, multiplied by z cubed divided by z cubed, multiplied by a to the power 4 by a to the power 6, b to the power 3 by b to the power 3, and lastly we have c to the power 5 by c to the power 6. Now simplify it. b3 3 cancels, here z3 cancels, 9 times, 5 times, 9 twos are 18, 18 by 5. What do we have over here? 7 minus 3 is 4. This is in the denominator, x to the power 4. We have done this before, the same thing now. Over here up above, it's y to the power 8. Here a squared, 6 minus 4. And lastly we have c. This would be the final answer. You can see it is 18 y to the power 8, 5 a squared, c, and lastly they have written x to the power 4. Ultimately the answer is same, the arrangement is just different. Now here don't go to do the calculator method. You can do it, it's not wrong, but it'll just be such an enormous task, because you have to assume a value for x, y, z, a, b, c. It'll just be crazy to do that. So just do the simplification. What was written just now, this is the way to do it. Same type of problem here, but it's just -1. So what you do is, instead of multiplying the power -1 everywhere, just swap this thing. Denominator goes up, numerator goes down. That's it. And then you can simplify. The answer is over here. You can just refer that. Do it by yourself and then refer the answer. Here as well, we did it at the beginning, right? This goes over here, division, then swap the thing. All the detailed steps are over here. Each thing is same. Just remember, if your common terms, look here, 10, 35 minus 20, common term is 5. Remove that outside and then simplify. If you don't remove this, your answer will be wrong. Here also 2 is common, remove it out. Okay, so that is very important. Otherwise, you won't have this 2 and 5 as the coefficient. You might have only got this if you don't remove the common terms. Here also, please do try solving these problems by yourselves. There are different cases, so solve each of them. You'll be very thorough. Here also you can see this is the method to solve. And lastly, we are in the, okay, this one, it's not difficult. It's just that there's multiplication here, multiplication, and then division. So what happens is, the first term, these terms remain same, this remains same. Only this goes up and down, only the last term. You can see over here the steps are there. The first term is same, second term is same, only the last term, because you have to change this to multiplication, the denominator goes up, numerator comes down. And then you simplify, factor it out. How do you factor? In the calculator, you'll get x equals 4 and x equals -8, but you should write the opposite signs and factors. Same thing every way. There is only common term of 3 over here in the first case, so factor all them out, and then you can easily solve them, cancel the common terms, and you get the answers. Even over here, this is the same thing. Now this is important over here, because division is not at the last part. Here it might be confusing. What should I do? Division. So does both terms, swap, or only this term? What exactly happens? Now imagine you have a number, say, 10 divided by 5 multiplied by 2. What exactly would happen over here? It would be, it's not anything whatever you want to do. It's always from the left side. When there is multiplication division, you can't directly go. It's always from the left side you see it. So it'll be 10 divided by 5. That would be 2, then multiplied with 2. So the answer would be 4. It's no other thing. You can check it in calculator. Here, let's go to mode 1. So 10 divided by 5 multiplied by 2, the answer will be 4. Now, if at all you do, instead of 5 times 2, it will be 10 divided by 10 equals 1, then this is wrong. Always when there's something called BODMAS and or PEMDAS, PEMDAS. You might have studied this when you're in grade 7, 8, or 9. Not 9, sorry, before that. So it is brackets, orders, that is powers, division, multiplication, addition, subtraction. Over here it's parentheses, that means it's brackets. Exponent means orders or powers. Multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. Now, when only these both are there, it's not division multiplication or multiplication division. It is always from the left to right. You always have to see from the left side which comes first. You solve that, not other way around. If there is no brackets, if there are brackets, yes, this is done, otherwise no. So the same thing is applied over here. Look at these two. First, left side, this remains, this becomes division only. So the answer would be this term as it is, multiplied with, it'll be 3x squared minus 17x minus 6 divided by 2x squared minus 5x minus 12. Now this multiplication remains, okay? I just now showed you, right? By 5 multiplied by 2. You just solve this. It'll be 2 multiplied with 2. This will remain as it is. So I'll write 3 dashes because I'm just lazy to write the entire thing, because it's the same method, So that's the thing. So this term remains same, only this term changes, and the last term. Let's just check the answer. It's the same thing, I believe, over here as well. Yeah, you can see over here it's the same thing. Okay, but always remember, whenever you're solving stuff like this, it's always from left to right. That's how we do it. And you can simplify. We know how to simplify. Remove the common terms, put in the calculator, and solve it out. So that's the end of this topic, question number 7. It's again similar to question number 6. So it's like, if you're thorough with 6, you can easily be thorough with this topic as well. Please do solve more problems and be thorough. And if you have any doubts, please post them in the comments. I'll get back to you very soon. We move on to the question 8, which is one of the simpler question in the part A. It's an easy and pretty straightforward one. It's about reciprocal functions. So it's about the example 5. Let's get on with it. Here we have the equation of the reciprocal function. We need to fill it up. See, A is unknown, H is unknown, K is unknown. Only this X will remain as it is, and this is Y, or G of X. We have the graph. We need to find the values for this, H and K. How do we do it? Here, the denominator obviously cannot be equal to 0. We know that. Whenever, say, for example, x minus 3 is there, when the denominator x is 3, what happens? X minus 3 equals 0, x equals 3. If you put 3 as x, the denominator is 0, which is undefined. So whenever the denominator is 0, it's undefined. That means it's a vertical asymptote there. That says no part of the graph can touch this. It can come very close, but it can't be this particular value at minus 4 in this case. Okay. So now here, this part is very easy. H equals wherever the vertical asymptote is there. It's at minus 4. Okay, that's it. What about the K value? K is the horizontal asymptote. You can see here, this is the horizontal line. Here, there is no part of the graph touching it. It's basically like a cut. You can see this can go until over here but not touching over here. Whereas even the vertically at -4, but it can't touch over here. So the k value over here is -2. K is equal to -2. Now we can get this, but how do we find A? Look at this given equation. This is the equation of the reciprocal function. Y equals A by X minus, let me write what is H. It's -4 plus K is -2. Here, we can find A if we know Y and X. Don't you agree? If you substitute these two values, only A will be unknown. So how about you choose any point? Over here they have given this point already, -3 and 3. Otherwise you can choose other points. Say for example this point, at 0 it's nearly half or something. But already they have given an easy point. Let's just choose that. So here X and Y. So substitute the Y value. What is Y? It's 3. That is equal to A is unknown divided by X is -3. What is the H value? It is minus of -4. We have already written, sorry. It'll be minus of minus plus 4, then -2. You can directly put this in calculator or you can solve it. So what you can do is take this -2 to the other side. It'll be 5 equals A by 1 or A equals 5. So this is the value of A. How you can directly solve this in calculator, I'll show you now. Take out your calculators. All you need to do is substitute this. 3 equals, A is the only unknown value, so consider it to be alpha x, the unknown variable, -3 plus 4, and over here we have -2. Shift and solve, press equal to, now you get the answer 5. So A is 5 directly. Now just rewrite this equation. Here g of x remains as it is. That is equal to A value is 5 divided by what is x? Like that only. It's a variable. Minus it becomes plus. I'll write directly plus. If this is minus, when you write it over here, it'll be plus. But this doesn't change. It'll be -2 itself, the horizontal. So this is your final equation. You can see all these steps are there here. And the final equation is 5 by x plus 4 minus 2. That's it. That's how we do this. Here you can try one more problem. Please do it by yourselves. Pause the video and do it by yourselves. I will do it over here, but before that, look here, there's no point given directly. So we can consider this point as which is mentioned, that is -2, 8. So x value is -2, y value is 8. What about the horizontal asymptote? And the vertical one as well. Horizontal is 2, vertical is in between, see over here somewhere. That is between 0 and -2, it's -1. Okay, so now let me write over here. A is unknown, we need to solve for it. H and K, see the formula is given, but you need to remember it's A by x minus H, or just remember x is the vertical asymptote point, plus K. Even if you miss this, it's fine. You can write anything. If you want, you can write W and M and N, anything. But you should know what this signifies. X is the vertical asymptote. K is the horizontal asymptote. Here, all you need to do is, and this is equal to Y equals, okay. Now, we know H equals how much? -1. K is equal to 2. Let's substitute this x, y and all h and k and find a value. So what you do is put the y value, that is 8 equals a divided by x value as -2, and this is minus of -1, it will be +1. I'm directly writing it, and this is +2. Now we will take this to the other side. It will be 10, sorry, not 10, it will be 6. 8 minus 2 is 6 equals a by -1. Take this to the other side, be -6 equals a. So that is the answer. So a value is -6, h is -1, k is -2. Now all you have to do is substitute all the knowns, keep x and g of x as it is. So all you do is substitute -6 divided by x, minus of -1 will be +1 plus 2. This will be the final answer. Here it's g of x. That's it. You can see that will be the final answer, -6 by x plus 1 plus 2. This is how you can easily solve this problem. Just try to remember the formula. Remember this formula, and whenever you have been given, choose the appropriate point and solve. That's it for this question. Question number 9 is to recognize and solve direct and joint variation equations. This is a very easy topic. You can do the problems however you want. Now you can refer to the strict formulas which are mentioned in the textbook, or you can write your own formulas for this. So, what since it's a the MCQ part, what I'll do is I'll just tell you the easy and the shortcut method. Now let's read this part over here. If x varies directly as y, what you do is just write x varies, that is varying with y. So I'll write a equal to y. This is not equal there, it doesn't make sense. It's really x is varying with y. That means directly varying is if I increase x, even the y increases. Now say for example, a boy who is very young, say 5 years old, as his age increases, his height and weight also increases as he grows, isn't it? So this is a direct variation. As you grow older, from young, from very young stage to older stage, you increase in your height and your weight. So this is the thing. Now over here, so we can't exactly put equal to, but why I'm putting equal to is, once you know this variation, x is directly varying as y. You can't solve if it's only 1. You divide, let's consider this as 1 and 1. Divide this as x2, y2. The variation is always proportional, so this is how you can write this formula. Now, because x varies directly with y. If it was indirectly, then I would write x1 equals 1 by y1. Then over here it will be x2, over here it will be y2. That's the only difference. So it's very easy to make up your own formulas. So I'll write the formula only again. x1 equals y1 divided by x2 divided by y2. Now they have told y is 8. You need to find x. So this x1 is unknown, okay? That is unknown. Let me write it as x only, x1. But this y1 is given. So now whatever is given, let's take it as 1 and 1. This is 8 divided by what is given to you in the particular question again will be set of values. See, they are sets, right? This is x and y. X will be 6 when y is so much. So they are a group. So x2 is 6. Sorry, I'll just change that. It's 6 divided by y2 is 32. Now all you need to do is solve for x1. That will be 8 by 32 times 6. So here 8 1 times, 8 4 times, then 2 3 times, and 2 2 times. So it's 3 by 2 or 1.5. The answer for x will be 1.5. You can see over here the answer is same. Now the variation in the formula doesn't matter. I hope this is clear. Just in 3 steps you'll easily get it. After this formula, substitute, directly put in calculator, you'll get the answer. But look at the textbook variation. They have used the formula, but you do not need to, because it's not in writing. And even if it's in writing, if you have used this method, it's absolutely correct. So this is why it's very easy. You can use your own methods, okay? Now let's do the same thing over here. It's direct variation. X1 by x2 equals y1 by y2. Substitute, x1 is unknown. That is equal to y2. Sorry, y1 is 8. X2 is 11 given over here up above, and minus 3. So all you need to do is simplify this. Here 8 times 11 divided by minus 3, it's 88 by negative 3. Now 88, it's not divisible, so that's it. Or you will get around 14 point something, I guess. But you can leave it. Negative, it's minus over here. This will be for entire equation. So minus 88 by 3. That's the answer. Now we can do this further. See, again, it's directly varying. So you can easily use the same formula and do what we did just now. You can directly do it and then check for the answers. Now, another way is direct substitution would be here. X is something that needs to be found out. Sorry. Now this is 1, 1, 2, 2. If it's x down, you divide by x only. Now here it's 8. by minus 2. Direct substitution. X1 would be, take 14 to the other side, it will be 8 times 14 by 2. Negative sign, I'll put it out. So this one will be 2 1 time, 2 4 times. So 14 times 4. It will be 28 into 2, that is 56. Okay. So that's the answer. Oh, now, see, I've forgotten the negative sign. Look over here, this minus sign. Don't do that in the exam. Don't do what I just now did. It's a minus here, okay? So that's the answer. Now, here also, you can use the same concept. Whatever is the other x, write it below it. The first y is over here 8 and 10. Take it to the other side. Take the negative along with the 4. It'll be minus 8 times 4 by 10. So 4, you can say 1 time, you can't divide by 4, we can take it by 2, and this is 5, so it'll be 8 times 16 by 5. This is the answer. Now again, I forgot the negative sign. Okay, so it'll be 3.2 as the answer, or you can directly write it as fractions. 3.2 because it'll be 3 and 1 by 5, which is 0.2. So this is the answer. Negative and negative. I hope this is clear. So that's about the direct variation. Now here again it's the same problem. It's just that the question is differently phrased. If y varies directly as x, it's direct variation. You can write it as y equals x or x equals y. It will be the same thing, doesn't matter. So I just prefer x directly varying, right? Y. So this is 1, 1. So divided by x2, y2. Now they have told and y equals 35 when x is 7. So now very important to understand. If you consider this as 2, this is 2. If you consider this as 1, this is 1. And whatever is needed to be found out, find y where x is so much. So substitute 11 by 7 equals y1 is unknown divided by y2 is 35. Take the 35 to the other side. It will be 35 times 11 by 7. That is equal to y1. 7 1 times 7 5 times. The answer is 55. That is the y value over here. So the final answer would be 55. Now if you're using the formula, it will just vary a little, but the answer will be same. See, y you can take it as 1 or 2. Doesn't matter. Answer remains the same. Now please do this by yourselves because it's again direct variation, so it's very easy and straightforward here. Direct variation, apply these values, use the formula which I just mentioned, see this one, this above formula, and solve it up. But here the important thing is, when is a very important thing. See, y equals so much when x is so much. So these two are a joint, you know, if it's 1, 1, 2, 2, they are a combination. Then here these both, one is unknown, one is only given. So you can easily see, check, do by yourself, check the answers over here. Now, okay, now there is jointly varying. What does jointly varying mean? That means the other two parts are increasing together. See, A varies jointly with B and C. Now, if it's like, you know, I just gave the example of age, right, of a boy. If he's 5 and then jointly B and C, that is the second part, height and weight. So age is directly varying or jointly varying with the height and the weight. As the boy increases in height, age, sorry, even as height and the weight increases. So this is the joint variation. Now same thing here. You can have different formulas, but the easiest one would be A equals BC. They must be together. So A1 equals B1, C1 divided by A2 divided by B2, C2. Now see what is given. They have told over here, find A. Let's take it as A1. When B2 and C2, B1 and C1, sorry. When this is B1, C1. Now same thing over here, all that's given is considered to be 2. So A1 is unknown, B1 is 4 times minus 3 divided by A1 is minus 96 and this is 3 times minus 8. Now here, let's simplify. Let's take the 96 to the other side. See, this sign minus minus cancels, 3 3 cancels. You're remaining with 4 one time, 2 times. Okay, so you're remaining with half. This goes to the other side, minus 96. So what is half of 96? It'll be 45 plus 3, it's 48. But the negative sign remains. So the answer for A value is negative 48. You can check the answer, it's negative 48. But doesn't matter which formula you use. Here it's little different, but ultimately answer is same. You can see it's almost relatable. A1, if you take this up over here, it will be B1, C1. Take this down, A2, B2, C2. Which formula you find easy? I personally find this to be very easy. Even my students find this to be easy. Generally, this is what most of us prefer. So that's why this is a better one. Now you can try the other problems by yourselves. It's the same concept, same thing. It's just that they're jointly varying. That means A1, see over here, A1 equals B1 C1, and down you can write A2 equals B2 C2. Same concept. Do it by yourself. Check the answer. Now even this is over here, the same thing. Please do it by yourselves. I'll write the formula here. It'll be A1 equals B1 C1 divided by A2 equals B2 C2. One important thing to remember when you're considering, if this is A1, when whatever the terms are there will be the same denotation. If this is 2, this is 2, this is 2. Then you substitute, solve. The answer should be 72. Again, it's the same concept over here. This formula remains same. Please refer this, do it. This is a little bit different type. The concept is same. Again, it's jointly varying. But there are a few things which you must take into consideration. Now look over here. Can I write the same formula? Can I write, sorry, it is now yxyz. So can I write x1 equals y1 z1 divided by x2 divided by y2 z2? Is this possible? If you tell it's yes, you need to read the question properly. See here, y varies jointly. Which is varying? Y is varying jointly with what and what? X and z. This is the concept. This is wrong. Which must be together grouped? X and z, not y and z. That's the difference. Now divide this by y2 equals z x2 and z2 or z2. Now substitute the values. What is y1? Y1 is given as 18 divided by y2 is unknown, right? See, this is 1, 1, 1. This is a group. When we need to find y2, when x2 is so much and so much, this is none. So what is y2? It's unknown. That is what we need to solve. What is x1? x1 is 2 times z1 is 3 divided by x2 is 5 times 6. Now let's solve. Take this y2 to the other side and the numbers over here. So 18 times 5 times 6 divided by 2 times 3, that is equal to y2. So 2 times 3 is 6, so this is gone. What is 18 times 5? 180 divided by 2, that is 90 equals y2. So 180 times 10 is 118 times 10 is 180. So 5 is half of it. So divided by 2, you'll get 90. So that's the answer. Let's just check the answer. This is the answer. Now, what if you use this particular formula? I'm sure you'll get wrong, okay? I don't know what will be the answer, but you can try. As a check, you will get a wrong answer if you had substitute the first formula. Because y is varying jointly with x and z, not with y and z. So, not x is varying, y is varying. So, this formula is correct. Don't use this, what I've written at the left side. No, that's not the formula. That's how we solve it. Now again over here, the same formula what we have just now written. Type the values accordingly and solve it up. We will do this the last problem, so we'll quickly do it. Here, what is y1? It is given as negative 16. Let me write it over here. Minus 16. And what is x1? x1 is 4 times 2 divided by y2 is unknown. X1 is minus 1 times 7. Now take all the values to the other side. It will be minus 1 times 7 times 2. And the 16 is, sorry, I Did wrong. -1 goes up over here, 7 goes up, and lastly -16 remains. And this will be 4 times 2. Now you have to just simplify. You can use the calculator to directly simplify, or over here it's 4 times 2 is 8. So wait, 4 times 1, this is 4, and 2, 1, this is 2. Okay. And now what about the signs? Now here you can see there's minus sign, right? And this minus sign cancels, it's become positive. So 7 times 2 is 14. The answer must be 14. Very straightforward. If you're getting confused over here, just put this entire thing in the calculator and you will directly get the answer. So that is how we solve the joint and direct variation problem. Very easy. Do your own formulas. Yeah, write up a formula based on the given question and then easily solve it up. Question number 10 is to classify sampling methods and identify bias in samples and survey questions. Sampling. This is another interesting topic. It's about statistics. Here you need to understand and differentiate what means what. Say, for example, we will just look into the important type of samples. There is simple, random, systematic, self-selected, convenient, stratified. It is so important that you understand the difference, because sometimes if you're not thorough with this, you will be very much confused. Now, I will explain each one of them and then we will solve the problems. First, I'll tell you what is stratified, because this is a very important one and easy to understand also. Stratified is something, as the name suggests, stratified, like layers, layers, stratified, stratification. This means there is some groupings made and then you are picking things. Say, for example, I have answer sheets of different grades. First, I'll group them in different grades. Not answer sheet. Say I'm taking a survey from all my cycle 3 students, and first I will group them in different grades, grade 9, 10, 11, 12, and then I pick, say, 5 from here, 5 responses from here, here, and over here. This is stratified. Why? Because I have overlapped the grouped and overlapping groups data. This is stratifying, making groups and selecting. Whereas convenience over here means it is very convenient to choose, and that's the only reason you're choosing. That is readily available. Now, say, imagine I want a survey and I'm teaching my grade 11 students, and then I need to do it with the cycle 3. But since I'm teaching the grade 11 student, these are convenient. I only give grade 11 students to survey. This is about my convenience. Whereas self-selected is something like a volunteering. You know, say you go to the canteen and over there is survey questions written. Which food do you prefer? It's not forcefully, it's just optional. If you want, on the way to buy something, you can just fill up the form and submit it. It's just volunteering. They're not asking you, but you can volunteer to do it. That's sort of self-selected. Systematic is something that happens in a specified interval. Say there are about 30 students in my grade 12 class. So what I do is, I don't want all the 30 is too big of a number to do a study. So I will select all the third student, randomly the third repeating student, or the multiple of 3. So after 3, next one I'll select a 6th, 9th, 12th. At a regular interval, I'm choosing a student. So that's the this is specified interval. At every third student, I'm going to select. So this is called a systematic, because you have a specific timed interval. So that's why it says systematic. And then the first one over here, which we did last, is simple random. This is basically, randomly you're selecting. There is no order or nothing. This is completely unbiased as well. You're randomly selecting. There is no bias in this, just random. Now, with that in mind, let's quickly go through these problems here. First one, we need to identify each sample and suggest a population for which it was selected. Then classify the sample as simple random, systematic, self-selected, convenience, or stratified. These are the ones which we just saw, okay? Now, this is another thing. There's a population and the sample. We will look into a problem. Burton divides a sports t-shirt by team. Then he randomly selects four t-shirts from which each team and records the size. Now, this one you can see he is sorting it out by team and then randomly selecting. If we go back, we can understand it's stratified, isn't it? Look here, members are selected from similar overlapping groups. It's already grouped into teams and then randomly selected. The answer is definitely stratified. Where is the answer? Over here, you can see the answer is stratified. That is the survey. That is the type of the survey. But what about the sample and the population? The sample means what has been selected. Now, if I want, say, 50 responses for a survey, I will give all my cycle 3 students. Okay, so all my cycle 3 students, I need the response from them. Okay, that is 9, 10, 11th, and 12th. So all the students combined is the population. These all are my population. That means these are the ones who I can select, use the research or the survey from. I can ask any one of them. But which is the sample? The ones who are selected, I need only 50 responses. So the 50 students who are selected are the sample. Same way over here, the t-shirt by team, he is dividing, right? The t-shirt Burton selects, they are the sample, whereas the population is all the his Burton's sports t-shirts. Because whichever is sports t-shirts are there, he is selecting them randomly, right? Sorting them randomly. So basically, whichever has been selected is the sample, but all the possible t-shirts which you have are the population. Now, similarly, the next one over here, the project manager at a new business inspects every 10th smartphone produced to check that is open or that is operating correctly. Now, when it's 10th or 5th or 6th or any particular interval, this is systematic. We can check over here. There is a specified interval, so it's systematic. Now, here, this is systematic. Now, the selected, what is the sample? Every 10th smartphone. That is basically the every 10th smartphone which has been selected is the sample. And what is the population? All that is being produced in that particular company. Which is he selecting? He's selecting all the phones which are produced by the company, but he's not selecting all, he's just selecting the 10th. So whichever is being selected is the sample. All the mobile phones, the phones which are produced by the company are the population. Population means they can be selected. So that's the thing. Imagine there is one more company which produces something else. The produces phone, but some other company. That is not population because they are not going to be inspected in the study, right? Only the ones from this company. That's the thing. Now here there are one more problem. Please try to pause the video and try solving this by yourselves. Here it is about a grocery store manager asking its customers to submit suggestions for the items on salad bar during the week. Okay, so for salad, which all the items which are required. Now here it's important to know grocery store asking is customers. So we can see here it is not forced onto anyone. It is basically asking, say for example, I'm on the street and I'm asking people, can you give me your suggestion about something? It's voluntary. If they want, they can. Otherwise they can just go away or not give it. So here it is important to understand this is not a survey or anything. It's a voluntary thing. So this is voluntarily the first option over here which we had, self-selected. So it's self-selected because it's only the customers, and if they voluntarily want to include, then only. And what is the sample? Whoever is taking the survey is the sample, obviously, and all the customers who are coming to this particular shop are the population. So you can see the customers who submit suggestions are the sample because they did it. The population is all possible customers. Those who are not coming, they won't even have the chance, so they are not even in the population. Whereas this is self-selected because they are voluntarily submitting suggestions. Now the second part over here, the question number 4 onwards, we have to see whether it's biased or unbiased. Let's read this problem first. A random sample of 8 people is asked to select their favorite food for a survey about America's food preference. Um, Now, see, it is a random sample, yes, but they're talking about Americans' food preferences. It's the whole country's food preferences, and how many people are being asked? 8 people. Does it make any sense? Not at all, because there are so many millions of people, and you're just asking 8 people for the entire country's, food preference, which doesn't make sense at all. Maybe they don't even like, they might say some unique food which the whole country won't even like it. So this is not at all a proper sample. There must be more number of people. This is biased. Okay, it's too small to represent the entire population. Okay, so that's the thing, because only 8 people are there. Now, every 10 student at band camp is asked to name his or her favorite band for the survey about campus. Here, this every 10 student, this is not at all biased, because you're randomly choosing the 10 student. There is random, so that is a good thing, because it's unbiased over here. Every 10 student at a band camp is asked to name his or her favorite band for a survey about campus. So you're just basically asking random students every 10, so it doesn't it's unbiased. Basically, it's unbiased, yes, because they're randomly selected, because every 10 student, and the sample is selected at a band camp and does not influence the response of selected. Over here, there's also one important thing. They're asking you your favorite band for campus. See, there is no any they're just random students over there in a camping. They're just being asked, so it's fine. You're not representing anything else, so that's fine. This is unbiased at all. And over here, the sixth one, every fifth person entering a museum is asked to name his or her favorite type of book to read for a survey about reading interests of people in the city. Now look over here. The what is the reason why they're asking? They're asking for a survey about reading interests of people in the city, in the entire city. What do the people like, and who are they asking? Every fifth person in a museum. So only the ones who are going to museum are being surveyed. Now, if you have noticed, people who like museums will have different tastes of interest. Now, say for example, people who go to water park, or people who goes to trekking or other adventures, they all have their different interests or different book reads or book lists. So here it wouldn't make a this would be a bias, because you're just asking people from museum for the interest of the entire city. So this wouldn't be a proper way to ask. You should ask in different places, not only museum. Go to schools, go to camps or fairs or book fairs, different places. So this is biased because museum is over here, likely to attract people of specific interest. So you will only get that specific interest here. Try to pause the video and try to think about these by yourselves. Let's look at these. Seventh one is, do you think about the workout facility that the workout facility needs a new treadmill and racquetball court? So here it's again biased. Look, they are specifically asking. It's a workout facility. All these sports gym equipments can be there, but you're specifying only two: treadmill and racquetball court. So this is biased. You should not specify anything. So it's biased. Yes, asking about two issues. Okay, not other things. So it's specifying. Bias is something where you influence the question and influence the answer. That's basically it. So this is a bias because you're specifying these two. The eighth question here, they are asking, which is your favorite type of music, pop or country? Now, this is again a bias question. For example, I like rock music. Now, there is no option of rock. Sometimes some people like jazz. Some people like, say, country. Country is mentioned, or different one, classical, heavy metal, or different ones. So they are specified only two genres of music, which is biased. They have not mentioned any other genres. If you just ask what is your favorite type of music, or which genre is your favorite type of music, that's it. That would be unbiased. But since you specified this pop and country is specified here, it's biased. Okay, use only two options. That's the reason. Now, are you a member of any after school club? See, now this one is unbiased. Why? Are you a member of any after school clubs? Any. They're not mentioning anything specific. Are you, part of any one? So it's not at all biased over here. That's unbiased. And don't you agree that employees should pack their lunch? Now this is also biased. Whenever you tell, don't you agree, do you think, these are biasing questions because you are implying this. Now don't you agree that employees should pack their lunch? That means you're telling you feel they should pack their lunch and you want someone to agree to your opinion, which is wrong. So this is also unbiased because you should never include the word "don't you agree" or all these which influence the question. So this is biased because this encourages a certain response, right? Don't you agree? Always, that's the reason. Now that's the end of this topic. It's just to understand there's no problems to solve. Just make sure you understand the difference, why, where. So read the questions properly. Each point is very important, and then go to your final conclusion. And one more thing for the first part, understand what are the different types of samples. Read the questions, try to figure it out, and then understanding the keywords, then select the correct answer. Question number 11 is also on statistics. It is to analyze standardized data and distributions by using z-values. Z-values is a very important concept. We will learn about it in just a while. But there are not only these type of problems, there are also paragraph problems. We'll look into them now. The first question over here is to track the preliminary times. Over here it's already given, okay? Times of 110-meter hurdle race that are shown over here. Create a histogram of the set of data. Determine whether the data can be approximated with a normal distribution. Now here they're first asking you to graph this based on histogram. Now graphing in histogram, it's looking based on the value. I'll just do a rough graph. Say we have to do it in ascending order. I can see the lowest value is somewhere over here. And then let's see which is the other range. See, 14.25 is the lowest value. Next is 14.35, you can see, and 31 is also there. There are a bit of values over here. And then we can see 6 somewhere over here. And what about 7? There are plenty of 7. You can see 7.5, 7.7, 7.4, and then also the 8.1, 8.2. So you can see over here there'll be many, something like this. And then, yeah, that's it, right? There is 9.3. See, there's a gap between the last but one value is 8.4, and then there is a gap, and again. So histograms, if you do, it'll be something like this. Let's just look at the answer and compare. See, you can see the histograms over here. See, mine is not very accurate, but you can see the resemblance. There was a bit of values high and low because they have, let's see the histogram and analyze. Here you can see 14.75, 778, 384. There are many 7 to 8. So they are huge over here. Whereas only 193 and only few 3 and all. Okay, there are very less. So based on that, we can do the histogram. Now look over here. That is histogram, which is very easy, graphing. But is it a normal distribution? Normal distribution is always something like this. Is it having that? No, this is skewed, right? See over here, this is a skewed distribution. So no, this is not a normal distribution. Among skew also, you might remember there is positively skewed, negatively skewed. Now you can see here the values are less at the beginning and then high. This is negative at the beginning, so it's negatively skewed. If the values were something like this, high and then low, this will be positively skewed. So this is negatively skewed, but this is skewed data, so this is not approximated by a normal curve. We have another problem here. The normal distribution has a mean of 186.4 and the standard deviation is 48.9. This is given. What range of values represent the middle? 99.7 of the data. Then what percentage of data is greater than this point? And what range of values represent the upper 2.5 of the data? Okay, we will do one by one. The first question, what range of values represents the middle 99.7? You must know the graph of standard normal distribution. This normal distribution, it's very important. we will look into a graph. This is normal distribution. Here, the middle one, see the middle line, which is there, that is the the mean. So it's given over here. And we have the mean 186.4. That is the mean. What is the standard deviation given? 48.9. That means, can you see the next line? It's told 1 sigma. Sigma is the symbol. Now, this much is basically a difference of 48.9. Okay. Same way over here, if you go back side, it will be again 48.9. If you see another bar over here, from 1 sigma to 2 sigma, from 1 to 2 standard deviation, there will be again 48.9 and so on until 3 standard deviation. Now, this is the mean. Everything before this is 50%. Don't you agree? Why? Because this is half and remaining right side is 50%. Now, they have told another important thing. Can you see this part over here? This much includes all the 68.3 data. This is the most important part of the data. In a normally distributed occurrence, middle part will always have 68.3 data. If it's skewed, no. Last problem we had skewed, no. This it's not possible to use. Only when it's normally distributed like this. See, up and down, like a bell curve. And then if you go up till the second standard deviations, right? Minus 2, you have 99.5%. Whereas if you extend it till 3 standard deviation from year to year, 99.7% of the data is included. And this is what they have asked. What's the range? Now, how do you find the range? Let's find this point. How much is this point? Sigma minus 3, sorry, this means mean, minus 3 times standard deviation. So we know the mean is 186.4 minus 3 into 49.9, 48.9. Okay. So this is one point. This is this point. From here till where? Till this point. That is mean minus plus 3 times this standard deviation. And the answer will be 186.4 plus 3 into 48.9. That's it. Now we can put this in calculator and solve. Let's just see the answers because it's already there. But you can try putting in the calculator. You'll get 2 answers. And you can see here, the interval will be these two. Now it's very important to understand the lower limit, right? 39.7 is this point. 39.7. The upper limit 333.1 is this point. So all the values within this, see all this, right, will include the 99.7% of the data. So within this much interval, you will have the 99.7% of the distribution of data. Now if you go to the next part, what percentage of data will be greater than 235.3? It's again simple. Where is 2? Let's count what is 235.3. We have to take our calculators. Let's type this out. 186.4 plus 48.9. One time. Let's see what's the values. Okay, that is the value itself. See, this resembles. That means this particular value which you want is over here. I added. Obviously, I will add because the mean is over here 186.4. 235 is greater. That's why I directly added. I don't subtract. From here, from mean to 1 standard deviation, you will get this given data, population data. So it's just from all data less than is 50%. This much is all 50%. But see over here, the data between sigma plus 1 times nu. See over here. This is basically this point is, sorry, mean plus 1 times standard deviation, that is mean plus nu, mean plus sigma. This symbol is called nu, this symbol is called sigma, this is mean, and this is standard deviation. Now here we have one of the range, and from where to where? This is the end point. From where? From the mean, right? From mean to this point. So that's the thing. But if they are asking you what percent of data, sorry, here you need to add few things. See, what percent of data? That means all this percent, right? So it will be, see, till new it is 50% plus over here, how much is it? See, now let's just look at this. This much is 68.3, right? But we generally round it off to 68. Now, what is this remaining? 34. Okay, this is 34.15, but we generally round it off to 34. And so it is 50 plus 34, that is 84% of the data. Now, what percent of data will be greater? Oh, sorry. Now, they are asking what percent of the data will be greater. Now, this is all at the left side. What percent of great, see over here, this is the answer basically. Why? They're asking what percent of the data will be greater than this point. We found out 235.3 was this, right? Sigma plus nu. Okay, we found out this one. They want what percent greater. So this is the answers. Okay, let me just erase the left one. This one, this is the solution point. So anything that is greater than this point, see, that's why the interval is greater than mean plus standard deviation. Or if you want to find the value, substitute the values. 186.4 plus 48.9, that is 235.3. But we do want that we have to write it in this notations. Okay, so this is the answer. This is very important. That's it, because we have to just find where does that fall and see how many standard deviations it is having. Now, last one, what ranges of value represent the upper 2.5% of the data? Look over here. Where is the last 2.5? Really, the last 2.5 is from here to the end. Okay. Let me, yeah. So these and these, you can see here this point onwards and this point before, but they want just the upper value. So anything that is above this 2 standard deviation, nu plus 2 standard deviation, this is the answer. Why over here minus is not considered? Minus is not considered because what range? Upper 2.5. So this much, this part and whatever is ahead of it, and over here also whatever is ahead will have 2.5%, and this will have 2.5%, whatever it's ahead. So we want just the upper part. So it is nu plus 2 sigma, that is mean plus 2 standard deviation over here. Now if you want to find the value, because they have not mentioned it, we can just do 186.4, that is the mean, plus 2 times sigma, that is 49. So the answer you can put in the calculator. Let's see over here, there is the answer. You can put in the calculator and get it. That would be the answer. So anything values, x interval values, x values, anything above it would be the answer. Now we are coming to the z value problem. So till now we were just exploring normal distribution, the basic normal distribution. It is very important to know this normal distribution. If you want further understanding, the entire lesson explanations are available. I hope you already know that, each lesson explained. So please try to refer that. I'll put the link in the description as well. Now we will look into the example 6 problems. That is from 8 to 10. We have from 6 to 10, but the first two were different. Now from 8 to 10 are just finding the z value. Now z value is only found out in normal distribution. What exactly is the z value? Now over here, see, there is a distribution, right? Like this normal distribution. Now this is the mean, right? 186.4. Now if I tell you, say find 200. Where is this coming? Where is it exactly? By finding the z value, it will tell you where exactly it is. If I get the z value, say, because over here there is standard deviation, you can find the z value. Now, if I solve this, I'll take a rough approximate. This z value will be about 0.5. It's not exact, but somewhere over here. So what does it tell us? From the mean, positive 0.5 means from the mean, half of this somewhere over here will be the 200th value, which x is 200, somewhere over here. So the z value 0.5 means the number of standard deviations, the value is away from the mean. Number of standard deviation, it is away. 0.5 means it's 0.5 standard deviation away from the mean. If it was minus, then it will be left side over here. If it is say plus 2 standard 2, only say 2, that means it's over here at this point. Okay, that is the z value description. It is very helpful to understand where a particular value is lying. Now here we have all the given values. We just have to know one formula, that is this one. Oh, the entire answer came. But anyways, just memorize this formula. This is a very useful formula. Z equals, this is the given interval x minus nu, this is the mean value, divided by the standard deviation. It doesn't matter it's plus or minus. It doesn't matter. If it is minus, that means it's from the left side of the mean. Positive means more than the mean. Now here, if you substitute these values, look over here. X is 55.4 minus mean is 68.34 divided by standard deviation is 9.8. The answer over here will be negative 1.32. Look at these values. This x value which is asked to be found is less than the standard, mean, not standard deviation, the mean. So this is understandable that you will have a negative answer just by looking at this because it's less than. And now if you apply the standard deviation, you will get approximately exact value where it is lying. Sorry, not approximately, I told approximately. Sorry, you will get the exact value how far it is lying. Please do try the next problem by yourselves. The formula is very simple. Z equals, this is important to be written first, minus mean. If it was other way around, you will get a wrong answer here. See, if it is more than mean, you will get a positive answer. If it's less than mean x, you will have a negative answer divided by sigma notation. So all you do is substitute the values. The z value will be equal to 42.8 minus 68.2 divided by 11.6. Now looking at this, I know the x value is less than the mean, so it will be a negative answer. You can just use the calculator to solve here. All you need to do is substitute the value, that is 42.8 minus 68.2 divided by 11.6. The answer is, it's negative but 2.1896. Sorry, 2.19 approximated to 2 decimal digits only, but negative because it's less than mean. Try the next one as well by yourselves and please do check the answer. Here, look over here, the x value is greater than mean. The final answer will be positive. You can see the answer is 0.57. That means this value lies, this particular value 0.57 lies, x value of 119.2 lies 0.57 times the standard deviation away from the mean. That's what exactly it means. So that's the end of this particular topic 11. Please remember the formulas, understand the formulas and use them well, and then easily solve the problems. We move on to the question number 12, which is to convert between degrees and radian measures and find arc length by using central angles. There are different types of problem. Here, most important thing is finding the arc length, understanding about degrees. So we need to be thorough in the degrees, radian measures, and arc lengths and the angles. To know more about this lesson, the entire lesson, you can click on the description and look into the entire lesson. But over here, I'll be only sticking to the questions that, the type of questions that will be asked. The first one here is about time to find both the degree and radian measures of the angle through which a hour hand of a clock rotates from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Let me just draw a clock over here, a rough image. You know there is two hands. One will be the hour hand, that is the small one, 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour. Now if this is the minute hand, which is a bigger one, now this can be roughly told to be 3 a.m. or p.m. okay, and this is 6 and this is 9. Now here, okay, it is 5. They want 5 over here. Let me just change the color. 5 a.m. It's somewhere over here, right? 5. This is 5. Now the hour hand is over here, okay? And we need to see how much it will take. See the radian and degree measure from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. It's not one time, more than one time. You'll come over here, then again you will have to go till extra till over here. That is the answer. So how would you do this? Now here basically, if you understand the concept, it's very easy. We know from 5 a.m. it has to come to 5 p.m., right? From a.m. to p.m. So 12 hours. But you know, 12 hours would make one complete rotation, sorry. That is 360 degrees. That's one thing. And then you just calculate from 5 to 10 how much is the degrees. Now, here another easy way is finding the how much degree is between 1 hour. See, 1 hour, 5 to 6, how much is it? Now, how can you find that? We know totally there are 12 hours in the clock. We know the total degrees is how much? 360 degrees, right? So if we just start dividing, if we equate it, then we will find for 1 hour it's how much? So let us just do this. 360 degrees divided by 12 hours. So we have total degrees 360 degrees divided by 12 because there are 12 hours in 360, right? What is the answer? It's 30, right? 12 threes are 36, so it will be 30. So each hour over here, if it's 1 over here 2, each hour would be 30 degrees. This much is 30 degrees. 30 degrees and so on. So if you add up everything, it will come up to 360 degrees. So we know each hour is 30 degrees. From 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. it is 360 degrees already. Then from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. how much is it? From 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. how much will it be? So 10 minus 5 equals 5 hours. 5 hours multiplied by 360 degrees, that would be 150 degrees. So just add 150 to 360 because we know 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. is 360 degrees plus the remaining 5 hours, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., that is 150 degrees. Or you can just keep on adding over here 7, 8. So it is 30, 60, 90, 120, 150. So this would be the answer. That will be 510 degrees. That will be the final answer, 510. Sorry for that. Now then, that would be the answer. Okay, let me, I just saw the answer. There's negative sign. I'll explain why is that now. So generally, how do we take the angles? Now this is the angle, this is 90 degree. We always go anti-clockwise, right? Now look at the clock. It moves clockwise, it moves like this. That means it is negative direction of movement. So the angle will be negative. Why? It indicates it is going in the clockwise direction. That is the reason. That's it. And then we have to convert this to radian, which I just forgot until I saw the answer. Over here, degrees we did. Minus 510. That's correct. How do you convert to radian? The shortcut is just divide by 180 and multiply it with pi. So we will just do it in calculator. Here, all you need to do is just divide negative 510. Sorry, it's 510 by 180 degrees. 180. Now, whatever is the answer, negative 17 by 6, add a pi to it. It will be negative 7 by 6 pi. You can see the answer over here. Just whatever is the degrees, let it be anything. Just divide that by 180 degree. Now, say you have 360 degrees. It's a complete circle. How much is complete circle? 2 pi. So you will get 2 minus sign remains. But pi would be added always to convert to radians. That's it. So whenever you have degree value, say like 30 degrees. If I have to make it to radians, just divide this by 180. Whatever the answer you get, add pi over here. It will be 1 by 6 pi. So that's the answers over here. We will look into the next problem. It's about rotation. A truck with 16-inch radius wheels is driven at 77 feet per second. That is corresponding to 52.5 miles per hour. Find the measure of the angle through which a point on the outside of the wheel travels each second around the nearest degree and nearest radian. Here, when you look at this, find the measure of angle, and they have given you how much it is driven, how much is the radius. Whenever radius comes, it is always arc length problem. Now, if you remember this formula, S is equal to R theta. Let me just explain it directly over here. This is a very, very important formula for arc length. But here, we know the arc length, how much is driven. It's told 77 feet per second. We know the radius r. What is unknown? Find the measure of angle through which a point on the outside of the wheel travels each second. That means how much is the angle, like how much is the rotation. That is what is required. Now, let me write down the formula. S arc length is equal to r theta. But now look here, inches, feet. You need to get both in the same unit. You can convert this to feet just by dividing by 12 and it'll be decimal, or you can convert this feet into inches. It's up to you, multiplying by 12. I just now saw that it was done into inches, but it's up to you. Let's do in feet, but it depends on the option as well. See, I'll tell you why they have converted both into inches. Because if you convert this to feet radius, it'll be a very small 1 point something, 1.3 feet, which will be 1.33. It might come like that. Whereas if you convert this feet, 77 feet to inches, you'll get a whole number itself. So I will consider R 16 inches, and this is the S, the distance that's traveled. It is 77 feet. So what you do is 77 multiplied by 12 gives you, it will be 770 plus 154. 770 plus 154, that is equal to 879.24, I guess. So 924 inches. This would be the answer. Let's just check quickly. It is 924, yes. So this is the inches. Instead of feet, we got in inches. Now both the units, radius and the S value, that is the arc length, is in inches. So just substitute in this given formula. Here what you do is just substitute. S is 924 equals 16 theta. So take 16 to the other side and solve. 924 divided by 16 is theta. Whatever you get, the answer, it's not in degree, it's in radian. Why? Because arc length is only given in radians. Let's use the calculator and solve. Here we put 924 divided by 16 and the answer is 57.75. That's the theta value. I'll just write it out over here. 57.75 equals theta. Now let's just go back to the question. Find the measure of angle through which the point outside the wheel travels. Okay. Yeah, this is the answer. And they are asked in radians as well. If you want the radians, just, round off the nearest radians. That's it, sorry. That is, whatever the answer you get is in radians. It's not in degree. So whenever you put in this formula, you have to convert theta to radians and then substitute. So whatever is the answer, it is 58 radians is equal to theta. This is in radians. I'll write the unit over here. Radians. Now find the measure of the angle through which the point at the outside travels each second. Okay. Now whatever is happening over here is per second. Why? Each second, radians per second. In the sense, if you look over here, what is this R value? R value is 18 inches. That's fine, radius. What is the S value we took? 77 feet or 924 inches per second. That might be going, this truck, which is a huge truck, it's going in a very high speed, It's going in very high speed. In 1 second, it covers so much inches, which is very much, See, it's 50, not high speed, like 52.5 miles per hour, which is high speed, It's like, say, 70 or 80 kilometers, I guess. So here, in 1 second itself, it will take 77 feet, which is a good amount of distance. So in 1 second, it will cover so much distance in the rotation. So many radians, so many times it will rotate, so many radians. The distance, 77 is so much, right? The angle that is taken is so much, 58. Now what they want is over here, find the measure of angle through which the point outside the wheel each second. So this is the angle, whatever angle, each second, because we are taking the unit 77 feet per second. Basically, this is inches per second. You just look at the answers. You can see over here, only, rounding off the theta, we get 58 degrees. Now, that's it. Okay, they have converted to degree, which is not asked over here. Oh, sorry, this is the nearest degree and nearest radian. My bad, I just saw only the radian part. How do you convert this to degrees? To convert to degrees, you have to multiply the radians by 180 degrees. But here, look at this. This is 58 radians, yes. But they have not mentioned any pi. So it's not only 180, you have to just multiply with the formula. That is 180 divided by pi. See now here, this is the conversion factor. If you have any radians, you have to convert it to 180 degree by pi. So what happens basically over here is, this is the answer, right? Just multiply it by 180 degrees, and whatever you get divided by pi value. Sorry, the answer, whatever the answer is there, 10,034 degrees, right? 395 degrees divided by answer divided by pi, that is shift and this symbol over here. That is the final answer. That is 309 degrees. So I will just tell you the basic conversion. Now imagine you have got 2 pi. You have to convert this to degrees. Here you have to multiply 180 divided by pi, isn't it? So the pi cancels. Basically you're just multiplying 2 times 180, that is 360 degrees. 2 pi is a complete circle, 360 is a complete circle. That's how we do it. If you have to convert 360 degrees to radian, just inverse of this. Pi divided by 180, that will be 1 time, sorry, this is 1 time, this is 2 times, it'll be 2 pi. So that's why the easy way is, if you have any degrees, say this is the amount of degrees you have, 3000, over here we have, right, 308. So all you do is divide by 180, and whatever this answer is there, you have to multiply this by pi. So multiply that answer by pi. There you go. That is the actual degree in radians. So we don't generally see the 2 pi. Sorry, over here it's 2 pi. We don't usually write it as 6.28. We keep it in terms of pi. Generally, most of the answers we keep in terms of pi as a unit of measure. But you can also, consider this also as the correct answer itself. Whenever you see radian, theta in radians, but no pi, that means pi has already been multiplied here. So that's the thing. That's how the conversion works, and this will be the answer in degrees. This is in radians. We go to this 68th question about planets. Earth makes one full rotation on its axis every 24 hours. How long does it take Earth to rotate through 150 degrees? Neptune makes a full rotation on its axis every 16 hours. How long does it take Neptune to rotate through 150 degrees? Now here this, right, you need to, you can take as a relationship, like cross multiplication. Earth makes one full rotation on its axis every 24 hours. So if you have rotation and time, we can equate and write as a direct variation. So one rotation equals 24 hours. Divide. How many rotation, how long does it take? Oh, I'm very sorry. This is not the cross multiplication. Now over here, we have to understand this concept. But now over here it is, one full rotation is how many degrees? One full rotation is 360 degrees. Every 24 hours, right? So this degrees is equal to 24 hours time. Rotation. I had written the same correct thing, but I wrote it wrong. One rotation. That was not the correct one. Over here now, you need to know at 150 degrees how much? X. Cross multiply. Basically, you can just do it as direct variation, in the sense just equate this and divide this. Take x to the other side. It will be x is equal to 150 goes to the other side, and this comes down. So it'll be 150 times 24 divided by 360. This can be simplified. 12 2 times, 12 3 times, 3 1 time, 5 times 5 into 10, x will be 10. So in 10 hours, it will rotate 150 degrees. That would be the answer. It'll just take 10 hours over here. But I forgot the second part over here. The same concept is used. Let's do that now. This one, it's just 10 hours. Now, same thing. This is about Earth, right? Now we will do for Neptune. So what happens here? It takes how much time? 360 degrees. That's one rotation will be at 16 hours divided by 150 degrees at how much? X. So x goes to the other side. It will be 150 times 16 divided by 360. Now here this 0 cancels. 3 tables goes 5 times, 3 tables goes 12 times. Here 4 table goes 3 times and 4 table goes 4 times. It'll be 20 by 3 here. The answer is 20 by 3, or we will just do it over here. It's 6.67. You can see the answer will be 6.67, or 6.67 is 2/3, right? If it's only 0.6666 or 67 is 2/3. So it's 6.67 or 6 2/3. Now if you want to check the answer, you can just do that shift and over here 6 2/3. And what's the answer? It is 20 by 3 or 6.667. Make sure over here you are using shift and the symbol to use the mixed fraction. This is a simple relating question. That's it to solve. Here we have a surveying problem. If a surveyor's wheel with a diameter of 19 inches completes 5/6 of a rotation, what is the total distance traveled in inches? Around to the nearest hundredth if necessary. Here, they have asked us to find the total distance. That is basically arc length. So we have to use the arc length formula. Let's write it out over here. S equals r theta. But the radius is not given. The diameter is given. So diameter is equal to 2 times the radius, or radius equals diameter by 2. That is 19 divided by 2. So here to find S, you have 19 by 2. That's the radius. What about the theta? We know it completes 5/6 rotation. 5/6 of a rotation. That means it's not full rotation. How much is a full rotation? In radians we need, not in degrees. It's 2 pi radians. So 5/6 would be 3 times 1 time. So it will be 5 by 3 pi. So 5 pi by 3. This is it. Just put this in calculator. You will get the answer. We will do it in the calculators. Here all you need is 19 divided by 2 multiplied with 5 pi by 3. The answer is 95 by 6 pi, or it is 49.74. Let's see which answer is given. Okay, both are there. So this might be given as the option. Okay, just put it in the calculator. You'll get the total distance traveled, the arc length, is 95 by 6 pi, or if it's not in terms of pi, then it is 49.74. It depends on the given options. That's it. The next problem, 70th problem. It is convenient to know the measures of some specific angles in both degrees and radian measures. That's true. It's very important for you to know a few of the measures. Say, for example, it starts with 0. We all know this is 0. But then say pi. See, 2 pi. This is ending with 2 pi or 360 degrees. Whereas pi is 180. Half of 360 is 180. Now this over here is pi by 2 and this is 3 pi by 2. So these are important things, okay? And now half of 90 is 45. So pi by 2's half will be pi by 4. So this is one more thing. And over here it will be, add pi by 4 over here. It will be 3 pi by 4. And over here it will be 5 by 4 pi. That means 1.25. And over here you can get 3 for, it will be 8 by 4. Okay, my mind is, going off. It'll be basically add pi by 4 over here. You will get the answer. I don't know, sometimes my brain freezes, and now it's just freezing, maybe because of the time. It's very late here. Anyways, we will read the question first and see what they're asking. It is convenient. No, yes. Copy and complete the. Okay, you have to just do all the degrees and radians. That's it. So you can easily take a calculator and do, right? So here, all you need to do is divide by 180. So 30 degrees I know is pi by 6, and over here just divide by 180. You will keep on getting the answers. Pi by 6, pi by 4, here it is pi by 3, I believe, and you can check all the others. I will tell you in calculator how to do it. All you need to do is just whichever the value, see, 30 divided by 180. That's it for degree to radian, 1 by 6. Now say just change this 30 to 45. What's the answer? Pi by 4. Now this to 60, pi by 3. I mean, see, over here getting 1 by 3, but remember to multiply it by pi. So it says 1 by 3, we just write pi. 90, just check it out, okay? You will get it over here. Just change this to 90 and you will come to know it's pi by 2. Same thing with the other points. You can just easily do it and you will get the answers. You can easily write them up. So these are the answers over here. Just focus on the radians. No need of all these methods. You can directly do it. It's question number 12, MCQ. So you just choose the correct answer. So here all the other values are also there. You can take a look at this. And lastly, we are over here. So these are all the answers. And now describe at least one pattern or symmetry that you notice in the completed figure. What pattern do you notice? Okay, there are plenty of patterns. Each over here, see, they are adding by 30 degrees, and then you're just converting to radian. Let's just look into the answer, what they're expecting. Okay, they are. It's an increment by 45 degree. Yes, obviously. Initially, when I wrote the angles, you can see over here 45 is what? Pi by 4, pi by 2. You're adding pi by 4 all the time. In the sense, I'll show in calculator. We know it's 0. Add pi by 4. 0 plus pi by 4. Okay, it's 1/4 pi by 4, and then again you're adding pi by 4, so I'll just multiply it, okay, by 2. It's half pi. Then multiplied by 3, you're gonna get 3/4 pi. That's over here. Then if you multiply by 4, you will get pi. That is over here. Then here you can do 5, 6, 7. So it'll be what? Just it'll keep on 5 by 4 pi. It'll be 3/4 by pi, 7 by 4 pi, and then finally you'll come to 2 pi. So when you multiply it by over here 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, it'll be 2 pi. That's it. That's the basically you're getting the the pattern by adding pi by 4. That's the thing. It's a very simple thing. That's the answer for the previous one. Now we are going to the 71st question about clocks. Through what angle in degrees and radian does the hour hand of a clock rotate between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m.? Assuming the length of the hour hand is 6 inches, find the arc length of the circle made by the hour hand during that time. It's similar to what we had done a while ago. So I'll just draw the diagram. We know the clock, right? So basically, this is the hour hand and minute hand. Long one is minute hand. Let me keep this as the minute hand. So this is 4 p.m. This is 3. This is 4. So this is the hour hand. Okay, 4. 5 is over here. 6 is over here. 7 is over here. So how much is it moving? 1, 2, 3. That's it. Now how much is this 1 hour? It's 30 degrees. How do you do that? 360 divided by 12. 12 is the total number of hours, right? That'll be 30 degrees. So we know each hour is 30 degrees. From 4 to 7, it is 3 hours. 3 into 30, that is 90 degrees. But what will be the sign? It'll be negative 90 degrees because it's moving in the clockwise direction. If it was like this anti-clockwise, then the angle is positive. Otherwise, it's negative. That's fine. Now, what do we need to do is find the arc length. S is equal to R theta. So convert this to radians. How much is 90 degrees? Negative pi by 2 radians. So over here theta is negative pi by 2. You don't need to put the value of negative. Let it be for now. I'll tell you why. And assuming the length of the arc is 6 inches, find the arc length. Okay. Now here one important thing to understand is the R value will be the 6 inches itself, assuming the length of the hour hand. So this, whatever is there, is R. So that is the radius because we assume that is, what is pointing. So that will be 6 multiplied by minus pi by 2. So 3 and 1, so it will be negative 3 pi. Now I'll just put this in the calculator to explain it better. Here we have 3 pi. Let me just take it over here. 3 and pi. This is the answer. But how much distance exactly is 3 pi? It's 9.424 inches. Basically, that is the distance that this particular hour hand moves. Okay. Now, why this negative sign is not required? Because it's a distance. Negative just denotes the direction. It's going in this direction, opposite direction. That's it. But doesn't matter what, the answer will be negative. The answer will be this itself. Okay, 3 pi. Negative is just the direction. So let's just check the answers. You can see here we had got negative pi by 2. Yes, that's correct. Why? Because it's going downwards. But over here they have not used negative, but even you can use negative, it will be minus, it's fine. But make sure you write the length is only 3 pi inches because it can only be positive. The distance is only positive. That's the reason. Now then we are in the 72nd problem. That is amusement parks. The carousel at an amusement park. Now carousel is basically like the turning thing. It's not like a giant wheel or something. Not a Ferris wheel, but something that moves vertically. See, for example, this is not vertically, horizontally. It's flat. Okay. Imagine you have your calculator placed on a table. Okay. Why is it not working? 1 minute. Okay, it's up and running now. So over here, imagine this is a table and you keep the calculator flat like this and you rotate it. It will turn like this, right? Same way, horizontally, something that's rotating. Here they have how much? 20 horses. Let me just take this calculator off. 20 horses spaced evenly. Its circumference, evenly in its circumference. That means everyone is distributed at even placing. The horses are numbered consecutively from 1 to 20. Okay. The carousel completes one rotation about its axis every 40 seconds. So if it starts over here, imagine this point. In 40 seconds, it will come back to the same point. One rotation. Okay. Then what is the central angle? Okay, we have to find the angle. It's very simple. What's the total angle? 360 degrees. How many are there? 20. So what is the angle for at each point? It will be 36 is 18 degrees. That's it. So that would be the first answer. Oh, sorry, no. The central angle formed from where? From 1 till 8. 18 is yes for one placement, but we don't want advance. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 means there are 7 distances, right? So multiply this by 7, you will get the answer. It will be 90 plus 36, that is 126 degrees. Let's just check answers. Over here 18 degrees and multiply, so it's 126 basically. Now the next one, the part B over here, is what speed the carousel rotate in rotation per minute. So we know one rotation. See now, for example, one rotation is how much seconds over here? 40 seconds. Per minute, how many? X in 1 minute, that is 60 seconds. Okay, because over here it's in seconds, so I'm using seconds for a minute. Now just do the cross multiplication. You will get 60 by 40 equals X, that is 6 by 4, or 3 by 2 is X. That is 1.5 rotations per minute. So the rotations is 1.5. If you count for one minute, This will go past once and then it will come down over here at 6 o'clock. So that means 1.5 rotations. Here, that's the answer, 1.5 rotation per minute. And then what do we have? What is the speed of carousel in radians per minute? Now, this is important. We know per minute the rotation is 1.5, right? Per minute in radians, just multiply this by 2 pi. That's it. Just multiply 1.5 by 2 pi. You will get the answer. It's 3 pi radians per minute. And now here there is one last question. A child rides the carousel for 6 minutes. Through how many radians will the child pass in the course of the carousel ride? So again, it's see the cross multiplication. Wait, yeah, 6 minutes. See now you can do in various ways. Sorry, I thought I'll just do for this much, relating it to quantity and cross multiplying. But no, you don't need to do that. Look here. The speed of carousel is 3 pi radians per minute. Now, how much is this child riding? 6 minutes. So just multiply this 6 times 3 pi. That's it. Because we already found per minute, right? We know for 1 minute it is so much. For 6 minutes, just multiply. You can do the equation as well. It'll be the same thing. 6 times 3 pi, it's 18 pi radian in the course of the carousel ride, whichever the child opts for 6 minute ride. So that's it. It's very simple. Once you understand the main concept, all these questions will be just relatable and very easy. And we go to the last question now. It's about Ferris wheel. The London Eye is one of the world's largest Ferris wheels. The diameter of the wheel is 135 meters. Imagine, it's such a big Ferris wheel and such a huge diameter. So the radius is how much? 67.5. That's crazy. It's too big. And it makes a complete rotation in 30 minutes. So it takes 30 minutes for one complete rotation from one point to the other. A passenger gets on the ride and travels for 5 minutes before the ride stops. The passenger wants to know how far she traveled during this time. Again, it's the same concept over here, what we have just done. So please try to do it by yourselves and then we will, solve it up together. Now here there's lots of information given. So what do we need over here for the first part? Let's do part wise. During the 5-minute interval, what is the measure of the central angle of the wheel's rotation in radians? We know for 30 minutes it will complete one rotation. So let's write it out. That is 30 minutes, that's time, equals 2 pi, right? So how much will it be for 5 minutes? Divided by 5 equals x. We need to find this, right? The degree, the time interval. So we just cross multiply. X is equal to 2 pi into 5 by 30. So 5 times 2 is 10 pi by 30, that is 1 by 3 pi. This would be the answer. That's 1 by 3 pi or pi by 3, it's the same thing. Over here they have just used other relation, but the same concept and the same answer. Just that I've related. For 30 minutes it's 2 pi, for 5, how much is the degrees? So that's it. You will get the answer. Next one, how to find the distance the passenger traveled to the nearest meter. Here it's arc length. Whenever you have to find distance, just use arc length. That is S is equal to r theta. We know S will be the arc length. R is what? 135 divided by 2 multiplied by theta. We just now found out was 1/3 pi. For this particular thing, for 5 minutes ride. So just do it in the calculator. You'll get the answer. Here they have written 67.5. You can directly put it in calculator. No problem at all. See, it's 167.5 into 1/3 pi. Here, try both the answers because, see, one way this is in terms of pi, 22.5 pi. But if they want in degrees, just press SD and you will get the degrees. This is 70. Sorry, not in degrees. My bad. This is in terms of pi. This is in terms of direct answer. Just that pi is 3.14. When you press SD, this will be multiplied and you will get the answer. Now, this both pi meters or the 71 meters is the same thing. Okay, they both are same. Any one answer will be given in the options. The distance the passenger traveled is about 71 meters. So that's from the arc length formula. And lastly, explain how do you know the answer is reasonable. Now there are various methods to do that. We know this is 71 meters, right? Now first of all, how much is the total rotation? See now what they have used over here by the circumference. See, because different methods to articulate that your answer is correct. But this one over here, you can see they have used circumference. Circumference is given by 2 pi r or pi times diameter. Now, this is what? Pi is 3.14 times diameter. What is the diameter? It's given away 135, right? Multiply that. How much is the total diameter? Total circumference, the outside thing, it is 423.9 meters. Now, we know that the passenger just traveled 5 minutes. That is 1/6 of the entire rotation. Only 1/6. Not the entire, only for 1/6. 1/6 of a part. So multiply this total circumference by 1/6. How much is the answer? You get 70.65, which is what we got, right? 71. See, we also got the same thing, or very close. So yes, that is correct. The distance traveled, see over here, distance traveled by the passenger is 71 meters. And even if you do like this also, you will get 71 meters itself. That's the end of this particular question. Please do try to understand and differentiate what is exactly the radians, degrees, way to use radians. Very important thing when it's a arc length formula, please do not use degrees, use radians, and just try practicing more problems, and then you will be very thorough with this topic. The question number 13 is about finding the values of trigonometric functions of general angles. The method is a particular method and all the problems are similar. Let's look into a problem here. You will have like this. This is it. This is the question. The terminal side of theta in standard position contains each point. Find the exact value of 6 trigonometric functions of theta. How would you do this? Now, all the thing information is x and y coordinates. That's it. That's the only things you know. Now, let's graph this up. Let's see what would happen if you just say here the coordinate. Now, x value is over here, y value is here. Imagine this is phi and 12 is somewhere up over here. Imagine this is 12. So you will get a point over here, right? Now, if you draw a line from the center, this is the line. Now, I will just jot it down. This one. A right angle triangle is formed. A why right angle triangle? Because you can see this is the hypotenuse and this is coming down vertical, right? This would be 90. And this would be 90 degrees hypotenuse. Now this is theta. Imagine this will be the theta. So opposite is over here and adjacent is over here. This is what we can understand from this given 2 points. Now, what are the values? Let's look. Adjacent is what? This is the x and y. This is the x-axis, right? X-axis phi. This value is given as phi right over here. Phi. This much is phi, this distance. Now, what about this height? That was 12. How do you find the hypotenuse? Now, generally it's taken as r radius. How do we do? From the Pythagoras theorem. All we require is r equals. Now, since this is x, I'll take it as root of x squared plus y squared. Now, this is how we can easily find the hypotenuse or r. Then let's write r equals what? Phi square plus 12 square, and you will get the answer. Phi square is 25 plus 144, and that will be 54, 64, 69. This is square root of 13. Answer is 13 plus or minus 13. So let me just write it over here, 13. So our value is 13. Okay, this is how we find r, that is the hypotenuse. Now here you need to find the trigonometric functions. So what are the trigonometric functions? Sine, cos, tan, right? Let's write sine theta, cos theta, tan theta. The inverse, the reciprocal, let's write it later on. First, let's write this. What is sine exactly? Sine is opposite by hypotenuse. Now, what is opposite over here? Is this y line. So we can just write y by r, cos is x by r, Tan is y by x because it's opposite by sine by cos. The r cancels, and this would be the answer. This is it. Now substitute the values. You know what is y value? It's 2r divided by r value is just now found out 13. X is 5 by 13. Lastly, we have y by x 12 by 5. Now, what about reciprocal of sine? Sine reciprocal would be, if s, then we have to start with c, cosecant. Cosecant theta, that is r by y. Just inverse of this, reciprocal of this. Then there is secant, and lastly we have cotangent. And what will be secant? It will be r by x. This will be x by y. The substitution will be just inverse of this 13 by 12. Now what is r? Again, it's 13 by 5. And lastly, we have 5 by 12. This would be the answers. Now these are all the trigonometric functions. A simple graph will give us a lot of details, and then we can find r and do this. Now since this is in question number 13, this I did was just for your understanding. In your exam, you do not need to do that. Why? Because you can just start directly finding r and memorize this. You should know these formulas. Whenever it's sine, y is up over here, cos it's x. We will see it over here. See, now that's the graph. And then they're using r value, that was 13 we found out, and then the formulas. See, these formulas are very important. If you remember them in this format, x and y, then you can easily solve it up. You easily substitute and get the answer even without the diagram. So you can see why sine is y, because sine is opposite is y axis over here, and adjacent is x axis. So cos will have x, sine will have y, and divided by radius itself. That's the hypotenuse. And this is just the reciprocal of it. And this is how we can easily solve it up. Now the second problem, please do it by yourselves and then check with the answers. Now I will do it directly without the graph. Let's see. Here, first step. R equals square root x squared plus y squared. Now substitute. What is x squared? It's 3 squared plus 4 squared. That would be square root of 9 plus 16. That is square root 9 plus 16 is 25. That is 5. R is found out to be 5. So x is 3, y is 4, r is 5. Sine, I don't even need to write the formula, but I know it is y by r. I'll directly write 5 by 4 by 5. Cos 3 by 5. Tan is y by x, not x by y. It's y by x. It's 4 by 3. Now here, cosecant, inverse of this 5 by 4, secant 5 by 3. And lastly, cotangent theta is equal to 3/4. This would be the final answers. And you can see the graph is not required, but the answers are same. 5 we got. And look at these answers. 4 by 5, 3 by 5, 4 by 3. Here we have 5 by 4, 5 by 3, 3 by 4. It will be the same answers. So this is how we can easily do these problems. You can solve the others by yourself. Just pause the video to do it by yourself and then check for the answers. Here there is minus sign, but doesn't matter. Look here. When you put r, the sign, when you square it, the sign dissolves, So it'll be positive itself. You'll find the r value and then you just substitute. Over here, but see now, sine, cos and tan. Now what happens? The sign remains, okay? This is very important. R value is found out. Now, when you're substituting y, remember to add minus. See, this has minus. But whereas cos doesn't have minus, why? Because it's x and r, both are positive. Here there is minus. Here there is minus. Because wherever there is y, there will be a minus sign. Where there is no y, there won't be a minus sign. That's it. Same thing with this one. Over here, just that the x value is negative. So whichever has x, that is like sine, tan and other things, will have negative sign. Here, first the diagram. Over here, this point. So this is the theta which we are solving for. This is the r. And over here we can find all the values. Very easy, so please do them by yourselves and check for the answers. Even over here, both are negative. So which quadrant exactly? You can see this will be in the Third quadrant, here all are positive. X is negative, y is positive, both are negative, and x is positive, y is negative. In the sense, you just have to see this one, x, this is positive, right? This side x is negative. Here y is positive, y is negative. That means here we have plus x, x is plus, y is minus. Here we have both minus and minus, x and y. Here we have x minus y plus, and here lastly both are plus x and y. This is the concept. But even if you do not know, because see, if it was writing, yes, you had to draw this. But here, since it's MCQ, if they ask you different graphs, you can easily figure it out. This is just minus 9 and minus 40. But what if they have, sorry, here what I'm trying to say is they won't, this is not so necessary, but you need to find the trigonometric functions. That is very important. See this one R, and then just substitute. Direct substitution in this formula and you'll get the answers. Please do the same thing in the other problems as well. You can see, check the answers over here. All the detailed solutions are there. If you want this presentation which I'm using, it is available in the description below. Please click on the link and you can download the presentation with the solutions. So here you can see there is again another easy problem. So directly, now it's just that your R value is root 80 or 4 root 5. So make sure you substitute it accordingly. Here it will be y by R. What is y value? It is 4 divided by R values over here. Then you can write it as 1 by root 5 or root 5 by 5. This is by simplification. Here for this, just multiply and divide by root 5. Denominator becomes whole number 5 and above is root number 5. Same thing again, 4 and 4. That's it. Substitute, get the answers. There's nothing much in these problems. They're all straightforward. Even over here, there is nothing much. Please do them by yourselves and then check for the answers. If it's complicated, you can use a calculator anytime, but just make sure you do this method itself to find the answers rather than any other method. So this one over here as well, easy and straightforward. Here you can see x is positive, y is negative. That means it is in the fourth quadrant. X is positive, y is negative. I apologize, this graph is wrong. The graph is, I think so, previous. No, it's some other graph. I apologize for this. Here, this is the second quadrant, minus 8, minus 12. But this one is a different graph altogether. But these answers are correct. You can see the graph is the only problem. I'm sorry for that. Here, this is in the... Okay, I have misplaced the graph. This graph is over here, guys. This is this graph. And the previous graph which I showed is for this problem. No, it's not for that. It's some other problem. But anyways, I'm sorry for that. I misplaced the graphs. But the answer is very simple. See, the answers are same. You don't even need these graphs for the answer. It's very, very simple. Just make sure you do these formulas correctly and then you can easily solve it. Now here, what's the difference? 3 and 0. Let's graph. Okay, they are not graphed it, but I'll just tell you. Let me graph it over here. What happens when you graph this? Let's take this coordinate. X is 3, y is 0. So y is 0 over here. X is 1, 2, 3. At this point. So this is basically your point, right? This much. From here to here. What is the theta? There's no angle form. What is R value? R would be square root x square plus y square. Now here it will be square 3 square plus 0 square. It's the same answer, right? 3 square is 9, root of that is 3. So R and x are the same things here. You can see here R and x are same. Only y, what is y? Is there any elevation? No, it's 0. Because it's mentioned 0. Now all you need to do is substitute the given values. Sin y by r. See now 0 divided by 3, it's 0. Cos is 3 by 3. Tan is 0 by 3. Same way over here now, when you go to cosecant, it's division by 0, which is undefined. This is undefined. Secant, it's 1. Whereas cotangent is again undefined because you're dividing by the y coordinate, that's 0. That's the thing. Some undefined. Now here the x value, see in the previous one x was there, now here x value is 0. Same thing, same graph. All you just need to do is the point will be over here, 0 from here. Let me just change the color. From 0 to -7. All this, okay? That is the solution. Now the radius and the y value are the same. See, y and radius are the same. But over here, what is the difference? Sorry, I forgot to tell you this. Y will be negative because it's given negative. But when you find r, the negative sign dissolves and it will be a positive value only. So you basically take the positive, r equals positive itself. Why? Here, x square is 0 square, but y square is negative 7 the whole square. It will be 49. Then you will get 49, root of 49 is 7. So that's the thing. R is positive, whereas all y will be negative itself. But x is 0. So here there are again some undefined values. Which are those undefined values? Here at tan, because x is in the denominator and secant x is the denominator, are undefined. All the others can be solved. Some are 0 and some are -1. Again, the same one, guys. We just now did it. So please do these by yourselves and check for the answers. Very easy and very simple problems. That is the end of the topic number 13. Please practice more problems. Make sure you remember the formulas of sine, cos, tan, secant, cosecant, and cotangent. No matter what, these are very important formulas. Substitute them and substitute the correct answers accordingly. X and Y will be given. Only R is needed to be found out and then substitution. The question number 14 is to find trigonometric functions by using reference angles. There are three types of problems in this particular question. The first one is to find by reference angles. We will have to know this reference angle, very important. Next one is direct calculator method, and the last one is a real world problem. We'll look into all the types of problems in this. The first part, here too we have to sketch an angle and then find the measure of each reference angle. This reference angle is very important. Before we start solving, let's just see a coordinate. Imagine this is the coordinate plane. And imagine there is some angle theta that is equal to 60 degrees. This would be the reference angle itself, in the sense, here, reference angle, we take it as theta dash, is 60 degrees. Theta dash is equal to theta. Why? Because this is in the first quadrant. Whenever it's in the first quadrant, that is less than 90 degrees, we take that particular angle as the reference angle itself. But now imagine we are in the second quadrant, quadrant number 2. Now things change. And now imagine this is your particular angle. That is, it's more than 90, so I'll assume it to be 120 degree. Now the theta is given to be 120 degree, which falls in the second quadrant. The reference angle formula is given as pi minus theta. This is the formula. Or what I personally suggest is do everything in terms of degrees, because students get confused with the radian, pi and everything. So the easier way would be just keep everything in degrees. And particularly when I teach, my students find this to be easier than the radian one. So I will just take 180 minus the theta. And what if you get radian? Just convert it into degree. I will show you this in a while. So this is the problem over here. This is the formula here. So what would be the theta dash? That will be 180 minus 120. That is 60 degrees here. So the reference angle is 60 degrees. From here to here, it will be 60 degrees. Now you might have understood, we always take this x-axis as the reference and then measure the angle. Now if you have a line, say over here like this in the fourth quadrant, we would see what is the angle from here to here. So that is the reference angle. That would be 360 degrees minus whatever is the theta that is given from here to here. If you have, say, 290, then 360 minus 290, that would be 70 degrees is the reference. From here, it is 70 degrees. So if it's getting a bit confused, so I will just remove this. I will tell you, whenever you have the angle in the first quadrant, The formula for the reference angle is simple. It's the same thing. Whatever is the angle, that's it. For the second quadrant, it will be the reference angle will be equal to pi 180. Let me just take that off. 180 minus theta. For the third quadrant, reference angle will be, see, if it's the third quadrant, this is the it, right? Now imagine you have 200 degrees over here. Okay. Now what would you do? What is the reference angle? If you look carefully in this figure, I had told you we consider from this x-axis, this angle is needed, this angle, isn't it? So how much is that angle? You can just do the total angle minus this much is what? 180, right? 180 is the flat line. So 200 minus 180 will give you this angle, that is 20 degrees. So we will not do 180 minus theta, it will be theta minus 180 here. And the fourth quadrant we saw that was theta dash is equal to 2 pi, that's 360 degrees minus theta. This is the formulas. So here we don't minus anything because it's within 90. So theta minus 0, so it's just theta. 180 minus theta, theta minus 180, and last is 360 minus theta. This is the formulas. You must remember this. The quadrant 1 is over here, quadrant 2 is over here. So this is quadrant 2, 3 is over here, and lastly quadrant 4 is over here. Now let's look at each problem. Again, I would suggest instead of this radian, let's take it as degrees. I will show you in a minute how to convert, but let's first solve this one. How do you know which quadrant it is? Look over here, this is 230 degrees, right? Subtract, now when I look at it, I will understand this is more than 180, less than 270. Why? Because from 0 to 90, whatever is there will fall in the first quadrant. From 90 to 180 degree in the second quadrant. 180 to 270 in the third quadrant, and lastly 370 to 360 in the fourth quadrant. Now I should know this much. This is the basic thing. So you need to know this already. And now with this information, with this knowledge, we can easily solve any problem. 230 is more than 180 but less than 270. So it's in quadrant 3. This is the formula which I have to use. So what I need to do, reference angle theta dash will be 230 minus 180, that is equal to 50 degrees. This will be the answer over here. Reference angle is 50 degrees. Now what about this first one? Here we need to convert to degrees. So it will be 31 pi by 36 into 180 by pi. So pi cancels and you're remaining with 31 by 36 into 180. Or as I tell in a short way, just see whenever there is pi, just multiply this by 180, you will get the degrees. So now we will use our calculators. 31 divided by 36 multiplied by 180 degrees is the answer. Here it's 155 degrees. So now here 155 falls where? It falls in the quadrant 2, isn't it? We just got the degrees. So this is 155 degrees. Now that is in quadrant 2. That means we have to use this formula. So it will be theta dash equals 180 minus theta. That is 180 minus 155. That would be 25 degrees. Now if you're writing 25, now this is the answer. So it's just 180 minus 155. And then this one, how do we write in terms of pi radians? If we want in terms of radians, just divide by 180 and then this must be multiplied by pi. So it's 5 by 36 pi. We can see the answer. Okay, over here it's 5 by 36 pi. That's important to write. And I'll just remove all this. See, this first answer was 230 degree. The total minus 180, that was 50 degrees. So we got the answer 50 degrees here. And in the first 28, question number 28, we got 5 pi by 36, or it was 155 degrees, 180 minus 155. That's it, 25 degrees. So this is how we solve it. You do not need to worry, oh, everything is in radians. No, just convert to degrees, write it in degrees, and then convert back to radians. That's it. We will do one more problem. It's very, very simple. Look here. Which quadrant does this fall under? It falls under quadrant 3 again, 180 to 270. So if it's quadrant 3, we know the formula is theta minus 180. So again, we just do that. Quadrant 3, theta minus 180 degrees. Since it's in question number 14, part 1, you can directly use calculator and solve. That'll be 205 minus 180, that is 25 degrees. Now here, 25 degrees is the reference angle. Okay, yeah, that's it. They have told to graph, I guess. Yeah, if you're graphing, you have to graph this angle first and then something like this, and this is the reference angle theta dash. Okay, we will see the graphs over here. You can see that's theta dash. Okay, but you can just approximately graph it, but most probably this is very important. The reference angle is 25 degrees. Here what you do, let's do this one. Take out your calculators. First convert this to degrees. 4 by 3 pi, that is multiplied by 180. This is degrees, 240. Again, it will fall under the third quadrant itself. So it will be theta minus 180. This minus 180 degrees is the reference angle, 60 degrees. Now divide this by 180. It will be 1/3 pi. So 1/3 pi is the answer. This is how you easily see pi by 3 or 1 pi by 3 is the same thing. So please try to solve the others by yourselves and check for the answers. Now here we can see it's negative. Doesn't matter. Negative, just convert to degrees and we can solve it accordingly. All you do over here is put 1 minus 180 divided by 6. What is the answer? Negative 30. Now here we can't draw negative 30 directly. We have to find the reference angle for coterminal angle first. Okay, what is the coterminal angle? Now over here this gives you the answer, but I will do it in steps. First let's do the coterminal. Coterminal is basically adding 360 and subtracting 360. But if you subtract this by 360, it will be a negative answer. No, we need positive value. So add this by 360. That is called the coterminal. We got 330. Now we know. Let me just draw this. 330 degree. Okay, that's the value. But we need to find this angle. How much is it? The reference angle for the fourth quadrant is given as 360 minus theta, that is 360 minus 330, that is 30 degrees. Now initially we got 30 itself, but that was minus 30, see from here, but we have to just take it as 30 degrees. So you can see over here, pi by 6 is 30 degrees. I'll show you. 30 divided by 180 degrees, sorry, it's 180, that is 1 by 6. So that is pi by 6. So that is the answer. Very easy. Just make sure you find the coterminal. In the coterminal, you will understand that is basically, from here you will understand, okay, that is the answer. But it will be negative, just make it positive. So, I mean, even before finding the coterminal, you can easily see from here, this is the given question. It's negative 30. That'll be positive 30. That's it. So if you apply the formulas, you'll get the same answer, but it'll be a positive value. Please do try them by yourselves and check the answers. You can pause it now and try it by yourselves. The answers over here would be, since 7 pi by 4 is around, it's I think so 305 degree or something. I can't, no, sorry. 270 plus, it'll be 315, I believe, or something like that. So it'll be in the fourth quadrant. Just 2 pi minus this given one will be the answer. 135 degree is again same, second quadrant. We have done similar problem in the second quadrant. It will be 180 minus this. That's the answer. Again 200, 5 pi by 3. Please solve them by yourselves and then check for the answers. Very simple. Whenever there is radians, convert to degrees and then solve it. And then whatever answer you get, divide by 180 to get back to radians. That's it. And over here we have again few more problems. Negative doesn't matter. Just find the coterminal and then easily solve it up. Now over here now, when we found the coterminal, which quadrant does it fall under? This falls under quadrant 2. So the formula is different. You can't. This doesn't help you over here. it can be helpful if you directly try to solve it, but that's very complicated. Now over here, you found the co-terminal is 150 degrees. From year to year, it's 150 degrees, right? Now what you do is basically 180 minus 150, that is the answer. Otherwise, even if you see subtract, not subtract, because this minus, you need to add this by 180 degrees, you will get negative 30 from here. So answer is 30 from here or here, but better do the coterminal angle, find the quadrant, and then easily find the reference angle. It will be 180 minus the theta. Negative again, but doesn't matter, it's the same thing. Easily solve it up, you will get the answers. We have done similar problems. Just find which quadrant it is, find the coterminal whenever it's negative, find the positive coterminal, find which angle it is, and then solve. See over here we directly got pi by 4, which is in the first quadrant itself. So pi by 4 is 45 degrees, 45 degrees in the first quadrant. Easily you will get the answer. That's it. So same one is the answer. And now we move to the next type of problems. Here, the easiest and the simplest method is directly use the calculator, because this is in question number 14, MCQ part. How do we do? Very simple. Take out your calculators. Just substitute this tan 330 degrees. How much is it? It's negative pi by negative root 3 by 3. So that will be the answer. You can just skip this and directly jump. Otherwise, you have to do this method, finding the reference angle, and then from the reference angle, you're evaluating. But anyways, we check this answer by using calculator itself. Even over here, now what you do is whenever there is given pi, convert to radian, because otherwise you have to change the mode and all to radians, and then use pi. But that has complications. Since you're only using it over here, what you do is, for this particular question, clear your calculator. When you clear your calculator, it's always in degree mode. So now you can't use this pi. So what you do is cos negative 11, instead of pi, put 180 divided by 4. And now close the bracket. This is the answer. That's negative root 2 by 2. So that's the answer. Now, if you have cot, there is no option for cot. Cotangent is not there. But we know cotangent is 1 by tan. That's reciprocal. So 1 divided by tan 30 will give you cotangent of 30 degrees. For cosecant, now where is cosecant? It's not there, but we know these formulas, reciprocal identities. What is it? Secant theta, I will write, is equal to 1 by cos theta. Cosecant theta is equal to 1 by secant theta. And lastly, cotangent, cot, is equal to 1 by tan. Okay, this is the reciprocals. Now here we have cosecant, so it is just 1 by secant theta. So 1 divided by entire thing. Now instead of cosecant, you have to write secant. Sorry, instead of, I've written wrong over here. I'm sorry, I just realized it. It's sine. My bad. Here it is sine. Okay, that's sine. When it is S, it will be C. Secant will have cos. Cosecant will have sine. Okay, now it's sine. What is it? Pi, I told you to write 180 divided by 4. Close the bracket and you will get the answer, root 2. That's the answer. Sine negative, directly put sine minus 150 degree. Make sure you use the value, negative value as well. It's half, but it's minus half, sorry, not half. Okay. And tan over here, same thing, negative. Pi is 180 divided by 4. Close the bracket, you will get the answer, negative 1. Similarly, that's it. That's how we solve these problems. Very straightforward. If this comes, do it in the calculator, check for the answer. Now, the last type of problem is the real world problem. Here, for the real world problem, they have told us everything in this figure. Let's read this problem. It's about amusement rides. An amusement park thrill ride swings its riders back and forth on a pendulum. It's like, see, this going up, down like this, okay? Like a pendulum. Suppose the swing arm of the ride is 62 feet in length. So what is the length over here, this ride? This one, it's 62 feet. This is given. and the axis from which the arm swings, axis, okay, this axis is about 64 above the ground. So now what is this axis? This is the length over here. This basically x-axis over here. Okay, from where it swings, right? This the height over here where it starts swinging is 64 above. So this height from the ground to over here is 64. Now, what is the height of the riders above the ground at the peak of the arc, round to the nearest necessary foot necessary? Now, what they're asking is, see, they have given you a lot of data, this which is not so useful. I'll tell you the shortcut method to solve this problem. This is not so useful. This is very important. Now, if you think of this, this is the height where they are going extra, the peakmost point, the topmost, the peaking point, right? Here, this is the y value. This is unknown. This is what we need to solve, the height, where it goes, how much it goes over there. Whereas over here, if you see, this is 90 degree and this theta is unknown. If you know this theta, then we know which trigonometric function connects this hypotenuse. This is the opposite side. It is sine. Sine theta equals opposite by hypotenuse. This is hypotenuse. This is opposite. And this is theta. But theta is unknown. Now look over here. This much angle we know is 180 degrees. Now total is how much? Minus 240. But see, don't take the negative. We need to find the reference angle. We need to just find this much angle. We don't want negative angle. We have to take it positive itself. In the sense, we just need this angle. It is 240 minus 180. 240 minus 180 is 60 degrees. So this is 60 degrees. That is theta. So substitute over here. Sine 60 equals, what is opposite? Y, unknown value, divided by hypotenuse is 62. Put this in calculator, you should get the answer, the height over here. That is what they have asked. What is the height the ride is above the ground at the peak of the arc? So this is the peak of the arc. See, let's take out the calculator and solve. All you do is just substitute the values over here. Let me just take it out. Sine theta is given as 60. Sine 60 will be equal to, what is the opposite side? That is what we are solving, unknown. So we'll take it as x in the calculator. And the hypotenuse 62. Don't press equal to, it won't work. Press shift and solve and then equal to. The answer is 53.69. Let's see. Here, okay, here they have done a long method. No, it's same. Because it's negative, first they find the coterminal angle. Okay, they found the coterminal angle and then the reference angle. We got the, we can, count it directly instead of all this method to get 60 degrees. This is how much, see, in the figure. Sorry, this one. Here, this is how much? Total is 240. This is 180. So just substitute 240 minus 180. You'll get 60 degrees. Okay, but over here reference is done based on the quadrant. And then over here they have substituted the values and solved. Okay, now the thing is, let me just clear it off. We have not got 31 root 3, but we got 53.69. Now I will show you the options will be in terms of 31 root 3. Which is equal to 53.69. It's the same answer, but just that your form will be different. So what you do is whatever answer you get, write it down and then check all the given options. Only one option will match with 53.69 and that is 31 root 3. That's how we solve this one. It's very easy. And okay, now this is why. Wait, what you have to do is the last part. Find the height y. Add it to 64 because this is the from the ground level, that's 64 plus y. What we did, how much is 64? What we just now found? 53.69, right? Add this to 64. That would be the exact length. See, 117.69, that is 118 feet. That is the answer. From the ground level they want till the peak, the maximum point of the curve. So it is basically 118 feet. And that's the answer. The height is 118. This is the last problem in this topic. It's about roofing. A roofer is basically one who sorts out the roofs of the houses, the top part, maybe constructing the roof or, sorting it out. That's a roofer. Now imagine this is a building because against a building, right? So imagine this is a building, big building. So he is resting a ladder like this, okay? The roofer rests a ladder at a height of 12 feet. This point over here is 12 feet. Height means the vertical distance. This is 12 feet, okay? Against a building so that the base of the ladder is X feet from the bottom side of the building. So this distance over here is X, unknown. This is 12 feet. Forming an angle. What is the angle formed? 71.6 degrees. That's given. With the ladder and the ground. See, this is the ladder. This is the ladder, right? And this is the ground. Okay, the angle is 71.6. Find the distance from the bottom of the ladder to the side of the building. This one. Okay, we don't need to do in detail. We can just directly use a formula and do it. Now write the equation that can be used to find the distance. Okay, how far is the bottom? Basically, they're asking to find this x value. That's it. Now, this is so easy. Just find a trigonometric function which connects opposite and adjacent side, because x is adjacent, right? I'll write it in the middle. Let me just take this off. This x right over here is the middle part. This is 12 and this is theta. So I know opposite and adjacent is by tan theta. That is given by opposite and adjacent. Now, do we have the hypotenuse? No, we don't know the length of the ladder. There is no length of the ladder mentioned. So don't use cos and sine, because we need hypotenuse, which is not given. So I'm using tan, which is opposite and adjacent. So tan 71.6 degrees will be equal to opposite is 12 by x. That's it. Just use your calculator. Here you need to substitute this. Tan 71.6 equals, what is it equal to? 12 divided by alpha x. Let's shift and solve. Equal to, it's 4. Let's just check the answer. X is, yeah, it's almost 3.99 is almost 4, so that is the correct answer. So the distance of the bottom of the ladder from the bottom of the building in the ground is 4 feet. That is basically it. So this is what we found. But now over here, they have just found the reference angle. Now this is within 90 degrees. So basically we take it as whole, 71.6 itself. This is just if you want, but you can directly see and take it. Doesn't matter. You can draw this diagram by yourself and directly solve it up. And that's the end of this topic. Please make sure you understand all the trigonometric functions. That's the first thing. Understand the reference angle, and then when it's a real world problem, make sure you draw a figure if the figure is not there. Otherwise, look at the figure, understand what is asked, and easily solve these problems. The question number 15 is the last question in the MCQ part. From the next question, it will be in writing. So over here, you can use the shortcut methods, you can use direct method and directly get the answer. This is about graphing vertical translations of trigonometric functions. It is an example problem. Here you have to write the function for this particular graph. The graph is given. What would be the answer? Looking at the graph, you can find certain things. Now, if you recall the formula for the graph, it's something like this. Y is equal to, now A is the amplitude, cos B, which is related to period, into x minus h, I believe, plus k. K is the vertical shift. This is the horizontal phase shift. Now, how do we find this? This is the entire formula. Over here, if it's sine, this is sine graph. Now, they are mentioned over here, it's cosine. So, just write cosine. Sine and cosine, the only difference is cosine, cos theta, cos x or cos theta, it starts from here. Then it's the same graph. But whereas sine starts from 0 and then it's the same. Okay, I've done it wrong, but it's the same amplitude, same height, everything is same. Only the starting point matters, okay? Only the phase shift is a little bit different. Sorry. So that's, easily understandable. So you can just find this for cos, even if it was sine, no much difference. Only the shift will be a little bit different. But now let's see how to do it. First, the easiest one is K and A. What is this K? K is the vertical shift, the midline. You can see here, generally the graph will be, since this is cos graph, it will start over here at 1 and it goes like this And no, sorry, I've done it wrong. It'll be 2 pi is the entire thing, so it'll be like this and it goes up. It'll be something like this. Okay. Now I'm not able to do it correctly, but it's something like that cost graph. Here you can see this has been shifted. This part has been shifted. This zero must be the center, right? That is not the center. If I draw a straight line, it will be somewhere over here. Do you agree? So let me just delete the things I've done because the equation is over here now. You can see the midline is somewhere over here too, looking at it. How do you find the midline? Just find the maximum and the minimum point. What is the maximum point? It's at 5. What is the minimum point? It's at -1, right? 5 and -1. Now find the average. Find the average. Here, what do you do is finding, one second, yeah. 5 plus -1 divided by 2. What is the answer? It'll be 4 by 2. That is basically 2. This is the midline. That k value is the midline value. It is at 2. This is how we find the k midline, first thing. Now, what is amplitude? Amplitude is just the half of the distance from the midline to the maximum or the minimum point. Now, instead of finding the midline and all that, directly you can find amplitude. How? See, what is the maximum point? It's 5, right? Okay. What is the minimum point? It is -1. So you must use this formula, max minus minimum divided by 2, average of those. 5 minus of -1 divided by 2 would be the answer. It will be minus of minus will be 6 by 2, that is 3. Here I know a value is 3, k value is 2. This is the thing, and this is cosine graph, so it's cos. This is how we can easily find out these 2 points. A and k is very easy to find always from the given graph. Now there are a few more other things what can be found out. This x will remain as x only, that's fine. B is unknown, x minus, what is h? Now do you know where does the cos graph start? The maximum point? It starts at 0. It should always like this, at 0, This topmost point must be over here. But now you can see there is a shift of that. It's shifted. It has shifted where exactly? It has shifted how much? Till this point, right? If you draw a straight line, it's somewhere over here, this one. That is 2 pi, it's at pi. So the phase shift over here is pi. So h value is pi, but when you write over here, it will be minus pi. Don't write it as plus pi here. No, x minus pi. Now, if you write it plus pi, it's wrong. It will be always minus only. Now, if it has gone more further ahead, then just write whatever the distance is there. So in this, you usually manipulate this point. Why? Because you don't need to take the left side, only take the right side wherever it is. Okay. So that's the thing. If it was 2 pi, write 2 pi, anything. Now what is remaining? Everything is done. Only this b value is remaining. Now, do you recall what's period? Period is, this is the long method. Please try to understand this method because this is related anywhere. But then I'll directly tell you the shortcut as well. Now, what is the b value? B value is related to period. Really, period is given as period, okay, is 2 pi by this b value, the magnitude of b basically, okay. Now, because the b value is always taken as positive. Now, what exactly is period? Period means where it completes one complete cycle. In the sense now, graph starts like this and comes back. Now it's over, complete cycle. Then again it will repeat. Then again it will repeat, right? So from year to year, there is one complete cycle. From year to year again. So this much distance, these distances are periods. Now here, what is the period? Always it's easy to see from this point, 0 point. Why? Now I can easily count from 0, right? From 0, this over here, okay? Now 2 pi, 4 pi, this is 4 pi, isn't it? From 0 to this point, because again it is continuing. Now over here also, if you see, this much is unique, then it will again continue the same thing. So 4 pi is the given period in this case. Now take b to the other side. What is this? 2 pi divided by period goes down, so it's 4 pi. What is the value? It is pi by 2, or you can take it as 0.5. Oh, sorry, what am I writing? uh, 1 by 2 or 0.5 is the answer, because pi cancels. How can I miss that? So it's 0.5. B value is 0.5. Now, if you're thinking how to remember this formula, what is a cos graph's period? Basically it repeats. Sorry, this is sine, okay? Sine and cos is same thing. This will be 2 pi. Whereas if it's cos, it'll come like this and it'll repeat after at 2 pi. So this 2 pi is because cos and sine graph completes one cycle at 2 pi. Now compare this with whatever is there in this particular graph and divide it by b on 2 pi. So this is how we find the relation. Otherwise, you can also remember b equals 2 pi is standard divided by the period. Okay, and this is how we get it. Now whatever we got over here is the answer. That's it. That is the complete equation. Let's just check that with everything, because sometimes we might have missed some part, but I don't think so there is anything else to do. Let's quickly check over here. First is vertical shift and midline. See, the midline was 2, that's the k value, that's the vertical shift. Okay, and what is the amplitude is 3. It's always maximum minus the minimum divided by 2. Average of maximum minus minimum. Here the phase shift is pi, because we saw it moved from 0 to this pi value. Instead of being at 0, it's moved the maximum value. That's why we got pi. And the period, we used the formula and found out to be 0.5, right? B value. Yes, we take the positive b value, and then what is it? Yeah, that's it. All the values are there. You just write it. 3 cos 0.5 x minus pi plus 2. This is the answer. Now the shortcut method, the direct method, now that is the answer, right? Is take out your calculators. Here, all you need to do is choose any value. Choose any value. Say you want to choose 2. You will have 4 options, right? In all those 4 options, you need to put the x value as 2. But in this calculator method, you need to change certain things. You can't keep the mode to degree. I will show you why. Let me type this. 3 cos 0.5 multiplied by, what is this, x. That is, x value is considered to be 0 here. 0 minus pi, close the bracket, plus 2. Now this will give you the correct, okay, I have not closed the bracket properly. There must be 2 brackets closed to open. Now the answer over here is 3 into 0.5 times. Yeah, see, we are getting an error. This is not the correct answer. X is 0. Is it 4.99? No. Why is this? Because look here, we have taken pi, but the value is in degrees. If I change this pi to 180, because pi value is 180 in degrees, I'm going to get exact correct answer. But now it will be a onerous task to change every way pi. You might be confused. So the easy way is type whatever it is. Shift pi. Don't worry. Just change the mode, shift mode to radian. See, now it's in degree. The default mode is degree. Make it 4 and then you get it in radian. Now if pi value is put, no problem at all. Now why I'm telling pi shift change to radian? Because now it's easy to substitute. Let's substitute the value of 2 pi. Here instead of x of 0, I will put 2 pi. 2 pi here. Sorry, that is random variable. Now here 2 pi. What is the value? It is 2. Again, it's 2, but let's take some other value. Let's take only pi. What is the value here? It's 5. It's the maximum value. Yes, at 5. Now, this is how we can check for points. Check some x values. Let me take it as negative 2 pi. Minus 2 pi, it will be again 2. So it always repeats, right? The cycle repeats. So this is how we can easily, this equation will be like, there will be 4 equations. Now what you can do is, you can try checking all the 4 equations and getting the answer. So this is the calculator method. This is how we can do it. But it will be very long if you're doing all the time. Oh, one more thing before I tell you another shorter way. Here, if you want to do it in degree, If you clear your calculator, it will be in degree, otherwise shift mode and 3 gives you in degree mode. Now see, this answer is wrong. Why? Because it must be in degree. So wherever pi is, they just put 180, then you can use degree. Okay, wherever pi is, they just put 180. 2 pi means 2 multiplied by 180. Okay, now you'll get the correct answer. Okay, that is the thing. If you don't want to change that pi to 180, just change the mode to radian. Now, there is one more shortcut method, not shortcut exactly, but simpler method. The easiest things to find out in this graph is the k value is always the k value and the a value. See, magnitude, maximum minus the minimum. Amplitude, A is maximum, that is plus 5, minus the minimum, minus 1, divided by 2 is how much? 6 by 2 is 3. And then the h value, the midline, how do you find the average? Just find the average, add both the values. 5 plus of minus 1 divided by 2, this will be 4 by 2, it's 2. This both you can easily get, isn't it? Then you can eliminate at least 2 options, or at least 1 to 2 options, you can do it. So from this you can easily eliminate, and then this part might differ using calculator. If you want to go further, just see what is the difference from year to year. Here to here is how much? Pi. So this will be minus pi. That is another way to easily narrow it down. If you find these 3 values, you can easily eliminate all the 4 options and get the correct one, even without finding B. Because many students find B, finding the B is difficult. So this is how you can easily find it, okay? And the calculator method works, but only thing is, in the calculator method, you must do for all the 4 methods and then get it. All the 4 options and then check it out. That is how we would solve. And over here they have shown in graphing calculator also, you'll get the exact graph, but we don't have it, so you can use the calculator and easily find it out. So that's the end of the part 1. That is all the MCQ questions. So in the next part, we will start with the written questions, where we will solve each of the written question in detail. You need to mention all these steps in that. So please do stay tuned. And one last request, if you have not yet subscribed to my channel, please do try subscribing. You can just scan this QR code and you can easily subscribe. It would really mean so much if you are for subscribing. And I really want to appreciate and thank all those who have subscribed to my channel. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys, and wish you all happy learning. Salam alaikum. Welcome to the part 2, the writing part of the end of term exam questions for the grade 11 advance. Here we will have 7 questions. It's a bit plenty because there are 7. Now these 7 questions all must be written in detail. You can't directly jump to conclusion. Try to write each step possible. You can skip some steps as long as you have understood it properly, that's fine. But if you just jump all these steps and write the answers, it's not, you won't be getting enough marks. So make sure you detail everything in writing, and write each and every substitution formulas, and then solving as well. You can use the calculator to solve it, but the steps must be there, substitution must be there, and then solve it in calculator, that's fine. So that's how we do, we have to do it. Now we will look into the first question. That's the question number 16. Here it is to solve exponential inequalities in one variable. This is the easy part because it's just one variable. There is equations or inequalities. Now this is equation. I'm sure you might know how to do it in calculator, directly substitute it, you will get the answer. But now we need to do the steps. Whenever you have exponential, how do you remove it? So exponential can be removed. Now there are different ways to solve this in the first place. Now you can take log on both the sides and solve. That is possible. If you know log thoroughly, that's the way to go. Now the other way is relating these both. How do you relate these both is, look at this base here. Look at this number. 8 and 64. How can you relate these both? You can see that 8 square is 64, right? Over here, since it's exponential, you must think in terms of powers. Now, even if you don't get this, you can use your calculator and check, because that's fine, because the first step requires you to write in terms of squares, right? take the square root of 64. Or if that doesn't work, take the cube root of 64. If that doesn't work, take the power 4. I mean, here when you do this only square root, it won't have anything. You will get the answer 8. So that means 8 square is 64. This is a relationship you got over here. So what we can do over here is write this 8 4x plus 2 as it is equals 8 square. Now there is a rule stating if there are two exponential functions equated to each other and the bases are same, whatever is up over here, the exponents will be equal. That means if you write this as 8 square, now I can equate 4x plus 2 equal to 2. This is the equation. Now then, what do we have to do? Here, just solve for x. 4x equals this 2 goes to the other side, will be 2 minus 2. X will be equal to 0. 4x, x is equal to 0. Now, let's apply this in the question and check our answers. Is it true? 4 times multiplied by 0 plus 2 is equal to 64. Is that correct? Yes. 0 plus 2, 8 square is 64. That means 64 equals 64. This is the check. If you do so much, you will get definitely full marks, whatever the marks is there. Now let's see what is written in the over here. They have just done the x equals 0. You don't need to do the check, but you can do the check. That is, whatever x you found, put it in the question and both must be equated. That's it. So this is how we solve it. Same concept is used over here. Now look at this. What is 125? You can check it in calculator. If you do square root of 125, you'll get some weird number. It's not 5. But if you do cube root, then you will get 5 cube is, cube root is 5. That means 5 cube is 125. So here 5x minus 3 equals 5 cube. And then equate the exponents only. X minus 6 equals 3. X is equal to 9. But do it in detail, sorry. Don't do like what I did. Write it in detail and then you can do it as 9. Okay. But it's understood it's directly equal to 9. But the steps are important over here. That's it. So please try to do the other problems also. Now we will see this one. Here inequality is there, but that's fine. Doesn't make any difference. Now here, how can you find this one? You know 5 square. No, see, the hint is whatever is this number. That is a huge hint over here. So now what we do is, I will show you how to do it in calculator. I know this will be 5 to the power 4, but how to do it in calculator is, let's take the calculator. We are not solving this directly in calculator. We are just finding the exponent in terms 625 in terms of 5 to the power something, because that's the step 1. That's fine. You should know it in your mind, but even you can use your calculator. It's fine. One way to do it is 5 squared. Check it. Okay, it's 25. 5 cube, it's 125. 5 to the power 4, 625. This is a hint. The other side, they have given it as 5. So this is one hint. Now over here, you can try this 4 square. Okay, it's not going to work. We know 4 cube is also not true. Now, what about 4 to the power 4? 256. So here we can write it as 4 to the power 4. So this is how the next term gives you a clue that, okay, you must use that. It may not be exactly that. It might vary also, but that's a nice clue. So here you just do 5 to the power 4 is greater than or equal to 5a plus 8. Now here it's inequality, doesn't matter. These bases are same. So 4 is greater than a plus 8, greater than or equal to. Take 8 to the other side. It'll be 4 minus 8 minus 4 is greater than or equal to a. That will be the answer. Okay. What did I miss over here? Sorry, the question is wrong over here, I believe, because you can see the question original equation is supposed to be 2a. So whatever we did for this question is correct. It would be 4, but here the question is 2a, which I just realized. So if it was a only, what I did over here, please follow this. This is the correct answer. It will be negative 4a. But if it's this particular question, then it was 2a over here. So it will be 5 to the power 4 greater than or equal to 5 2a plus 8. Equate this. 4 is greater than or equal to 2a plus 8. This goes to the other side. Minus 4 is greater than or equal to 2a. Minus 2 is greater than or equal to a. That's the solution set. That means you can write a first, over here a first. It will be less than or equal to minus 2. That's it. It's other way of writing it. Now this one is done. So please make sure you solve them by yourselves and check for the answers over here. Now this one, you can look at this. You can write it in terms of 3. Both can be written as 3 because there is no way this is related. 9 squared is 81. No. 27, how to get in terms of, common term. 3 square is 9. 3 cube is 27. That's how we do it. So another way to understand is just try to take the square root of the first number. 3. So try to relate this in terms of 3. I know 3 to the power 3 is 27. That's one way to do it. Okay. Now then it's direct substitution. You can check direct steps. Same thing here, but it's just that you're 1 by 27. How would you do this? You can easily relate this again with 3, but you can see it's divided by 27. So what happens is, first, I know 1 by 27 is equal to 1 by 3 to the power 3. But here there is another rule. Whenever you bring from the denominator up to the numerator, it becomes minus power. 1 by 3 power 3, you can check in your calculator, is equal to 3 power negative 3. Okay? So, or else I'll just show it. Let's take out our calculators. Here, all you do is 1 divided by 27. This will give us that itself. But now, if you do 1 power 3, it's again 1. Okay. Now, this doesn't help. But now, what I'm trying to show is 3 power minus 3. That is also 1 by 27. All are equal. Okay, that's how we can do it. Now, we need to write this in terms of 3 power negative 3. And what about this 81? We know it's 3 power 4. 3 power 4 is 81. So this can be written as 3 power negative 3. This is written as 3 power 4. Now here it's power the whole power. So multiply these two exponents. Minus 3 multiplied with this terms. So it will be minus 3 times. Wait, I'll just show it over here. You must be very careful with this. This term multiplied with this. It will be minus 3. Now we know the bases are equal. You can just ignore the base. 2d minus 2 is less than or equal to 4 times d plus 4. So here we will get negative 3 times 2 is negative 6d plus 6 less than or equal to 4d plus 16. And then we solve it. See over here, then we solve it. Because I will just make one thing clear over here. If you have any number a, let's take a to the power x, okay, and we have a power y. Here there are two bases, separate bases. The power is x plus y. But the same thing, if you have a power x, the whole power y, you're taking power, it will be ax into y. In the sense, if you have 2 to the power 3 multiplied by 2 to the power 4, it will be addition. 2, 3 plus 4, 2 to the power 3 plus 4, that's 2 power 7. Whereas if you have power and power, 3 the whole power 4, it's multiplication. 3 times 4 is 12. This is the answer. This is two separate answers. So be careful with this. Now then, same concept can be used over here. 1 by 2. We know 8 can be written as 2 to the power 3. And this is 2 to the power minus 1. Okay, that's it. And please make sure you understand each step, solve it by yourself, and then check the answers. Over here also it's the same. See, 1 by 5, I know this can be written as 5 squared. This is 5 to the power minus 1. Multiply minus over here, it will be minus 6 plus 5. And over here it will be multiply this entire term by 2. And that's it. And here as well, it's the same thing. Just the inequality. Don't worry, keep the inequality as it is and solve it up, okay? We have done this inequality problems as well. Here now 64 and 32, both of these are related to 2. 2 to the power 5 and 2 to the power 6. There is no other, relation with them. It's 2 to the power itself. And since it's about exponential, we need to get in terms of power exponents, okay? And here as well. Now here, this one again, 2 to the power 2 and 2 to the power 3. Then both comes up, it will be negative powers, and then you solve it up. Here as well, please make sure you solve it and then check the answers. These are again same. Don't worry about the inequality, keep it as it is, solve. Just think of this as equal to only and solve it. Same like that, doesn't matter. Again, it is a direct problem. We have done this at the beginning. It is 3 to the power 4, 3 itself. Just make sure, well, while you multiply this 4, it's a very important. It's 4a, 4 times 2 is 8. And here as well. Now, what is this? 10 to the power 3. This is 10 to the power 1. That's fine. So you should just write this in 10 to the power 3. This is 10 to the power 10 only this term. 5b plus 2 will be greater than 3. All the exponents will be equated. And then solve it out. This is also similar. Now, I know 216 is related to 6 to the power 3 it is. So you can directly write 6 to the power 3. If you don't remember, don't worry. Whenever you have this term, it's a hint. So take your calculator, do 6 to the power 1, 6 to the power 2, 6 to the power 3, you will get it. Maximum 5. Just check till 5, the number must be available within that. Here now, it is not 8. 8 to the power 2 is 64. There's no relation. It's not even 4. 4 to the power 2 is 16, but it doesn't relate with 8. It is 2 to the power 3 and 2 to the power 4. Say it's 2 power 3 is 8, 2 power 4 is 16. Then you solve it up. Here there are two numbers. Let's do this up. What you do is, see 25, right? It will be 5 squared by, okay, first of all, we need to relate these both. Now, yeah, this is correct, 5 squared. And now I know this can be related by, there are two numbers. Let's take a calculator and check. I think so 9 is possible. I'm not so sure. 9 or 3. Okay, 3 is definitely possible over here. But I think so even 9 is possible. Let's check. Here, let's just check for 3 now. 3 to the power 5. 3 to the power 6. Yeah, 3 to the power 6 is fine. But let's just check for 9 because I know 9 squared is 81. 9 squared is 81. And 9 power 3, I think so, is 729. Yes. So now what I would do is instead of 3, it will be a huge power, right? I will write it in terms of 9 and solve it up. So what you do here, write this as 9 squared equals 2x plus 1. And also there is one more hint. These both must have the same power, only then you can take it as common term. Because if it was 3, it would be 3 to the power 4, which would be again difficult, you know. Now this, you can rearrange and do it, but that'll be more complicated. So that was my main hint to go for 9. And over here, 9 to the power 3 and 5 to the power 3. This is the main thing. Now what you do, you need to get the bases equal. How can you get the bases equal? Just by changing the sign. So what you basically do over here is, first thing, let's write the question over here, 3x plus 1. Now what you do is, write 5 by 9, the whole square, the whole power 2x plus 1. Same thing here, 9 by 5, the whole cube, the whole power 3x plus 1. It's minus 3x plus 1. Now this will be multiplied, but before that, this left side it's fine. I'll just do 5 by 9, the whole power. 2 times 2 is 4x plus 2. Equals, what I'll do is I'll flip this upside down and the sign changes. Why? Because if you bring this from down to up, the sign changes. So this, take it up to down. The sign changed. Now this whole thing will be multiplied with minus 3x plus 1. Now you know these bases are same, so equate whatever is there. 4x plus 2 equals minus 3 times minus 3x will be positive 9x minus 3. Now solve this up. 9x remains. Take 4x to the other side. Minus 3 to the other side will be 3 plus 2 equals 9x minus 4x. That is 5 equals to 5x. X equals 1. That is your answer. These are the steps. Or you can see over here also the same thing. But they might have, yeah, the same thing. Yeah, no, exactly same. So this is how you basically solve this such problems. So here it's very simple. There are two terms, it's fine, but this one is important. You need to flip it up and down. 9 by 5, they have missed a step. So just refer to the step which I've done over here. 9 by 5, the whole cube. But now when you flip it, the sign changes to -3. They have directly written it, but this is basically flipped over here. Same concept over here. No, over here it's direct one. It's 6 to the power 2 and 6 to the power 3, and it goes up, so it'll be minus. That's it. So negative exponents. And here now we are coming to easy problems. 2 to the power 2 and 2 to the power 3 again. And this is also again easy. 3 power -1, and this is 3 cube. And directly solving, you can see the methods. Okay, over here they have, yeah, m doesn't matter, same thing. It'll be minus m over here. Over here it'll be 3m plus 6, and then solving it. Here it is in terms of 5 square and 5 cube. You can easily solve it up then. And last problem, it's with 6 to the power 1, 6 itself. Over here it's 6 power 2. This is how we solve it. I hope this is clear. It's just about the exponents. Just make sure you understand by getting this into the base of the other number. The hint is check the two numbers. The smaller number must be the base. Over here also get in terms of that. So once you understand the question, it's very easy to solve. That was the 16th question. It was about exponents. Please make sure you practice more problems. Do them by yourself, solve them by yourself, and then go to check the solutions. Question number 17 is about logarithmic expressions mainly. And they're not so simple because there are questions where you need to analyze, understand, and then, draw conclusions. We'll look at all the problems. Here now we have a real world problem about earthquakes. The intensity of an earthquake can be measured on the Richter scale using the formula y equals 10 to the power r minus 1, where y is the absolute intensity of the earthquake and r is its Richter scale measurement. In 1906, an earthquake in San Francisco had an absolute intensity of 6 million. What is the Richter scale measurement of the earthquake? Over here, they have told, see, based on the absolute intensity, if there's only one, it's just one Richter scale number. If it's, say, 10,000, it's 5, and so on. Now, how we solve is they have given the equation over here. So all we need to do is start with that equation. So we need to substitute all the given over here. Y equals 10 to the power r minus 1. Now they have mentioned here y is the absolute intensity, and they have given us absolute intensity. So let's write it 6 millions. So 6 million, that is equal to 10 r minus 1. We need to find r, the Richter scale number, where r is Richter scale measurement, right? How do we solve this? Now this is not with calculator. If you put in calculator, yes, you get the answer. But here you need to do manually. So whenever you have something to the power, how do you bring it down? It is from the inverse of this exponent. This is an exponential, right? Inverse of this is log. So take log on both the sides. Log what base? Log base 10, because here that'll be cancelled. What is the base here? Exponent's base is 10. So take log base 10 of 6 millions. And that is equal to log base 10 of what? 10 to the power r minus 1. Now we have to apply the rules of log. What are the rules of log? Whenever there is an exponent over here at the right side, any exponent, it becomes the coefficient. R minus 1 comes down, and you're remaining with log 10 base 10. Base 10 and 10. Now here, what does log mean exactly? Let's just take a minute. Like, you can stop over here. Let's take a minute to understand log. If I have log 49 base 7, what does this mean? This actually means how many times I have to take the power of the base. That means how many times I should take the power to get 49. The answer is how much? It's just 2. Why? Because 7 square is 49, isn't it? Now the same way we can easily convert this. How to convert this to exponential form? Now imagine you don't know the answer, unknown answer. This base goes and becomes the base of exponent, and this moves up. So you will have 49 remaining. This is gone, equals 7 to the power x. That is the conversion from logarithmic to exponent. And now what is x raised to power? Only when it is 7 to the power 2, it's 49. This is the answer. Same way, you can convert from exponent to logarithm. How do we do it? Now imagine this was x. Yeah, over here only we have, right? Now I need you to write in log. All I do is this base goes to the other side and becomes the base of log 49. That is equal to, this comes down, the power comes down, and that's the answer. Anyways, this is for understanding. So here, how many times do I have to raise 10 to get 10? It's 1. Whenever you have these same numbers over here, base and this, it cancels and becomes 1. The answer is 1 over here. Let's leave it for now. And over here, the same thing. How many times do I have to raise this to make it 6 million? So you need to think about it now. We will just use the calculator for this because it's going to be not so easy. If it was 1, then yes, we can just count the powers, the number of zeros, and easily do it. But it's 6 million. So what we will do is we'll use the calculator. But as long as you've written this, it's okay. Here we just put log base 10, or you can use log. Normally log is having only base 10, but we have this option anyways. Specify the base, and it's 6 million, 6 and 6 zeros. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Yeah, that's the answer, right? Yeah. Now it is 6.77. You will have your calculator so you can check it out, but generally they might mention this, okay, because it's not that easy to remember this. So they might mention it, or you can just use your calculator and check. So what I'll write is, over here, this left side is basically 6.78. Now what happens over here? This is equal to 1. So 1 into r minus 1 is only r minus 1, isn't it? So it'll be 6.78 equals r minus 1. This minus 1 goes to the other side, becomes 7.78 equals r. And this is your answer. That's it. So I hope this is clear. Let's just check the answer. Yeah, it's 7.8. That's the answer. This conversion is crucial. Now over here we have another problem about investing. Maria invests $1,000 in a savings account that pays 4% interest compounded annually. The value of the account A after X years can be determined from the equation A. Equation A equals 1,000 times 1.04x. Solve the equation. They have given the equation. There's nothing to worry. I thought we have to know the interest formula and everything, but no, nothing. They have just given the equation. All you need to do is solve this. So we need the value of the account A after X years is given over here. Here we just have to solve this, simplify this equation and get it in terms of X. Okay, that's the thing. So what we can do is, we can take this 1,000 to the other side. First, let's divide by 1,000. Let's keep this alone, the exponent. So it'll be 1,000 over here, and this 1,000 gets cancelled. So 1.04 power X. Now take log on both the sides. Log, what I would do is, I would take log base of 1.04. You can do this. Then over here, what happens? It'll be log base of 1.04 of 1.04x. Now this is all equal to 1, and you're remaining with only the x. So x will be equal to what? Log base 1.04 of a by 1,000. That's it. Let me just check whether this is the only thing that's done. Yeah, that's it. Okay. I thought there might be some other method or something. It's very simple. So always take the base of log, whatever is the base of the exponent. That's it. So taking both. Why do we do that? Because whenever we have log base a number and log of this also number, they both are same, this and this, then it's always 1. So this becomes 1, and you're remaining with the power. Power comes down, right? Is equal to x. Now this is the answer. Okay. It's a very simple one. Here another one is about, say, all are different types. So I will try to go through all different type of problem. If it's the same, I will just skip through it. Here we have a real world problem on construct arguments. Julio and Natalia are competing in a math competition. They each select a logarithmic function and compare their functions to see which has a greater value. Julio selected f of x equals 10 log 2x and Natalia selected g of x 2 log 10x. Which of the function has the greater value when x is 7? Now it really doesn't matter what x is having the value. It matters about these, okay? What is the base? Before we begin, I just want to clarify a few important things of log. Because this is very important if you understand, see, because it's about explaining and reasoning, If you understand what exactly is log, then it's very easy to realize the problems. Now, log, let it be any base. I'll take it as 100. Okay. Now, this is, I like to write log first. Generally, it will be like this. Y is equal to log base something. Now, base can be anything, but I'll tell you what is the difference if it's a small base, if it's a big base. Let me take a base of 10. What does this mean? What does this specify? This means that this base is there, right? How much time should I raise it to the power to get 100? That is what it means. Now, we know 10 to the power 2 is 100. So, the answer for this, when it's base 10, I'll write over here, base 10, y equals 2. Okay, when the base was 10. Now let me change it up. Let's not take base 10. Let's change the base to say 9, one less. So now how much should I raise 9 to get 100? I know 9 to the power 2 is 81. So it must be more than 2, right? It might be 2.2. I have no clue whatsoever. This might be way wrong, but it's around more than more than 2. That's what I know. So if it's 9, y is about 2.2. That's the thing. Now, what if I change this to say a smaller number 5? How many times do I have to raise 5 to get 100? I know 5 square is 25, but what about 5 to the power 3? It's 125. So I think so 5, it will be about y equals 2.6 or 7. Okay, let me just take it like that. Now let me go down still further. Let me take it as 3. How many times do I have to raise 3 to get 100? I know 3 cube, 3 square is 9, 3 cube is 27, 3 to the power 4 is 81. It's more than 4. It should be, for base 3, it's more than 4. 4 and plus, okay? Now what if it's base 2? It will be 2 to the power 5 is 64. It's 5 point something, okay? Because 2 to the power 5 is 64. That means it should be 2 to the power 5.2. Maybe you'll get 100. More than that, I guess. So now sorry, 128 is 6. So it might be like 5.5 or something. Now you're understanding, as I reduce the base, the y value, if you're graphing this, it increases. Okay? As I reduce the base. If the base is bigger, it is small. So now look at this. This is having such a big base, 10, whereas this is having just 2. Doesn't matter how much this is, your answer will matter with the base. Okay, now just for a simple understanding, we can check this in calculator as well. Let's take our calculators. Here, what we will do is we'll type in both the values. Now they have told x value is how much? 7. So 10 log base 2 x is 7. What is the answer? It is 28.07. Why? Because main concept is how many times you need to raise, but over here, since this 10 is there, it changes, but still it's 28.07. But now let's do this one. 2 log base 10 x is 7. It's 1.69. Can you see the drastic change? There is so much of a difference. So this is the thing. Now, why that matters is, now I will just let you know, let's solve it manually. I'll take this all off. I hope you understood, as the base reduces, the y value increases. That means it's a greater value. Now over here, so here if you're thinking of solving this, first let's just understand what this is. 10, let it be log 2 of 7. So how many times should I raise 2 to get 7? I know 2 power 1 is 2, 2 power 2 is 4, 2 power 3 is 8. So it might be around 3 point something. Don't you agree? And it might be, 3 is 8. Sorry, it's 2 point maybe 8 or something. Okay, that's 7. So now this 2.8 is multiplied with 10. So you'll get 28. Now, what about this? 2 log base 10 of 7. So here, how many times do you have to raise 10 to get 7? It will be something 0 point something, isn't it? 0 point, I'm not sure, 8 or something it might be. Now this thing, 0.8 is multiplied into 2, that will be 1.6. See, these are not at all accurate. I'm just doing it on the top of my mind, but just to give you an understanding, you can see the difference. So obviously this is bigger. When the base is small, the value will be bigger. I hope that is clear now. Now, to be honest, I don't know how exactly what they are asking. They're asking to compare the functions to have a greater value. See, now you can, whatever I just now told you, if you have written that stuff like this, and then you have told this is greater because of the, the base, as the base is smaller, it's much bigger value. That is more than enough explanation, that is a reasoning. Let's see what they are asking for. Okay, they are graphing both functions. Okay, explain your reasoning. Okay, you do not need to exactly graph, but if you know some basic things of the graph, as the base is bigger, the graphs are flatter like this. Okay, if it's this is small, it will go up and up. You can check it in Desmos. And one more thing, this value changes a lot. If this value is bigger than 1, it should be greater than 1. See, it's mentioned over here. It's always stretched vertically, it will go upwards. Okay, but here both are bigger than 1, so that is not a great thing. See, both are stretched vertically only. That's not that useful for us. But you can see this will be stretched more than this one. Yes, that is one plus point. Now they are using these points. Now there is a rule in logarithm. See, now this is y is equal to a log base b x. This is how we write log function. Okay, this is the standard form. Now, if you know the base, we know it's 2. If you take the inverse of base, 1 by base, the second point, if this is the x coordinate, the y coordinate will always be negative whatever is there over here, negative a. This is how we can easily find a points in the graph. Now here for this case, what is the base value? It's half. Then it will be minus 10. If you graph it and check, you will get this. Okay. And what about the next one? Over here, if you take 1 by 10, then you will have minus 2. And then you can also find the other points. One more thing is, you always will have these 2 points in every logarithmic function. Every log will always have, because it's like this, right? It doesn't touch 0, but it's an asymptote. It goes like this. At x equals 1, it's always 0. Doesn't matter what. If you have understood log, how it works, the power and all, then you will realize. Let me just tell you why. Log base x a y. Okay, now let's take that a off. This is just for understanding. When we convert this to exponent, what happens? The base goes to the other side. It will be b to the power y is equal to x. Now, look here. When we want x as 1, so let's write x as 1. When do you think I should, what power should I raise this number to get 1? Doesn't matter what, any number, only when you raise it to 0, any constant, this can be any number, 1, 2, 3, anything, it must be raised to power 0. If this is a number, I should raise it power 0, then only I'll get 1, because anything raised to the power 0 is 1. That's why this point must exist in literally all the logarithmic graphs. Okay, this is one point. And the last point, this is, I told you, right, inverse 1 by b comma minus a, and then b will be a also. This is another important. I'll clear this all up because it's already there. Now over here, what is the base? Base is 2, a is 10, right? Now if you plot 2, you will have one more point as 10. At x equals 2, it will be 10. Okay, this is one more thing. So these are about the graphs, and that's it. Basically, they're doing the graphs and telling which is the higher point. From here, you can tell the first graph with the base, a lower base, at 2, the look at what happened at 2 x of value 2. Let me just do this. X value of 2, the y value was 10, so it was something like this big one. Whereas this graph, the bigger base, at 10 it will be at 2, isn't it? So it's something like this. That's another easy way to tell it. But if you have understood the relationship between base and the log, that's more than enough. We have spent a lot of time in this base because that is important. I hope you have understood the relationship between base. As the base increases, the value answer y value reduces. Okay, now over here they are asking you when the x value is 1. Now, what happens when x is 1? We just now did it. It really doesn't matter. The answer is 0, right? So, neither over here for the second one, when 1 is there, we just now did it a while ago. I told you, right? So, now imagine y equals 10 log 2 and over here x, but x is 1. So, what you do is, let's take it to the other side. Y by 10 log base 2 x. Now let's take exponent over here. Wait, one second. Before that, before changing to the exponent form, we must know this is 1. Okay, x is 1. So we have to take this base to the other side. It becomes exponential in the sense 2 to the power whatever is this, y by 10 is equal to x. Now what is x value? X is 1. If x is 1, what should be over here? Doesn't matter what, it must be the 0. So y must be 0. In any of this graph, even if I take this graph now, let me just do for the other one. Y is equal to 2 log 10 of x, right? Let me divide both the sides by 2. It will be y divided by 2 equals log base 10 of x. Now, exponential form. Usually, I prefer writing this term first, okay? Log 10x, then equal to y by 2. So why I do this is, so now I can see that this is going, this base of the log is going over there, x remains alone, 10 raised to y by 2. Now it must be 0 here, only then x is equal to 1. Because we need x is equal to 1, so this must be 0. Both the cases, this doesn't matter at all, okay? When x is equal to 1. I hope that is clear. In the first one, we can, I had done this 27 and 1.7. If you just do that, it's enough, I guess. So whatever is there over here was extra explanation, see over here. But if you see the solutions, if you had just solved when x was 7, I had done approximate rough figure and I'd done something. It was nearly 20 plus and over here it was 1.6 or something. That itself is enough to show. Or even if you explain saying that because the base is very small, very big, it is a lower value and base is small, it's a higher value. That's it. Now we move on to the 46th problem. It's about biology. An amoeba divides into 2 amoebas every hour. The number n of amoebas after t hours can be represented by t equals log base 2n. How many hours will it take for a single amoeba to divide into 2048 amoebas? Now this one is related to exponent and log function. Here they have given the equation. So let's use that equation over here. And then they have also told how much it will be divided. What is this n? Number of amoebas, right? How much is it dividing into 2048? So this is the answer. Now all you need to do is convert this. Take this 2 to the other side. It becomes 2 to the power t and this remains. Now I will just write here. I personally write always the log function first. Log 2, n is how much? 2048 equals t. We have to find the t, time. This goes to the other side. The base of this goes and this raises to the power. So 2048 equals 2 to the power t. Now you have to solve how many times you have to raise 2 to the power. If you know 1024, 2 to the power 10 equals 1024. I hope you might remember this. And then if you take one more power, 2 to the power 11, this will be multiplied by 2, right? So multiply this by 2, it will be 2048. So that's an easy number to remember. So T equals 11. It will take 11 hours for amoeba to multiply to so much. Just with a simple two amoebas, it can go on to so much, okay? Now then, over here we have been told to graph exponent and log function. Now, if you know the exponential functions are something like this, they'll never touch the zero. Log functions are like this, and they are, reflected along x equal y equals x axis. Okay, so this is a very rough figure. Over here we have, see, this is the exact figure. Now we need to just tell the domain, range, and everything. The domain is always all real numbers for exponent. Range is all positive real numbers. Whereas the domain for log is always from 0 to infinity. Okay? Only all positive real numbers. And what is the range? Range is from infinity to infinity. Here they have tool intercept. There is no x-intercept at all for exponent because it doesn't touch the axis. But this over here, y-intercept is there. At x equals 0, y is 1. But whereas in log function, there is x-intercept. At x equals 1, y is 0. But there will be no y-intercept at all because it's a vertical asymptote. And for log, there is a vertical asymptote. For exponent, there is a horizontal asymptote. These are few things. That's it. They have told all that. What have we just now discussed? It's all in detail over here. Looking at the graph, you can easily tell, right? Domain, range, all that stuff. That's it. And the last one is, see, they are the graphs have inverse relation with one another. They are symmetric along y equals x. Because if you draw a graph, a straight line, y equals x, means the slope is 1, you will get line over here in the middle. They are always reflected along that. Then we have, what should you consider when using exponential and logarithmic model to make decisions? To be honest, I don't understand what they want over here. There are many considerations, the base, the power. So let's quickly look into the answer, what they are looking for. Exponent and log models can grow without. Okay, I understood now. This is very important. Now I remember that. See, what happens in exponent over here? They will always go towards infinity. They just grow without any bound. They keep on growing, isn't it? The exponent, especially population explosion, happens in an exponential manner. Now, that models, if you are graphing like this, it'll just give you a model after so many years, it'll just keep on growing. It doesn't stop, it goes to infinity. But in reality, what happens? Now, say for example, there is food constraint or there is no space, then population cannot grow. So these are the things. Now, say for example, amoebas or bacteria in a lab. Now, only with food and with the microorganisms grow only when there is required amount of food, sun, all these factors, and there must be space as well, and then they multiply. If that is taken off, they are constrained, then it does not grow. So this is the thing you must understand. Exponential and log function don't consider that. They just keep on growing without any bound. That's one of the main things I've told. See, this is all understanding and writing. And now we have a problem about finding the composition of functions, right? We have been given f of x, g of x, and we have to find f composed of g of x. Okay? They are inverse of each other, so we must know the answer will be x, right? Let's do it. Let's just prove it. So we need to solve for f of g of x. What is the inner function? G of x. So substitute f of, what is g of x over here given as 10 to the power x. Now what is the function f of x? Log 10x. Wherever x is there, you should put 10 to the power x over here. So this becomes log base 10. Instead of x, you put this one, right? So f of g of x means g of x is 10 to the power x. Instead of this x, I put 10 to the power x. This is it. Now look, this comes down. X comes down. And what happens? Log base 10 of 10. This is 1. So x into 1, the answer is x. So that's it. That is the answer. You can see. Okay, over here they are done exponential way, but you can do this method also. This is also the same thing. It's fine. The correct answer itself. The answer will be x, same thing. Now the same thing in the other side. You have to do again g of f of x. I'll just show you how do we do that. G of f of x. That means, what is f of x? Let's write it inside the g. It's log base 10 of x. Now this entire thing must be written over here. 10 to the power log base 10 of x. Here, this is the thing. Now, how can you remove this? You can take log on both the sides, like y is equal to so much. Take log on both the sides. It becomes log base 10, okay? Log base 10 y equals log 10 to the power log 10 of x. So here, this practically comes down, right? The rule of the log says whatever is there comes down. So we will have log 10 of y equals log 10 x, and then what is there, log 10 and 10, which becomes equal to 1, this entire thing, because the base and this number is same. So over here now we have log 10 and log 10, so y is equal to x. Whatever is there, this is equated. If we have same bases and then whatever this number can be equated, so y is equal to x ultimately. So both the answers are x, they are inverse, so that's it. And that's the answer over there. And what else? Now we have some more understanding problems, I believe. So Betsy says that the graphs of all logarithmic functions cross the y-axis at 0, 1. That's wrong, right? Okay, because the number to the 0 power equals 1, Tyron disagrees and he says log 0 is undefined. Yes, this is correct. Is either of them correct? Explain your reasoning. So let's just understand. Log functions can never have x of 0. Why? Because at 0 it's undefined. The log does not touch 0. It just comes over here like this. It's an asymptote and it passes. But it will always have 1, 0. It's not 0, 1. Okay. Over here, Tyron says the log 0 is undefined. Yes, you can try putting log 0. What do you get in calculator? It's math error, undefined, because there is no value for that. So Tyron is correct, because you can just say it is not 0, 1, it's 1, 0, and over here it's undefined. So yeah, that's what it said over here. And log 0 is undefined. Now, persevere. Without using a calculator, compile log 751, log 861, and log 971. Which of these is greatest? Now, I've already told you about this, but the values are different. So let's check them out. But according to me, it's just a hunch that this is correct. Okay, because the base is small. Oh, but the values are changing. Okay, let's just try it. What does this mean? How much times you're raising 7 to get 51? I know 7 to the power 2 is 49. Then the x value over here, sorry, this should be y, not x. I'm sorry, that's y. Whenever, yeah. So y value will be around 2 point, say just little more than that, 2.1 or something. Okay, let's write 2 positive, because I can see over here these are all less than 2. Okay, so this is great only. Now, what about this one here? How many times do you raise 8 to get 61? We know 8 square is 64, so it's less than 64. 1 is less than 64. So y must be less than 2. Less than, it's minus, so it will be 1.9 or something. And what about the last one? 9 raised to the power, how much is 71? We know 9 square is 81. So 71, yes, it should be less than 1 point something. It should be 1.9, or anyways, it's less than 2. So only over here we can see the value will be more than 2. X value is more than 2. You can try using your calculators also. You will get the answers for this more than 2. Over here it will be 1.9 and 1.9. That's the thing. So log base 751 is the greatest. So if you have understood the base and the relationship of log, then this is very easy. In fact, log is an easy concept, but it's a bit tricky. But once you understand, you will realize, oh, how easy it is, And now we have to write logarithm of the form y equals log base bx for each of the following conditions, where y is 25. So over here they have given this y equals log base b of x. You have to just assume y as 25 and solve. What do we solve for? I think so we have to solve for x. So this base, what I'll write is I'll write log base b of x equals 25. I'll take the base to the other side. It will be x equals b to the power 25. Okay. So whatever is the base raised to the power so much is the answer. That's it. Now b value is not given, so you can just leave it like that. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, they have assumed the value of b. You can do that, but honestly speaking, this is the correct answer. Whatever I just written, it's fine because they have not mentioned b. But here, what they have done is they have assumed the value for b as 2, and you can put it in the calculator. 2 to the power 25 is such a big number. I don't know why do you want to do that. Basically, and then they have substituted the x value back over here. It's up to them. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is this will be correct. I think so. They want the substitution. So I'll tell you what has been done. Here, for the base, right, they have assumed a value. See, for this, they have just assumed a value of 2. X is equal to 2 to the power 25. The answer is a huge number, okay? It's a huge number. I'll write huge number. So that is substituted back as x over here. So what they have written is 25 is equal to log base b of the huge number. That's it. That's what it is. That's how it has been solved. But honestly speaking, if you have done this, write a logarithmic equation for each of the following condition. This is the logarithmic equation. Sorry, this is the logarithmic equation. This is it. This should be the answer. But if you want to find some value for b, just substitute and do it. Let's see how the next problem is. Okay, y is negative. Same thing, same question, just y is negative. So here you can we won't consider. See, y is not given as 25, so don't consider to be 25. 25 is such a huge number, right? Let's take small number. You can't take 1. Obviously, you should. I mean, base can't be 1. Sorry, this can be 1, but still, let's take a bigger number like 2. Let's start with 2. Now then, what do you do? That's it. You can just take this to the other side. B to the power 2 is equal to x. Now, I think so we will just assume the value for b as well as 2. So 2 to the power 2 is x. That is 4 equals x. Let's substitute back in this equation. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to take it as negative. It is mentioned here minus. Okay, y is minus 2. Now take this b to the other side, or I'll write log base x equals minus 2. Now it's easy. So I will move the base over here to the other side. It will be x equals b to the power minus 2. Now, since they are assuming values, let's assume this also to be 2. So x is equal to what? 2 to the power minus 2. X equals 1 by 2 to the power positive 2, or it's 1 by 4. So now we will substitute back all the values. What is b and what is x? So the equation, log equation will be minus 2 equals log b value is assumed to be 2 of 1 by 4. That is the answer. Let's see. Okay, now they have just assumed some other value. In the previous one, they took 2, so I took 2 over here. And now they have just taken 3 and 4. Okay, they're just increasing the values. Anyways, but don't worry, this whatever was done over here is absolutely correct. As long as you know how to do it, that's what matters, okay? I don't think so this will be asked in the exam. Or even if it is, you can write your own answer. This is not a specified answer. It's just that, see, let means you're assuming. This has been assumed as minus 3 in this problem, and then b as what? 4. I had assumed both 2 and minus 2. That's it, and that's why I got this correct this answer, which is correct. This is just different assumptions. Now they have told y is in between 0 and 1. Let me just see what they have assumed. I will take 0.5. Okay, they have taken, see over here, y as 0.5 and b as 2. And now we will solve it. We will do the same thing. We know the equation over here, y is given in the question, log base bx. Now, y is equal to 0.5 and base b was taken as 2. Now we will start solving. It's 0.5 equals log b is 2x. Let's take this 2 to the, I'll write log first over here. X equals 0.5x. Sorry, what am I writing? This is it. Now this base goes to the other side and it will be x equals 2 to the power 0.5 or half, that is square root, x is equal to square root 2. Now we will substitute everything back to get the equation. So 0.5 equals log 2 of root 2. Let's see whether it's correct over here. Yes, instead of 0.5 they have written half. That's the same thing. It just matters on what is assumed, okay? Because I have not mentioned anything, you can just assume your own values. That's it. Here when x is equal to 1. Now, one second. Is it possible? This is, oh sorry, yeah, x. I'm very sorry. I thought the base was 1. X is 1. Yes, x is 1, the y value is 0. You don't even need to do it. You should know that. Anything you assume, doesn't matter which value. Okay, I'll just show over here. They have assumed 7, but I will assume some other value. You will get 0. Y is equal to log base b of x. X is 1. Y equals log. You can take any value. I'll take 100 just to show you it doesn't matter. 1. Now take this to the other side. It will be 100 raised to y equals 1, right? What should be y value? Doesn't matter what. Y value must be 0. Okay, y value must be 0. Only then it will balance. That's it. So the equation would be over here. Y value is 0 equals log base 10 of 1. So whenever over here you have 1, you can try and calculate any base. It will be 0. Y will be 0. Now last one, x is 0. One second, x is 1. X cannot be 0 because it's, we know the log graph, right? See, x doesn't touch, it's an asymptote, so it's undefined over there, okay? It's not possible. So even if you solve, we'll never get a correct answer. You can't raise anything to get 0. It's just not possible, right? Anything you raise, positive or negative, you will get some answer. Even negative power will give you some value. It'll be more than 0, okay? So it doesn't matter what, it cannot be equal to 0. That's the end of this question. It was such a lengthy one, question number 17. I hope you understood log better because it was all about understanding the concept of log. So take time, understand log, and then try to solve and understand problem. First, understand what the base does, what the other values does, how to convert to different forms. If you know that, then you can easily solve these problems. The question number 18 is to solve logarithmic equations using properties of equality. Here you need to know the rules of logarithm. Let's look in a problem, you'll understand. Here you need to solve for n. Okay, how would you do it? And check your solution. This is very important because in logarithms, after solving it, sometimes there might be extraneous solutions. It's generally the case when there are two solutions. But anyways, it's a good thing to check all the time. So you never know, sometimes it might be extraneous solution. Now we will learn about all that in a while. First thing is, whenever there is minus, do you know what is the property? If I have log base a, imagine this is the thing, minus log with the same base, this is very important. I will write over here some other number. See, what happens here is, sorry, this should be m and n, okay? Anyways, it's fine. Log base remains the same. This a is divided by c. Whatever is the first one will be in the numerator. Minus becomes division c. So here I can write this as log base 3 56 divided by n. That's the thing. That is equal to log base 3 7. Now can you see there is common? Log and log is same, right? You can just cancel it off. You're remaining with 56 by n, that is equal to 7. So n goes to the other side and 56 divided by 7. 7 comes this side. Now 56 by 7. Before 6, it's 8. 8 sevens are 56, you know. So it is 8 equals n. This is the answer. But it's not over. Let's check our solution. What it means is put this 8 back here and solve. Now, We have log base 356 minus log base 38 equals log base 37. If any of the step makes any of the terms undefined, then it's an error. Let's see, over here you have to use property, that is log base 356 divided by 8 equals log base 37. What is 56 divided by 8? It is 7 itself. So this will be log base 37. This is not an extraneous solution. There is no undefined point of log. It's a correct solution, and this is the answer 8. Let's just check the answer. That's how we do it. Same thing. And over here, we also have to check. Now, please make sure you write all of this in detail. There is no other way. You have to do this in writing. Over here we have log base to 4x plus log base to 5 and log base to 40. All the bases are same. The same concept. We will do one more, but this is plus. So I will do this one. Here the rule is whenever it's plus, these two terms are multiplied. 4x multiplied with 5. Okay. Equals log 2 and 40. Now we can easily cancel this off, and this will be what is this? 4 times 5 is 20, x equals 40, and x will be equal to 40 divided by 20 is 2. So this is the answer. Now substitute it back. Log base 2, 4 times 2 plus log base 2 5 equals log base 2 40. Now let's check. Here log base to 8 plus log base to 5 equals log base to 40. There is no undefined points over here. Everything is defined. All of these have values each term. And now we can use the rule, that is multiply these together. When we can make this log base 2 together, and it will be 8 times 5 equals log base to 40. What is 8 times 5? This is not 8, it's 5. So it's log base to 8 times 5 is 40. That is equal to the right hand side. Yes, base to 40. Yes, this is correct. The answer is 2. This is how we basically solve it up. It's very simple, very straightforward. I hope this is clear. So please do try the other problems by yourselves. Just the same method. Over here, it's still more simpler. Now, okay, no, there is an important thing to remember. Sorry. What is happening here? You can't directly take this log. There's phi, right? There is a rule of logarithm that says if you have any power, say log base a to the power n, this is equal to n comes down log base ba. Or if you have this, see, we have this in this form, n log base ba, this n comes, you can take this to the power of n, because it can come down or go up. It's the same thing. So here what we do is log 2x to the power 5 equals log base 2 32. Now it's easy to solve. This is all same. Log 2 is gone. What just equate? It's not cancelling. It's just we are equating the inner terms, okay, to find x. That's it. X 5 equals 32. I know it's 2 to the power 5. That's it. Directly you can write it. Or otherwise, you have to find a number whose power is 5. You can use the calculator over here. You can just put in the calculator and you will get the answer x to be 2. And then this is, oh, sorry. I was thinking it's a check. Now this is one way directly you can tell this is 2, x is 2, but don't do that method. Don't do the direct method, even if you know. Here what you need to do is the steps are take the root of phi on both the sides. 32 root phi. Okay, this phi and phi cancel, so you're remaining with x. Now in the calculator over here, if you put this, it'll be 2 exactly, and this is the answer. Now you can do the check, put the x back over here. What's going to happen? Phi log base 2 and 2 equals log base 2 32. Here this phi goes to the power, so it will be log base 2 2 to the power 5 equals log base 2 32. And here it will be log base 2 2 to the power 5 is 32. That is equal to log base 2 32. This is the answer. Over here, the answer is, sorry, 2. So this is the method what we did. Now, steps might vary, but answer will be the same. You can try to do it less or more. It's fine. Okay, that's the thing. And here the same thing, just that we have a variable a, doesn't matter. You can keep it aside. Okay, now here, if you look closely, see the base is same, right? Now, what is this? A multiplied by this term, a plus 21. I hope this is clear. Wait, I'll just do this one because it's little different. That's why. Here, this log with base are same. So you just have to multiply this. It's plus. If it was division, if minus would be division. So you just write log a. What happens? A multiplied with a plus 21 and close the bracket. That must be equal to log base 10 100. Now here you have to multiply this. So now this not cancels, this can be equated. The inner terms can be equated. So it will be a squared plus 21a equals 100. Take this 100 to the other side. It will be a squared plus 21a minus 100 equals 0. Use the calculator and solve it. Mode phi 3. So let's take out our calculators. All you need to do is go to mode phi 3. Factoring can be done manually also. It will just take a long time, but this is fine. You can use calculator for such things. 2100. Now, where did I do something wrong? Oh, I have written the question wrong. See, it's 121 minus 100. That's my mistake. What's the answer? 4 and negative 25. So let's write over here directly. A equals 4, A equals negative 25. Now, I don't think so this will work. See, now let's substitute the first case to do the check. Log base 10 of 4 plus log base 10 of 4 plus 21 equals log base 10 of 100. So here, let's just use this. Okay. Log base 10, I will just multiply this 4 times 4 plus 21 is 25. Okay, equals log base 10 of 100. Yes, it is log base 10 of 100 here also, and right side also it is log base 10 of 100. Yes, it is true, there is no undefined points. Let's do the second one over here. Log base 10, here minus 25 is there, plus log base 10, a is minus 25 plus 21. That must be equal to log base 10 100. Okay. Here, I can just stop here and tell this is an extraneous solution, because what is the log base 10 of negative 25? Or over here it will be negative 4. It's undefined. This is wrong. But why? The problem is because it's not defined. In log, you can't have negative numbers inside, right? So this is undefined. But the problem is, if you use the rules of log, let's apply the rules of log. It'll be minus 25 times, this will be minus 4. That is equal to log base 10 of 100. Now, practically this is true, isn't it? Minus minus becomes plus. 100 is equal to log base 100. 10, log base 10, 100. This is the dilemma. Now here you're getting the correct answer. It's equal. No, it's wrong. Why? Because you had minus 25 minus 4, which is undefined. So this is the extraneous solution. You don't need to do this extra steps, to be honest. This is just to show you. See, this is the reason why it's extraneous. Because here it's undefined. Minus is always undefined. You can check it in calculator. Put a negative value of log. It'll tell you it's undefined. And see, that's it. The same answers we also got. And over here, this is the extraneous solution. This is wrong because there's negative. Same thing, apply. This is now, we have done similar problems. Please do it by yourselves. You can see all the detailed steps. Consider all the steps properly, because each and every steps must be done. Don't miss any steps. Don't forget the extraneous solution as well. This is also very, very important. And this is the answer. See, there's extraneous solution over here. Negative 4 is extraneous. So only the x equals 2 is the answer. In the previous one as well, only the a equals 4 is the correct answer, whereas minus 25 is an extraneous solution. Over here, again, we have, yeah, same thing. This is done. Same type of problems. There's nothing new in these. It's just that it's a quadratic and linear, so you need to solve them up, get the factors. Whenever you have such problems, just use the calculator, it'll be much easier, okay? And now, when you solve it up, now this one here is very important for you to see. What happened here? Doesn't matter, it's minus. Let's just do the check only. I will apply over here log 4 minus 5 the whole square plus 2 times minus 5 plus 1. When we solve this, what you are getting? 25 positive minus 10 plus 1, that is equal to positive 11, isn't it? Sorry, it'll be positive 16. This is not an extraneous solution because the negative sign is dissolved. Whereas if this x square was not there, then it is an extraneous solution because you would have a minus answer. So this is very important to understand the difference between it. Okay, that is very, very important to understand. In the previous case where we saw the extraneous solution, look, this is the simplified log base 2 of negative 10. No, this cannot happen. But here, in this problem, you have to apply the minus number, but when you simplify it, you will not have minus at all because this becomes 25 and this remains positive 16 itself when you solve this. So yes, it's absolutely correct. This is a true solution. Both are correct solutions in this case. Okay, so it depends mainly on the question. Now here, again, see, this is already given to you. Just solve the inner terms, that's it, nothing else. It'll be square root of 100 plus or minus 10. Now again, make sure you apply check for both the problems. And when you see over here, you might think 100, okay, sorry, minus 10 is wrong, right? But minus 10, if you apply over here, it'll be squared, so it'll be 100 itself, positive itself. So no problem in that. Even over here, directly. Now these are much easier because they have given log base 3, log base 3. Just equate the terms. 3d equals 9, that's it. And solve it up and do the checking. If it's one answer, generally it's always correct. Don't worry. When it's two answer, please do check. If it's square and stuff, it'll be there. Otherwise, it'll be an extraneous solution. Here again, we have another easy problem. Just do check both the solutions problems a while ago. What happens is here, though it is negative, it will check out and it's true. Why? Because the negative dissolves with the square. Again, easy and simple problems. Please do solve. Quadratic can be used. The mode phi 3 can be used easily. Now, for this problem, you must be very careful on how you solve it. See, they have told use log base phi 3, that is corresponding to this value, and log base phi 4, that corresponds to this value, and we need to solve. We don't have any other value. Obviously, you can find it in calculator and solve, but now it's in writing, so we have to just use these two values. How would you solve it? So first of all, let's try to simplify this in simple terms. In the sense, try to write 40 as a factor of 2. 2 multiplied by how much is 40? It's 20, right? Okay. Then try to factor out 20. 20 can be written as 2 into 10, but 10 is a huge number. So we need in terms of 4 or 3, right? So I know I can write this as 4 and 5. So how about we write log phi of, instead of 40, we will write 2 into 4 into 5. Why phi is good? Phi is important. Because base is phi. If I have log base phi of phi, it's 1, right? When the base and this term is same, it'll become 1. What about these two? I know log base phi and 4, I'll get the answer. But now what to do with this? There is a trick for that. First of all, let's just simplify this. Multiply this log inside. What happens? All these are multiplied to each other. So the rule of log says log phi 2 plus log base phi 4 plus log base phi and phi. Now this is 1. Okay, we know the value of log base phi 4, it's given, but this is unknown. Can we get in terms of 3? No, it's not possible. But I know I can manipulate this. 2 can be written as, I know the value of 4, right? Can I write it as 4 to the power half, because 4 to the power half means square root. Square root of 4 is 4 power half, that is 2, right? So I will not write 2, but I will write 4 power half plus, what is log base 5 over here? The log base 5, 4. It's there over here, 0.8614 plus, what is this? It's 1. Now this power is the coefficient of the log. So it will become half log 5, 4 and plus 0. Now add this up, it will be 1.8614, and now we know half of log base 54 is given to us 0.8614 plus 1.8614. You can put this in calculator, this is fine. But here the main intention is for you to use this value, or you need to get this given number in terms of the known values instead of either log base 53 or log base 54. There can be other methods also, but this is the this is the simpler method to do it. Now, if at all, imagine you get confused in the exam and you don't, you can't get these factors properly. You know these factors, but you don't understand this writing in terms of power half. Just use the calculator and write this value, okay? Only for this part. Why I'm saying this is, instead of leaving the entire thing, write something and continue. So put this in the calculator, you'll get 1. This calculator, you'll get this value. Over here also it's the same thing. If you put in calculator also same thing. Just I will show you. Let's take the calculator. Here now we can just write log base 5 and 2. Sorry, inside this is 2. The value is 0.4306 and half times 0.8614 is the same thing. Okay, it'll be 0.307. Okay, if you approximate it. So that's why if you are really getting confused, just put in the calculator. And after you solve, now we will put this in calculator. See, 0.5, that is half, into 0.8614 plus 1.8614 is 2.2921, right? Now let's directly put this log base 5 and 40 will be the same answer, 2.292 something. Okay, it will be the same, just some values over here and there might the fourth decimal might not be accurate, but otherwise it's the same thing. So you can check your answer by that, but don't directly write the answer. Do this method, that is very important. Now here also it's the same thing, what we have done, the same method is done. Yeah, that's it. Same thing over here. Now see, we have to use 3 here. Let's quickly see this. They have written in terms of 2, 3 and 5. This is very helpful. Now why 2? 2 can be written as 4. We just now did it, right? Log 3 is very important and 5 can be dissolved, dissolved to 1. So that's it and we solve it. Please go through these problems. Very easy problems. It's just that you should write 30 in terms of small numbers. Over here we are using 2, 3 and 5. And here also now this one again, you should use the property. It's very simple. Why? Because it's log base 5 3 minus log base 5 4. It'll be like this. Why? This is the property of log, right? See, whenever this can be written as this term, you divide these two terms, right? Now over here, this 3 is on the top of the numerator, 4 is in the denominator. That means this will have the negative sign. So very important to understand this. And this over here also the same way, just do it. Now it's 4 minus log base 3 of the base 5 of 3. And another over here as well. Now we just now did it. You can write it in terms of 3 and 3. 3 and 3 or 3 squared. It's the same thing. Now, okay. These can be done in different methods. Now this is by square and everything. Otherwise, you know the factor log base 5 can be written as 3 into 3. This will be log base 5 3 plus log base 5 3. So you should just add this 2 times or multiply this 2 times. It's the same thing, right? 0.6826 plus 0.6826. The answer is this one. Even over here, you can write in terms of square. What does it mean in terms of square? That is 4 square. And now this 2 can be taken out, and you're remaining with log base 5 of 4, and that is given over here 2 times 0.8614. That will be the answer. So these are the methods to do it, and that's the end of this question. Please make sure you are thorough with the rules of the log, all the different rules. Once you know that, then you can easily solve it. And factoring also, be careful. They will be giving you certain values. So make sure you're getting factors of these, okay, not any value. If you have forgotten completely or done some steps and then you have forgotten, no worries, try to use calculator and continue. Don't leave it blank. So try to continue using calculator and go further. Question number 19 is to simplify rational expressions by adding and subtracting. Over here, it is same like what we have done before. We have done rational expressions, but it's just that we have to add and subtract. So LCM really matters over here. And one more thing is you have to do the detailed method. There are plenty of methods. I have put a link in the description for the rational expression lesson as well. There are plenty of methods. You can choose any one of them. I'm going to follow a method which is simple to understand rather than LCM and all that. You can directly do this method. It's a writing method itself. So let's look at this. What you need to do over here is look at the given terms. It's 2 divided by a plus 2, 3 divided by 2a. The most important thing is you must have the denominators same or equal, only then you can simplify further. So to get this, you can do, say, for example, get the LCDs and then do, the common denominators. Or the easier way is whatever you see over here in one of the denominator, multiply and divide it on the other side. In the sense, I can see 2a plus a plus 2 over here, right? 2 by a plus 2. Here we have minus 3 by 2a. So all I do is multiply this denominator over here, a plus 2, divided by a plus 2. Now what I do over here is this denominator originally, which was a 2a, I will multiply and divide over here 2a, 2a. Now this is all multiplication, so it's single term minus, this is important, minus divides it, separates it, sorry, and 3a and 2a plus 2 and a plus 2 is single term over here. Whenever it's multiplication, it's a single term. Now let's simplify. Multiply this, it will be 4a, 2 times 2 is 4, divided by, this is distributive property. 2a multiplied by a is 2a square multiplied with, plus 4a. See, I'm multiplying this 2a to this term first. It will be 2a square, and then over here it will be 4a. Minus, what happens over here? It will be 3a plus 6 divided by, no matter what, it will be the same term over here. Same thing. Multiply 2a inside. It will be 2a square plus 4a. See, now we are getting the denominator same. That is the reason why we multiply this denominator opposite and this denominator opposite sides. So we will have denominators same. When the denominators are same, you can easily simplify. 4a minus 3a plus 6. You can write this top terms together, and the denominator is 2a square plus 4a. Now here you can simplify further. How? Here you can do 4a minus 3a, that is a plus 6 divided by. Now if you want, you can remove a and 2 common outside. See, here what I'm saying is you can leave this. It depends on the question. Now it's up to you, sorry. You can leave it like this, sorry. You're just writing it, right? So you can leave it like this. This is the answer. Or see, now what we had got over here, a plus 6 divided by, before we multiplied, before we did the distributive property, this was the original terms, right? 2a plus a plus 2. Even this can be kept. It's fine. Both are correct answers, okay? Let's see which is given in the solution over here. Okay, they have kept it like this. So if that is the case, it's fine. Only the thing is you got this 2a and a plus 2, right? No need of multiplying inside. I did multiplication extra step. No need of that. You can directly get it. I mean, you don't need to multiply, only multiply the above terms and then down just keep the same terms. It'll be 2a plus 2, 2a plus 2, and you're remaining with 2a plus 2 till the end. That's fine. So this is how you solve it. Now you can do LCD as okay. In this case, LCD is the same thing what we did. We have to multiply the same thing, but some cases there will be different. Now this problem it's the same thing what we did, but some cases the method is different. So what I'm telling you over here, if you do this, you can do it for any problem, even over here. Just multiply. See over here, 3BD is multiplied and divided in the opposite side of the terms, and this denominator for the opposite side, other side, and then simplify it. That's it. No need of multiplying the denominator inside, so they have not left. It's fine. And over here now, see, whenever it comes like this, in this question there is a quadratic. First thing you need to factor it out. Use mode phi 3 in your calculator and factor it out. Let's do it now. Let's take our calculators. Here all you need to do is mode phi 3, and now type this out. It's 1 2 1. What's the answer? Minus 1 and oh okay, that's it. So that means there are two minus 1. X is equal to minus 1, not 2 minus 1, sorry. Get this inside, will be x plus 1, it's whole square. Why? Because the graph touches only at minus 1, only 1 point, and then it goes. Only 1 point over here it touches, so it's the perfect square. Now in such case, what you do is write this as x plus 1, x plus 1. Or you can write x plus 1 the whole square. This means there are two x plus 1s, okay? So this is the thing, the solution set. Because this is a quadratic, there must be two solutions. If there's only one, that means it is recurring. And this is plus x divided by x plus 1. Now what do we do? Here there is two terms, over here there is one term. So do you have to multiply anything to the first term? No need, but even if you want, yes, you can multiply this denominator itself. Now this is a special case. You can leave it. You do not need to multiply this into over here, but you can just multiply one of this over here, and the denominator will be equal. But I will show you, even if you multiply this over here and this 2 over here and here, you'll get the same answer, but it's just longer. So what I'm trying to say is, as long as you get the denominators equal, that's more than enough. So in this case, because it's the same thing, over here there is 1, there is 2, just multiply one of this up and down, it's enough. It'll be like this, x plus 1, x plus 1, just multiply it with nothing, 1 and 1, okay? And over here what you do is x into x plus 1 divided by x plus 1, and over here also x plus 1. See, it's balanced. This is the same thing over here, this and this, it means it's 1. So if you cancel this, you're getting the same question. So we are not doing anything wrong. And over here, about now the denominators are same, it will be x plus 1 the whole square. Over here and over here it's same. Now this one, it's 1 plus, I'll multiply this inside and write x square plus x. Now you can simplify this further. Now this is a quadratic equation, right? You can use the calculator again. It will be x square, whatever a is, whatever is the coefficient before x square, that is 1. Before x is again 1, and last term is also 1. Okay, this is a imagined number, so don't do anything, just leave it like this. This will be the answer, okay? You can see the final answer is this. Now, if at all there was factors, if there was no I, then you can just simplify it further, because they'll try to simplify as much as possible always, okay? Now here generally we write it in the standard form. The highest degree is first, the x squared first, plus x plus 1 divided by x plus 1 the whole square. That's it. And you can see over here, that is the answer, okay? So this is the answer, and same way you can do it over here. What you need to do here, simplify this, like use this mod phi 3, factor this, sorry. 1 minus 3 and minus 10. What are the answers? Phi and minus 2. So it'll be x minus phi, x minus 2. So now x minus phi is same in both the cases, right? See over here. X minus pi is there. So just multiply this x minus 2, which is not there, to the other side. Then solve it up. Now here, instead of taking the LCD, see over here they have just multiplied some terms. Instead of all that, I will tell you, just multiply the entire denominator, because in the previous case it's easy to understand. But here, generally this method is much easier. You just multiply 36 entirely over here. What happens? Phi a multiplied by 36b c to the power 4 f to the power 3 divided by, this denominator remains 4c f to the power 4, multiply and divide by the other side denominator, right? So this is the thing. Plus, now here a will be there, and what about this term entirely? Write it over here. B c to the, wait, I'll write this term first because we are multiplying and dividing by the other side denominator, right? I've written this, it's fine, it's anything you write, these are multiplied, so it's equal, Now it is 24 c f to the power 4. So this denominator and this denominator are equal. Look, this term, this term. So it's fine. Now whatever is in the numerator can be written up together. So what we do, multiply this 36 into 5. So it's 36 divided by 2 is 18. So it's 180 a. Now you're just multiplying the numbers because all are multiplication. There's no plus. Don't think it's distributive property now. Don't multiply this inside. It's all a single term because there is no plus or minus. So just number with number, 180 a b c to the power 4 f to the power 3 plus, here there is only 24 a c f to the power 4 divided by, now you can do the same thing here, multiply this, or because I'm sure that we can take the common terms up. See, there are certain terms common, right? We will take the common term up. So what happens is 24. I'll just write it like this only. Keep it like this. 36 b c to the power 4 f to the power 3. Why? Because there will be simplifications. Now this much is done. Only one step is remaining. Take the common terms. Now common terms in the sense, what is the highest distributive property? What is same in both? Because it's plus, right? We need to simplify it. Now if you have 2x plus 4x square, we can take 2 as common term because it's there in both, and x as common term, so you're remaining with only 1 over here plus 2x over here. This is the common term, isn't it? So same thing we will do over here. Now 24 has a multiple of 180, I guess. 24, 48, 48, 90. So what you can do is you can just try using the calculator. It's much better. I'll show you how you can do this in calculator. All you need to do is divide the bigger number 180. So let me just go out of this mode to computational mode. 180 divided by 24. Okay, if you get a fraction, that means no, it's not divisible. So that's fine. 180 I know is divisible by 12 for sure. So I'm getting 15. So what I'll do is I can write 180. See, I'll write over here separately. 180 can be written as 12 into 15. And what else? 24 can be written as 12 into 2. So basically I'm having 12 into 15 plus 12 into 2. So what can I take common out over here? I can remove this 12 and 12 outside. So it will be 12 into 5 plus 2. This is how. Now here there are other terms. So you can't just write the numbers, but I'll show how to do it. 12 is outside. Now even this A term is outside. B is not there. C term, one C term is outside. And F, how much can I take maximum? Maximum can be taken as 3. This much is gone outside. So what is remaining here? 15 is remaining. A is gone. B remains. C is gone, so C cube, 4 minus 1. F is gone. Plus, here 24, 12 is gone, so 2 remains. A is gone, C is gone. F only remains this much. Divided by, now, see what do we have over here? 24CF to the power 4, 36, B, C4, F3. Now cancel the terms. 12 one time, 12 two times. C and C cancels off. F power 3 and F power 3 cancels off. And A is over here, but we don't have A. So the final answer would be, sorry, I'll just, now the final answer basically would be over here, whatever is remaining. A multiplied by 15BCQ plus 2F divided by whatever is cancelled. Now 2 times 36 will be 36 into 2 is 72, and you don't need to put a bracket like this because it's not distributive. Here B is remaining, C to the power 4, F to the power 4. This is it. This is the final answer. Now here, see, now here what they have done is they have taken the LCD. Now if you can take the LCD, whichever is common term, I think so in the description video it's explained how to take LCD. It's fine, you can do that method. Otherwise, but it'll take a long time to do LCD and many students get confused over here. So, and then the simplification will be a little bit easier. But over here, this method, it's just writing it out and algebraic simplification. It's almost the same steps. You know, I've just written many steps, but over here in your exam, because it's stepwise, please write many steps. Otherwise, you can directly multiply this. 5a directly you'll get this term. This multiplied directly you'll get this term, and from 1 to 3 steps are enough. So that's what it is. Now even over here, multiply this entirely here, this denominator here and here, in the numerator and denominator, and then you need to simplify. So please do these problems by yourselves and then finally check for the answers. They're all the same. Now, what if there are many terms? Not to worry, but you have to just multiply everywhere. See, in such cases, there are plenty of ways to do it. Personally, what I would suggest is solve 2 and then lastly add one more. Okay, now see which is 2 easy terms. Solve them up and then add the other term. Now over here, let's see this. What I mean is, just focus on these two, okay? It'll be 4x cubed divided by 3x x cubed plus 8 3x divided by x cubed into 3x. Okay, this denominators are multiplied. Leave that other term like this only. Let it be outside. Plus 2 by 5xy. Now here I'll simplify this. This is the same denominator, so denominator is same. It will be 3 x into x to the power 3 is x to the power 4, and what happens here? 4x cube and 8 times 3 is 24x. Okay, plus 2 by 5xy. Now do these two terms. So multiply over here by 5xy, and this we have done just a while ago, right? You can do it further on. Or before continuing, you can even simplify this. See what is common over here. 4 is common. So I can rewrite this as 4 outside and x outside. Why? Because x is there. So what is remaining? You're remaining with x squared plus 6 only. And over here it's 3x to the power 4. This cancels and you're remaining now with finally 4 into x squared plus 6 divided by 3x cubed. It's up to you. You can simplify it like this and then add it. Or over here, what I've written, directly do this again, cross multiplication, like the denominator in the other numerator and denominator, and then finally you can simplify entirely. It's up to you. So that's there. Otherwise, you can do the LCD and multiply throughout all the 3 terms. Okay, it's possible. Now, in this case, if you're doing all the 3 terms, what would happen is you have to multiply 2 denominators. Now, For this 5xy, I need to multiply this and this. Multiply 3x into x cube up and down. For this term, I need to multiply 3x and 5xy up and down. For this, it will be 2x. It's fine, you can do it. It's not a big deal. Over here only if I'm doing it, see what happens. I'll just erase this. Here then, I have multiplied only what opposite denominators, right? Add this as well. I need to multiply 5xy divided by 5xy. Here also 5xy, 5xy, and over here I need to multiply the other two denominators. It will be 3x x cube divided by 3x x cube. Now the denominators all are same. If you multiply one side, you will get all the same denominators. That is, multiply 3x x cube 5xy. This is what each term has in the denominator. So that is basically 3 into 5 is 15, x 3 for 5, y. This is there for all denominators. Now in the numerator, just solve what is given. 4 times 5 is 20, x to the power 4y plus 8 times 5 is 40, 40 times 3 is 120, x squared y plus 6x to the power 4. And now you can simplify further. How you can simplify is take the common term out. X squared can be removed out. 6 cannot be removed out, but 4 can be removed. No, 2 can be removed out only. And I thought 5 also cannot be removed out. So just see which are the common terms. 2, that is x square. So you're remaining with 10x to the power square y plus 60. Only x square is gone, so only y remains, plus 3x squared divided by, here you have 15x square y. This x square cancels. You're remaining with so much, whatever is remaining. So this is one more method. You can see the final answer over here. What did I miss? Oh, I'm so sorry. I've written this wrongly. What is this? X to the power 5. So, my bad. So, this must be x to the power 5. 5 cancels. It will be x to the power 3. Okay. When you solve it, it will be 15 x to the power 3y. Please write the question properly. Whatever is simplified, you get the same thing. See here, now what they have done is they have not removed 2 out. If you multiply 2 inside, we have 20 itself. 20x square y, 120y, 6x square, only divided by 15x cube y. It's the same thing. They have only taken the x square out. They have not taken 2 out. So if you multiply 2 inside, it's the same thing. Now don't worry about these minor details. Why? Because even this is correct answer. Even this is a correct answer. There are many correct answers. As long as you simplify, that's enough. They're all correct. Okay. So because it's writing, when the teacher corrects it, he or she will understand you have done it properly. That's more than enough, and you will get the marks. Over here we have same concept. Here also it's the same concept. Please do it by yourselves. You can do it all together at once. When you're multiplying, you must multiply 2 denominators over here and like that, or you can do it individually. I mean, not individually, 2 terms and then add it up. So it depends. Sometimes, right? It's if there are 2 weird terms, it's better to solve 2 terms first and then solve it up. So it's up to you. Over here also same thing. Now one thing you must remember, we have done similar problem, but you need to split this into factors and then solve it up. Split it into factors and then solve it up here also. And this is how we get it. See, factors first, split it and then see which is common, and then whichever is not there, multiply it to each other. You can see here x minus 8 is already there in both, so don't need to multiply it again and again. Just multiply what is not there. 5 is not there here, x plus 5, so multiply here. X plus 2 is not there here, so we multiply and divide by that. Same thing here. And similar problems again. Please do it by yourselves and then check for the answers. Here also it's the same thing. And that's it. So, see, sometimes they have simplified, sometimes they have not. Here, generally, It is okay if you simplify this further. If you're getting an imagined number, then leave it. But otherwise, you can put it in the calculator, and then 4x cubed minus 12x plus 3 can be factored out again. Okay, you can write this also like this: x plus something and x minus something. So that's how we solve this rational functions problem. The only way to understand this better is practicing more problems. When you practice more problems, you start, understanding it thoroughly, and you will understand some mistakes, some common mistakes are there. You will avoid those mistakes. So please do write and practice more problems. Question number 20 is to recognize and solve inverse and combined variation equation. It is mainly real world problems over here and understanding and reasoning problems. Here we have a problem on communications. On average, the number of calls C each day between two cities is directly proportional to the product of the population P1 and P2. Let's write this over here. Oh, sorry, they have already given the formula. Anyways, see, the call C is proportional. That means C is proportional to P1, P2 of the cities, and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Inversely proportional to the square of distance. That's the thing. And that is C, that is given over here. C equals P1 P2 by D square. If it's proportional, when you make it equal, there will be a constant of proportionality K. So that has been added. Use the function and the population and distance information in the table. Even this is not given, you can write it out, okay? But generally this will be given. Now they have told for Birmingham, till Birmingham there's no distance, it's the same city, but the population is given over here. Birmingham to Indianapolis, they have given the population of Indianapolis over here and then the distance between these two. Same way from Birmingham to Tallahassee, it's over here the distance and the population, and to San Francisco over here the distance and the population. See, this will be, depends on which city they're asking. They have asked us to find the average number of daily calls. Sorry, the average number of daily calls between Indianapolis and Birmingham is 16,000. So Birmingham over here, Indianapolis over here. That is 16,000. Find the value of K round to the nearest 100. We need to find the K value. K value is constant for this, all the time. So let's just solve it up. Let me see, they have told what? Indianapolis and Birmingham. This one, we can use just this thing. Or you can use Indianapolis and Birmingham like this also, it's fine. Now the value C is equal to K P1 P2 divided by D squared. What is the C value given over here? 16,000. That is equal to K is unknown. I will take first as Indianapolis. The population is 872,680. And what is P2? That's Birmingham population. 210,710 divided by, what is D squared? The distance between those two is 479. Sorry. 479 whole square. Now to find K, keep K over here and take everything to the other side. It will be 16,000 multiplied by 479 the whole square divided by 872,680 multiplied with 210,710. Just put in the calculator, you'll get the answer. We will do it now. So here, make it fractions. 16,000 multiplied with 479 squared, and over here divided by 872,680 multiplied with 210,710. Okay, I hope all the values are correct. The answer is, it's 1.9 and it's 2 into 10 to the power minus 3. Okay, K is 2 into 10 to the power minus 3. Generally, they don't write it in terms like this. They might write it in decimal. This is also correct if it's written. Or we can write this as, take the decimal over here, 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's 0.002. Let me just do 1, 2, 3. Yes, that's the correct answer. It's 0.002. Let's just check. Oh, I'm sorry. It is 0. Let me just check over here. I just realized I'd written the question wrong. It's 16,000. I guess many of you have guessed it already. It's 16,000 here. Now I'm going to get the answer 0.02, okay? 0.02, not two zeros. And it should be minus 2. If it was minus 2, it'll be 0.02. Okay, this is the answer. But now in our question, in our solution set, generally they'll give you in terms of 0.02. So let's take that one. That's the answer. Now this value k will be used for the other places, for the other problems. Now they are told to find the average number of daily calls between Tallahassee and each other city listed. Now what this means is you need to find the C, the same formula, C equals k p1 p2 divided by d square, right? You need to find C with this. Sorry, this is Tallahassee only. This. All these three. Birmingham, Indianapolis, and San Francisco. C value is unknown. Other values will be known. For the first one, let's consider this to be 1. What happens? Birmingham, K is 0.02, the Birmingham population. I'll write Tallahassee population first. It's 191,049, and then Birmingham is 210,710 divided by, what is the distance between these two? It is 301 squared. Put it in the calculator, you'll get the answer. Next one, same thing, again it will be 0.02 multiplied by 191,049, but this time let's take Indianapolis. So what is the population over here? It will be 872,680 divided by the distance between Tallahassee and Indianapolis is 778 the whole square. So this is it. This will be continued. Put in the calculator, you'll get the answer. It's pretty straightforward. You can see here, this is between Tallahassee and which is considered the population of Birmingham. So this Birmingham population, Tallahassee population, the K value and the distance is 310 whole square. Put in calculator, you'll get around 8,886 calls. Same thing with the next city, that is over here, I think so, Indianapolis. So the distance is over here. Everything, just substitution in this formula. You get 5,509 calls. And then you can see over here, last one about San Francisco. The distance is this, the population is this, and that's the answer. That's easy. And could you use this formula to find the average phone calls made within a city? Okay, what they're asking is within one city, like from Birmingham to Birmingham, it's not possible because the distance is not there, right? It's the same city, distance is 0. When you divide anything by 0 or 0 squared, it's not defined, right? So you cannot, because the average value, see over here, the formula, here what happens, it'll be 0 squared. So that's undefined, so no, it's not possible. That's the answers. So these are all the 3 answers. Now then we have one more problem. Imagine about investing. You decide to invest 10% of your before tax income in a retirement fund. So your employer deducts this money from your weekly paycheck. Write an equation to represent the amount of deducted from you from your paycheck D. Okay, D is the paycheck for investment in your retirement fund for a week during which you worked H hours and you're paid R dollars an hour. Okay, I will just explain what this means first because there's lots of words over here. See, this is about investment. You are investing 10% of your salary. But over here, you're getting paid every week. Generally in Europe and US, you get a paycheck salary for every week. So the thing is, every week's paycheck you'll get based on the number of hours you work. So what happens is, depending on the number of hours you work, you get paid. In that, they are going to take 10% and they'll invest in a retirement fund. So you'll have it in the future. It's like a saving. So this needs to be written in terms of a equation. Now it's very simple. It's a joint equation because there are 2 factors over here, hours and dollars. So now we use, look at this. The number of deduction, like what is deducted, how much is deducted? That is over here, deduction will be 10% of what? The number of hours you work and the money you earn, HR. That is number of hours you work and the money you earn. That's the thing. So deduction is equal to 10% is 0.1 HR. That's the answer. Now, is your equation a direct joint or inverse? It is a direct, but it's two variations, so it's joint. What is the difference between these? Direct means there must be one only. If there was only one variable over here, both the sides, x equal y or x equal something like that, then it is direct. But here we have two, so it's called joint. It will be the joint one. Inverse means it will be division. And if you earn 19.5 hours and worked 36 hours last week, explain how to determine the amount deducted from your last week retirement fund. Now, over here, just substitute. This is 0.1. Hours is how much you work? 36. And over here, it's 19.5. Just solve it up. You will get the answer. Put in the calculator, you'll get the answer. Just substitution. See, it's 70.2. This is how we can solve it up. And another reasoning problem here, find the error. Jamil and Savannah are setting up a proposition to begin solving the combined variation in which z varies directly as x. So z is, we'll just write equal to, because there will be a proportionality constant, is directly varying to x, okay? And z varies inversely to y divided by y. Who has set up the correct proportion? Okay. Now this, now you can see this is 1, 1, 1, 1. Same way z2 equals k2 by x2 divided by y2. Now let's solve it. Over here we need to check who has done it correctly. We need to solve for k, okay, this k. Now we don't write k as k1 and k2, sorry, because k is the same. Constant of proportionality will be same throughout. K, leave it over here, take y to the other side, will be z1, y1 by x1 equals k. And same thing will be for 2. z1, y1, yes, this is correct. Okay, you can see here, instead of dividing x and multiplying y, this has been wrong. So this is wrong. So Jamil has done it correctly. So Jamil has set up the correct proportion. Savannah multiplied, she should have divided. She has multiplied, and Vaishya should have divided. She has multiplied. She has done wrong. That's it. Very simple over here. Now, persevere. If A varies inversely as B, C varies jointly as B. Okay, let's just write it. There are too many things. A varies inversely as B. And over here they have told C varies jointly as B. That means C and B are joint over here. And B, okay, C varies joint, okay, no, sorry. I'll write it like this. C varies jointly as B and F. F varies directly as G. How are A and G related? Okay, so these are the parts of the proportionality. Now here, let's try to combine them. A is inversely, but C is proportional over here, right? So what you can do is, you can take this to the other side, F to the other side, and substitute B over here. Basically what happens, because we need F, that's why A equals 1 by B, right? Now what is B equal to? B equals C by F. I know that there must be K over here, but this is just for understanding. So you can write a proportionality symbol rather than equal to. This is technically correct. Now here B will be that side proportional to C and F. So here what happens is A is proportional to 1 by C, 1 by C, and F goes up. Okay, C by F, this is the thing. And now what is F and G proportional? They're same. So A must be proportional to G. So they must directly vary. So that is the answer. I hope this is clear. We are trying to substitute one over the other and other. And now finally, what did we get? A is directly proportional to F and F is directly proportional to G. So they are basically like equated. So you can replace this. A should directly be directly proportional or directly varying with F. So a G. So they both are the same. C is not at all asked, so you can ignore that. So A and G are directly related. Now here they have asked to explain something. Explain why some mathematicians consider every joint variation as combined, but not every combined as joint. Okay, this is simple. What exactly is joint variation? Now if I have A proportional to X and Y, This is a joint variation. This is basically a direct. A proportional to x is direct. A proportional to y is direct. You're joining these two. A proportional to xy joint. But all the joint must be directly varying. Now, what is combined? Combined can have inverse. A proportional to 1 by b. So this over here and A proportional to C by B. This cannot be joined. This is combined or inverse, because inverse and direct, see over here, sorry, inverse and direct are they together. So it is combined rather than joined. Mathematicians can consider every joint variation as combined, because when there are two or more, you call it combined. That's fine, because there are two combined direct variations only. In joint, there are two direct combined variations. However, in combined variation, you have a combination of direct and inverse, so it cannot be joined. That's it. Over here, the same thing. Here you can see there are two direct variations. This can be called combined because there are two direct variations. But here there are two variations. Yes, it's combined, but it's one is one is direct, one is inverse. So you can't tell joint. Joint is only when there are two direct ones. It should not be inverse. That's the reason. All come under combined variation, but not all come under joint. And that's the thing. And describe three real life quantities that vary jointly with each other. Now, since they are mentioned jointly, it must be proportional. You can consider this as calories or food. Food or nutrition is proportional to height. In this is only for youth, when you're very young, youngest stage of life, maybe less than 18 years or something. Height and weight. Okay, that can be proportional. You can write anything. Three real life. What have they written over here? Okay, it's about force, mass, and acceleration. So this is Newton's acceleration due to gravity. You know that force is equal to mass into acceleration. These both are combined variation. This is joint variation because they're directly varying. Don't write inverse. You can't do that. Jointly means both must be direct variation like this. And then over here, determine the types of variation for which 0 cannot be one of the values. Explain your reasoning. Now you might have seen direct variations. So A is proportional to X and Y. Apply 0, it's fine. No problem. But now inverse variation. Okay. If we make it equal to K divided by X, can X be 0? If X is 0 here, this is not defined. This is a problem. So remember, there can't be inverse variation. In a sense, there can't be 0 and inverse variation. Okay. So since division by 0 is undefined, the inverse variation functions or sometimes of combined cannot have the value 0 in the domain. That's the only thing. And that's the end of this particular question number 20. It's mainly reasoning question. So try to understand this thoroughly and then try to answer it. Understand what exactly direct variation, inverse variation, joint and combined variation means, and then it will be very easy. We are now in the question 21. It is to compare theoretical and experimental probabilities. Let's look into the first problem. Here we have a student who is spinning a spinner with 4 equal sections and 100 times are recorded over here. It's given. Find the theoretical probability of spinning blue color specifically. Write your answer as percentage rounded to the nearest tenth if necessary. And then we need to find the experimental probability of spinning the same color blue. Write your answer as percentage rounded to the nearest tenth if necessary. First of all, experimental probability is something that is really done by a simulation or by real experiment. Whereas the theoretical probability is what is supposed to happen theoretically. It's not really that will happen, but it might happen like that. But if there are lots and lots of tries, instead of 100, if you do 10,000, then all these will come very close to 25% itself, all of them. Now we will see over here the theoretical probability. Theoretical probability. How many spinners, the spin is divided into how many colors? It's 4 sections, right? So the total possibilities are 4. Total possibilities. That is the total possibilities. It's not TP. I meant TP for theoretical probability, okay? And then what is the color we require? Blue, how much is it? Only one section. So the probability is 0.25, but they are asked in percentage, so it's 25%. Now, what about the experimental probability? Now, over here you can see all these colors, right? They have given the frequency for each color. Now we will only focus on the blue because that is what they want. How many times blue occurred? It occurred 38 times. Divided by the total, you can add them all up or they have just given it 100. It is 0.38. That is equal to 38%. Now you can see over here, theoretically it's supposed to be 25, but experimentally it became 38%. But if it was much tries, then it will all correspond to 25%. That is the law of large numbers. That is how we do it. The first part is the first answer A, second is 38. That's it. Now over here it's the same thing. It's about heads and tails. It's just two possibilities. So 1 divided by 2 is the theoretical probability. That's 50%. You can see it's 50%, right? But they want heads. So what is experimentally? 73 divided by 125, that is the total possibility. Now when you do it, you are getting 58.4, which is close to 50. But if you have increased this a lot of times, if you have done the experiment plenty number of times, more than thousands, then it would come very close to 50. Same thing with the die. Please do this by yourselves. It is 1 by 6, the theoretical probability. Now which number you want is 3. So the theoretical probability is very simple. It's 1 possibility by 6. The experimental will be 27 by total is 150 given over here. Put it in the calculators, you'll get the answer. In percent, this is 16.7, and over here, sorry, this is 18%. Very close. Now we have a different type of problem where Tiana sells handmade earrings online. Last month she sold 60% of her inventory. Design and run simulation that can be used to estimate the probability of selling inventory. Now you need to make a simulation. This is very important. What this means is, now this practically when it's coming for writing, you can write own made up numbers. It's not gonna, you're not gonna understand. But you can always use your calculator to find random intervals. I'll tell you in a while. But first of all, what's the theoretical probability? Last month she sold 60%, right? So it's 0.6. This is the probability that she's going to sell. But now we should do a simulation. How it's done, I'll just show you the answer first. Here, the theoretical probability of selling is 60, not selling is 40%. So what we can do is, you can do it in a different ways, but the best way would be a spinner, because you can easily cut it into 60% and 40%. Now if you have a spinner like this, so it is 360 degrees in total, right? So 60% of 360 is how much? 60%, it's over here, 216 degrees. You can put in the calculator. Whereas 40% of 360 would be 144 degrees. So these are the 2 degrees. So now 200, and if this is 0, 180 somewhere over here, and the remaining part is 40. So this is 40%, this is 60%. Now we should have a pointer to mark which section it falls, and you have to spin this, keep on spinning this. Do the spins about like maybe we have performed 50 trials as been told, you can do it. Keep on spinning. And then what happens is you need to note down. See over here, they have done the spinning and they got this answer. This part is called sold part because sold is 60%, whereas not sold is 40%. Now here, after spinning this randomly, they got 32, 18. You can write made up values, but make sure you write sold bigger than the not sold part, because that is what will most probably appear. I mean, even if you do the experiment really. And now find what is the sold 32 by 50? It is 64%, whereas not selling is 36%. Theoretically, it was 60-40, but now if you do the simulation, it's very close, 64% and 36%. That's how it is. Now, if you want numbers randomly, you can do it in your calculator as well. Let's take out our calculators. Here you can see there is something called random. You can press alpha and over here, random integer, or you can just press random also. Now specify from where to where. I want say one numbers from 1 to 3. Okay, 3 1 comma, that is by shift and this symbol, 3 close the bracket. Now it will give me random numbers between 1 and 3, 1 2 and 3. Now this is not very accurate. Now more accurate would be I should take numbers from 1 to 10, and then 1 to 6 would be sold, whereas 7 8 9 10 would be not sold. Or you can take from 0 to 9, okay, or 1 to 10. So I'll just change this to 10. Now I'm getting a random answer. This is 5. So first 6 digits are for sold. This is sold 1. You can write 1 frequency. Again, this is not sold. Again, let's do. This is also not sold. 7 not sold. Now again 1 9. See, they're randomly coming. But now you saw I've pressed many times. I think so. Many times 1 to 6 numbers came. These are all random. Sometimes you might get not sold more than sold, which is very highly unlikely, but still there is a chances. So this is how we can randomly get the integers. That's the answer. Now again, it's the same problem, I guess. Let's read this. Lama designed a soccer computer game. He coded that the programs such that a player will make a goal on 35% of the attempts. Paulo is testing the game and he thinks there might be an error in the game's programming. She attempted to make 30 goals and only 4 were successful. Okay, run and evaluate the simulation and decide whether Paula is correct. Sorry, Paula, it's not Paulo, Paula. Okay, now this is about a simulation over here. It basically makes 35% of the time a goal and remaining time not a goal. So it is 35%, 30 by 100. But for the simulation, it's better we simplify it. You can take 1 to 100 and whatever, we have to do a simulation, they have told. So first of all, let's just write this 35%. How much is it? 7 by 20. So that means if you take random spinner and cut it into 20 sections, you can do it by cutting into 20 sections, or you can take chits of 1 to 20, and whichever comes as 1 to 7, that means it's a goal. All the other numbers are not a goal. That's how we can do a simulation. Now here we can just use this random integers, and you can just put 1 comma, this is shift and this symbol, and 20. Now you can randomly press equal to. So if it comes to 1 to 7, we know it is a goal. All the other numbers, no, it's not a goal. So you should do it 20 any number of times, 50 number of times or something, and then do the probability. Let's see over here directly the probability. Now here you can see the theoretical probability is 35%. That means 7 out of 20 times it's a goal, and 13 out of 20 times it's not a goal. That means 100 minus 35 is 65. 65% not a goal. Now we can do a simulation run, conduct 100 trials. They are telling it's already done. They have done, see, numbers from 1 to 10, where 1 to 7 is a goal and 8 to 20 is not a goal. And after conducting, they got 41% of possibility of making a goal. Okay. Now let us compare Paula's things. It's 4 by 30. Now what is the probability of getting a goal? 4 by 30 is just 13%. Now compare. Really, the simulation must give you 35%. When we did a simulation, we got 41%. Okay. But when Paula tried to test that program, she just got 13%. That is 4 by 30. That means the programming has an error and this needs to be rectified. This is the conclusion you can give. Okay. So that's it for this topic. It's about experimental and theoretical probability. For theoretical, it's very simple. It's like standard. You know the things, it'll be given. But for experimental, you have to write your own. Now, if they ask you to write your own, just assume some values and write it out. That's fine. Okay, you don't need to do it. Now, if you know it's 60 and 40, tell you got 55 or 65 or 70, and other thing is whatever 100 minus that will be the probability. Please do try to understand this thoroughly and practice more problems, and the topic will be very easy. So finally, we are in the last question, question number 22. Before I begin this, I just wanted to let you know, I'm getting a lot of messages on Telegram. Many of you guys, many of the students are asking me for completion, why I delayed. I first apologize. It has been delayed when I did the writing part, especially for grade 11. It's delayed. I am sorry for that. But one more thing is, I'm not able to reply to everyone in the messages. I will try to get back to you. Some I have replied, many I have not, because there are so many messages. And it has been really, really busy days for me from the last week because I had problems with my laptop. My laptop stopped working, so I had to retrieve all the data, get it to my other laptop, the software, this, that, the recording thing. So it took a long time, so I had got delayed by many days. So you can see in some days I've not even uploaded single video. And then not only that, just yesterday my car broke down in the middle of the road. I didn't, it was just not switching on, and there was lots of problems. So I had to leave in the middle of the road. It's not near my house as well. It's far away. I had to take taxi and come back. And even today, I didn't even go over there. It's still, in a parking away from my house, maybe 5 minutes drive. So lots of things happening. So that's why I have been delayed because of this unfortunate circumstances which were unavoidable. I apologize for the delay, but I hope the other videos were there on time and you could have gone through them. And I hope now at least you have some time, so please make the most out of it. Now we will do the last question. It is to graph horizontal translations of trigonometric functions. Here we must know a few of the basic graphs of trigonometric functions, that is sine, cos, tan, and everything. Once you know the basic, then you can easily graph them. Now, for example, if I'm looking at sine graph, I know in my mind the sine graph, okay, that is a very bad line. This is the sine graph. Now, sine graph always originates from 0 and its period is 2 pi. That is 360 degrees. I'll write in degrees and pi. Now, over here, half of 2 pi is pi, or 180 degrees, and then the middle of this is 270 degrees, or it is 3 by 2 pi, and lastly 90 degrees is pi by 2. These are very important points. Same thing can be translated over here: negative pi by 2, negative pi, negative 3 pi by 2, and so on. Now here you can understand this, it's the same thing. It'll be negative 90, negative 180, and so on. Now when we draw sine, it starts from 0 and it peaks to the max at 90 degree, and then it comes down and touches the x-axis again at pi, like this, and then it again peaks down the maximum point at over here 270, and then the minimum point over here, sorry, and then it goes back and it finishes a period. Now same thing happens over here. It goes and peaks down max at pi by 2, and over here it touches the 0, and then again it peaks maximum. So when it's down it's minimum, up it's maximum, and then something like this, and this point will be, wherever it touches, will be minus 2 pi. This is sine graph. It may not be accurate, but this is the idea of the sine graph. This is important to understand, memorize this. What is the maximum value? Again, it's not correct because this both must be at the same point. Mine is crooked, but just to understand, give you a picture about it. The maximum value will be always 1, minimum will always be minus 1. This is about sine. Now, if I'm doing cos, it starts from here 1 and it touches 0 at pi by 2, sorry, 90, and then it will over here be the minimum point over here. Again 270 touches 0, and at 2 pi it peaks 1 again. See, this is the point. Okay, over here. Same thing happens over here at the back. It goes down like this and it comes over here and like this, and then we will have something like this. Okay, so you can see the difference between sine and cos. They are same thing, range is same, domain is same, all real numbers, but the phase shift is the thing. There's a shift of 90 degrees. See the difference over here? The maximum and maximum is 90 degrees, or pi by 2. This is the concept between the sine and cos. Now, for a natural graph, there are few things which you must know. Amplitude is 1. Okay, whenever there's sine we draw, it is just y equals sine theta. This amplitude is 1. What is the period? Period is 2 pi. Period is some, see now from here, let's see sine. It repeats, it is unique till 2 pi, but after that it will start repeating like this and like this. It keeps on repeating. So you can see 2 pi is unique, but then it repeats. Even with cos, 2 pi. Here we started, it'll come end over here, then again it repeats. So that's 2 pi. Phase shift, initially when you are only sine, it's 0. This is the natural position, starting positions for sine and cos. If it's starting at 0, 0 like this, the phase shift is 0. Over here also it's 0. Okay. This is not there, but we will have for different graphs. And the domain and range, this is another important thing. Here the domain and range is all real numbers. See, not range. Domain is all real numbers. You can have any value of theta, you will get answer. It'll be a 0, 1, anything. But the range is only from 1 to -1. You can put any value over here. It won't exceed 1 or -1. So that is the thing. That is the domain and range. Now here then, if you look carefully, what is the difference between the sine and cos graph? It is 90 degrees or pi by 2. That is sine theta plus pi by 2 is equal to cos theta. This is one of the identity from this graphs. The phase shift is only by pi by 2 difference. Now let us look into this graph. Now ignore the cos for a minute. Ignore this also for a minute. Now let's only focus over here. Let me just increase the brightness, thickness. Here let's compare. This sine is sine itself. Now whatever is there inside the theta, theta plus pi equated to 0. What happens now? Theta equals to minus pi. Now what does this mean? This means all the points of the sine graph, the brown color graph, is shifted by 180 degrees or negative pi backwards. Negative means backwards. So from here, this much is 90. You go over here till here. This point to over here. This point to over here. Now if you draw a new graph, and now what about this point? This will be over here, the new point. Everything is shifted over here. See, so this point 0 will be over here, new graph, and this next point will be over here, and you can see this would be over here. It will be like this and so on, and over here also you can see it will be like this. Okay, something like this, the graph. Now we will just compare with the original answer. You can see over here it's 0. At 90 it is down. At 120, 180 it will be over here. Same thing backside. So this is the answer for the graph. Okay. Now if you know the graph of cos and sine, then easily you can relate this. That's very easy to relate it. Okay. But now I will tell you the few other things. What are few other things that you must remember? I'll remove this up. See, you can see this is just phase difference of pi, so everything is shifted from the original sign. It is shifted back to 90 degrees. Okay, now what about the other things? The standard form is always given by y is equal to a sine b theta minus k h over here. This can vary, doesn't matter much. This is basically the phase shift. H represents the phase shift. I will tell you what exactly it is. First, A is the amplitude. A is generally 1. Over here also it's 1. That means the maximum point can be positive 1. Minimum is -1. That is the thing. A is the amplitude. What about B? B here is depicting what happens to the period. There is a formula for period. Period is given by 2 pi by B. Okay? This is representing the period. Now here, what is the B value in this given function? Given, see over here, sine theta plus pi, right? Sine theta plus pi. What happens to the B? A is 1, B is also 1. So it is 2 pi by 1, and now the period is 2 pi. That means one complete cycle will be finished at 2 pi, and yes, that is correct. Okay. What next after that? This is done. B is done. H. Now, how do we find H is? Basically, theta minus H is the standard form. So over here, if there is plus, you should just take minus pi. Or the other way is, whatever you have the answer over here, theta equals plus that value, this whatever is inside there, must be equated to 0. And now solve it. Theta equals minus pi. This is the answer. Is that clear? So this is the thing. So these are the three things, that is amplitude, period, and phase shift. Once you're done with that, you can graph it easily. Here we know the phase shift is pi radians, so everything moves backwards by pi. Sorry, not by 90 degree, it's by pi. So now we should know the original graph was like this. So it moved everything by pi 180, 180, 180, and so on. Okay, so sorry, from the blue graph, what am I drawing? Blue graph over here. See, it all moved by pi to the left side. This is the thing. Now, if you're thinking, oh no, this is very difficult, how will I do it in calculator or get the table? I will show you how we can get it. But before that, the domain is all real numbers, minus infinity to infinity, and range is minus 1 to 1. Now let's take out our calculators. Here, let's take mode 7. Here what you have to do is write this equation. Now first of all, you need to press shift mode, and radian mode is given by 4. Whenever trigonometry is there, radian. And once you use radian, you can use pi. So what is theta? That is alpha x plus pi. Okay, plus pi, sorry, shift and pi, this one. Close the bracket. Where do you want to start? I will start from, say, minus pi. That is minus 180 degree. But I don't need to write 180 degree. I'll just write minus pi. Because this is in terms of pi by 4. Or you can write, now, one important thing. Don't write 90 because it's in radian. You must write this in pi, pi by 2, and so on. I will write it over here. 180 is pi. 360 is 2 pi. This one over here is 3 pi by 2. And lastly, we have 90 as pi by 2. Same way, minus pi by 2 and minus pi. So let's take minus pi as the starting point. From here, we'll get the point. And then 1 as, oh, sorry, what did I do? I start, this should be minus pi. Let's just clear it off because I put some error. It's sine alpha x plus pi, close the bracket, sorry, it's plus pi, close the bracket. And now what happens is press equal to. This g of x is not the, you're graphing only one function, so ignore this graph. Now start it at minus pi here. That will be equal, that is starting point. Now end will be let's end at 2 pi, okay? Now the step is very, very important. How much at every interval, how much interval do you want the value? Always give it as pi by 2. That would be the best thing. You can even give pi by 4, but I would generally prefer pi by 2. So I'll get values of 0, 90, 180, and so on. So what I do is generally, it'll be pi divided by 2. This is it. Now you can see the table. Negative pi, that means over here, the value will touch 0. Yes, correct. And what is that negative 1 this is negative 1.575 means negative pi by 2. Pi is 3.14 divided by 2, negative 1.57. 1.57, yes, it's at 1. Correct, maximum. What is at 0? When x is 0, it's 0. Yes. What is that again? Positive pi by 2 or negative 1.57. It's minus 1. Yes, down. Next, over here, these are the points. This is how you can get the points as well. But if you know the graph already, you do not need to worry about it. Directly, you can get it up, get the points. This is the main concept behind this. So please make sure you understand this, and then you can graph any of these equations. Now, if you're thinking of tan, it's the same thing. But tan graph, look at this. Is this tan graph exactly? No, there is some change, right? There's a change in the phase shift of tan. So tan is really not like this. The tan graph actually will always have 0, 0. Okay, this is the thing. It'll go like this and like this. Okay, always. But look over here. Because there is minus pi by 2, that means it's shifted by 90 degrees. This point is shifted by 90. So you can see over here, the full phase, which is like over here till this, actually it was supposed to be over here like this, but now there is a difference of all the points by pi by 2. Now here it's relatable, you can take it left or right, it doesn't matter because the same shape is continued, right? But for sine and cos, make sure you understand this sine is very, very important, okay? Now still over here, theta minus pi by 2, make it equal to 0. theta is pi by 2. Positive pi by 2. Really, this graph will be something like this. Shift it all to the right by pi by 2 value. That's it. And that's how we get the answer. Now, this can be done in calculator. I just showed you same thing. Substitute over here and you will get the answer. Now, one more thing. What about the amplitude? Amplitude is what has been multiplied, nothing, therefore it's 1. What about the period? Now, 2 pi is only for, sorry, this is 2 pi, is only for sine and cos. Tan, it's not 2 pi, it's only pi. Always it's only pi, okay? The period is given by pi by b. Modulus of b, because it can't be negative, it's always the distance, right? That's why we write modulus. It's always distance. So what is the b value here? Nothing is there, so it's 1. So this period is remaining the same. And now what you need to do is graph it. Oh, phase shift. What is the phase shift here? Phase shift is plus pi by 2. These are the only three things that's asked. The amplitude 1, phase b value is 1, so you can find the period as pi and then pi by 2. And then what you do is, last thing, graphing it. Graphing, if you know the knowledge of y is equal to tan theta, then you can just shift it by pi, okay? So you can just look into the Desmos. Just if you have time, put it in Desmos and then do plus or minus pi by 2, you will get it. So that is the concept. Now over here, it is not all real numbers. It's never all real numbers as domain. Here what happens is, now look, where is the asymptote? Wherever the period ends. In the sense, so I'll just take this over here. At every pi by 2, actually for this is for tan graph, pi by 2 and minus pi by 2, there is an asymptote. At this point and this point, there is always asymptote, okay? It breaks the dotted line like this. But now since there is a period of pi by 2 over here, you can see, we need to add this up to over here. The domain changes. It's at pi and this will be 0. Okay? So it's theta like this. But we can't write only over here. Then again at 2 pi and again at 4 pi and so on. It keeps on varying every pi. Sorry, 3 pi and 4 pi. So what we do is we write only pi. If it was pi by 2, we just write pi by 2. Here we write pi less than theta. Again write pi. But multiply these with n integers. Okay. So this is the thing. Multiply by n, where is integer, so it's minus or plus. This is how we get it. Oh, sorry, not pi. This is pi n plus pi. Okay, every time it's been added. This is the thing. So this is only for the asymptote. If it was pi by 2 over here, the asymptote was at pi by 2, then you have to write pi by 2 times n. Here less than pi by 2 times n plus pi. Every pi you should. This plus pi is always constant. Only this, if it is, see, add this, whatever the phase shift and see what is where the asymptote lies. It's at pi. So write pi n. But multiply by, the n is the integer, right? And don't forget to add pi over here. That is the period. That's it. And what is the range? Range is all real numbers because it goes until infinity upside, okay? That is the thing. Now from here on, you can do all the problem by yourself with the same concept. Please apply the same concept and make sure you do it. Now here you can see it's pi by 90, theta plus 90. That means it's basically like a cos graph. This is equal to cos graph. See, it's all shifted at 90, right? That it goes to the other side, minus 90. So this is basically a cos graph, okay? This is equal to cos theta. Same way over here, it's pi by 45. Please look at the graph. Please look at the problems. Everything is available. Please make sure you solve it by yourselves. Now I'll just skip through these problems. Just the values changes, the concept remains the same. Now if the amplitude changes, now if there is an amplitude over here of 2, then this doesn't stop at 1 and 1. Amplitude 1 means from 0 it's 1, from 0 it's minus 1. It will just shift. It's more like that, okay? It'll be till 2. This point goes up till 2. And over here, see, now we have 3 amplitude. That means in the graph, maximum point is 3, minimum is minus 3. Then the concept remains the same. I hope you have this presentation with all the solutions. Please do click on the description and download it and you'll get it. Over here, you can see it's sine theta plus 60. 2 is there. This is the same concept what you have done, but the amplitude is 2, so maximum minimum value will be 2 and minus 2. Here it's half, the same thing. And now here the b value changes. That means the period shifts, period changes. I told you the period formula is 2 pi by b, isn't it? Now what is b value? B value is 3, so it's 2 pi by 3. This is the answer. Okay, 2/3 pi. Now if you look carefully, here it goes and it finishes its period at 2/3 pi. Now if you're finding this very difficult to graph, there is an easy way to understand this. Look, what is this exactly? And what is the period? These are two important periods. You can do calculator. We have done it already. Type this as it is, you'll get the answers. But one more thing is, always what is the shift that must be there, or half of this. Why? Because this is over here, sorry, not half of that. The period, it is 2 pi by 3, right? From 0, write 2 pi by 3 no matter what. Okay, from 0 to pi by 3. What is half of 2 pi by 3? It's pi by 3. And what is half of pi by 3? It is pi by 6. And over here, midpoint of 2 pi by 3 and pi by 3 is pi by 2. Half of that. So only mark these 4 points. And then once you get these 4 points, how you get from the period? Just substitute this pi instead of theta. I will show you in the calculator. Let's take calculator. Just substitute. Now we need to go back to computation mode. Over here, half is 0.5 multiplied by sine 3. Okay, now over here, sine, this 3 is multiplied. Okay. Now over here, one important thing. If you are using this 3, then again open a bracket. Okay, sine of 3, open a bracket. And now theta is what? Choose. 0 will be 0. Pi by 6. Let's write pi divided by 6 minus pi divided by 3. It's pi by 3. Close the bracket and close one more bracket. And what is the answer? It's negative half. Is it true? Yes. So this is the thing. Once you get these 4 points, just graph this much. It's enough. You technically must get full marks for this because you have graphed one cycle, one period, sorry. One period cycle is what that's required in graphing this. And then the other just extend it. That's it. Just put little dash, enough. So this is how you do it. Now here, how you do that? After you get the period, midpoint of period, half of this. And half of that again over here, and the midpoint of these 2 points over here. You'll get 4 points only in the xy. And then look at the domain, the amplitude. That means amplitude is half, 1, so on. Then put this pi, these 4 values, put it in the calculator. Now I'll change this. From pi by 6, I'll make it to pi by 3. Now you'll get 0 here. Now change this to pi by 2. You should get positive half. Positive half. And lastly, you will put 2 pi by 3 over here. 2 pi by 3. This is 0. This is it. This is enough to graph. That's how we basically do it. And then accordingly, the range over here will be from minus 0.5 to plus 0.5. Domain is all real numbers. Same concept everywhere anymore. Just remember, get this period and then easily solve it up. So please do these problems by yourself. This is pretty easy. And even if it's 1/4, it's just that it'll be like this. 0.25 is the maximum, minus 0.25 is minimum. Now over here, what I would personally suggest is instead of degrees, stick with radians. Because you need to convert your calculator. It's a big hassle. So how to convert this 30 into radian? In calculator, just divide 30 by 180. So it's 180. You'll get 1 by 6. So this is 1 by 6 pi. Doesn't matter what, you can write the same question as 1 theta minus 1 by 6 pi and then solve it up, or pi by 6 and then solve it up. So it's up to you, but generally it's better to keep it in radians. Or if you're comfortable with the degree, it's the same thing, doesn't matter. Now this one is a peculiar problem where we have plus 3. Whenever there is plus 3, the starting point of 0, 0 shifts to 3 points up. Now the midline is at 3. Can you see that? So this is the answer. Okay. Now here at minus 1 means all the midline shifts at minus 1. See, the midline is minus 1. And then graph it. Just think the x-axis is at minus 1 and graph it accordingly. This can be ignored. If you know this graph, class, you know how to graph it easily. Just the midpoint over here, the 0, 0 will be shifted. Even over here, it's up now by pi by 2. And over here, it's minus 5. See, the same graph what you're doing, 2 cos theta is so easy. Just the amplitude changes. Then everything is cos graph, but it shifted to minus 5. And over here as well, just shifting the midline. And lastly, over here, shifted by 7. And all the operations together. This is the answer. Please do practice more problems and try to be thorough with this topic. Solve by yourself and then check for the answers. And that is it. That's the end of all the exam questions. Again, I'm sorry because it got delayed. I hope these have been beneficial. Please do try to write, solve problems on your own, and then check the answers. Don't just blindly watch the videos. Please do it. Do try, solving by yourselves. And one last thing, I would highly appreciate if you guys can subscribe to my channel. That would mean so much to me. And all the best for your exam. I wish everyone will get great marks. Do well, guys. Happy learning.